Call the Board of Equalization back to order. First item up that I have is the Octagon Towers. Shannon?
Yeah, those, it was Tiltram and Octagon Towers, those were property omitted from the tax roll. You actually acted on that already, so that's done. This is the opportunity, if they had a problem with it, to come back on this day. A formality, because we had already talked to them. We didn't expect them there, but to satisfy the law, we allowed a time. So we can skip over that. You've already acted on it. Christina has a recommendation on Horst. They're not going to be here. We'll act on that one, and then Mr. Wellman is here.
Okay, so tell me on the horse again.
Christina has a recommendation.
Okay.
Yep. Hi, good morning. My name is Christina, and I'm a staff appraiser with the Pennington County Equalization Office. This is in regard to tax ID 864, located on 7570 Tanager Drive. The owners are Dean and Gladys Horst. I'm recommending $46,000 for land and $601,400 for improvements, for a total value of $647,400, which the owner is in agreement with.
So moved.
Okay, I've got a motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, then Mr. Wellman is here. That'll be our first property owner that's here.
Okay.
Start?
Yeah, I'll just go over what I have here, and then we can let
Okay.
you go.
Okay, very good.
All right. My name is Trevor Abernathy, a senior appraiser here with the Equalization Office. Property that's being appealed here is tax ID 18546. It's owned by Michael Wellman. The address is 320 Westbury Court West in Rapid City, South Dakota. This is accessed off of Nemo Road, just outside city limits, just to the west of Rapid City. The assessment is at $648,400. This is $79,800 for the land and $568,600 on the improvements, and I'm recommending no change to this assessment. There were recent building permits to build a detached garage and finish the basement, and I was at the property when this work took place and was completed, so an inspection was performed at that time. The detached garage was built in 2016, and the basement finish was completed in 2019. So this is not new for this year, but that's when I was at the property. The property is 3 acres, has a single-family residence, 2016 finished detached garage with 1,040 square feet, and an older 1,440 square foot pole building. The 4-bedroom, 3.5-bath, single-family residence was built in 1972. It was fully remodeled inside and out in 2015, and again, the basement finish was completed in 2019. It has 1,718 square feet above grade with a 765 square feet finished in the basement. The basement itself is 1,652 square feet. The owner is concerned with the percentage increase this year, and it did go up almost 40%. I understand that is a large increase, but what we're looking at is not so much the increase as what the value of the property is. I did review the data on the property just to help determine why it may have gone up a large amount and higher than some others in the area. What I found is this subject property is a little bit larger than what is typical in the area, and is in better condition than what is typical in the area. There's also 2 large outbuildings to consider. The cost and depreciation of outbuildings was worked on this year, so we did have a change to that older pole frame building. Its 1,440 square feet was valued at just about $6 a square foot last year. We increased that to still conservative, but more reasonable $9.80 per square foot for that outbuilding this year. Ultimately, again, we're concerned with this being assessed at what the property would sell for on the open market. If we look at the comparable properties here, they sold from $426,500 to $640,000, and when we adjust for time and the differences in the properties, the sales do indicate that it would sell for more than what we have it assessed for at the $648,400. As we know, the properties are not identical, and the sale price needs to be adjusted accordingly. Many of these properties don't have the outbuildings that the subject property has, so we do need to adjust the sale prices to adjust for that. The best comparable that I have here is comparable number 5. It's comparable in age. It's a 1977 build and has it was remodeled similarly to the subject property in 2017, and that sold this last year for $640,000, and does not have that detached garage. Again, I would recommend no change to the assessment. That's 648.4, 79.8 on the land, and 568.6 on the improvements.
Questions, Trevor?
Trevor, you have the garage at 58.4
Correct.
in the land 79.8, right?
Yes.
And then the house is 510,200, right?
Let me verify that.
Okay, sorry, Trevor.
I've got the house at 500,500 on my notes.
I have it 110. Oh, sorry. Joe,
There is that other pole frame building as well.
this one?
Oh, what you're seeing there on that sheet, that's going to be what's depicted as what's owner occupied and what is not owner occupied.
Because it's the same evaluation at 648,400 at the bottom, but you have
Yes.
79.8, 58.4, and 510,200. For a grand total of 648,4 is what you're recommending to me.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the 79.8 is the land,
Yes.
right? 58.4 is the,
That would be the outbuildings, so that would include the detached garage and the equipment shop building.
okay, and the 510.2 is the house.
The house and the driveway, yeah.
Okay, and the driveway?
Yeah.
You include driveways, Trevor?
Yes, we do on all properties, correct.
Okay, thank you, Trevor.
Do you have any pictures? Can you show us the pictures of the garage?
Garage, yep. Thank you, Deb. That picture that we just saw is nothing like that. That's pretty crazy that you have a big house. If you see the front part when we first saw it, I'm like, it didn't look the same. It's a beautiful house.
So Trevor, that shop, is it got a concrete floor, electrical?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you, I see you use some comparable sales, but do you look to see what's currently listed in that area to just see what is available for sale?
I have not on this one
Okay.
to see the current listings, but
Okay.
Any other questions, Trevor? Mr. Wellman?
Yes. So, I've visited with Trevor quite a bit, and I was there a number of times when he's come up. I have no problem with what he's done. I think he's done what his job requires him to do. What I have a problem with is that, it appears to me that we have a hot market right now for housing. And these houses are selling at prices that are pretty high. I don't know if I've ever seen it quite this extreme. Certainly not on my taxes or on my assessment. So my biggest problem is, and I guess before I say that, I mean, I could nitpick it and whatever and get into it and probably get some reason to reduce it a certain amount, but I think it'd be negligible in the scheme of things when we're talking about a 40% increase. My problem is the implications of what my taxes are going to do. I mean, right off, I mean, am I going to see a 40% increase in my taxes? Well, no, probably not. I understand that the county, I think, is capped, from what I understand, maybe 3% is what Trevor's told me. But even at that, even if that, and I expect there probably will be a mill adjustment because it's been a lot of increases, he's told me that the county average is 17% increase. So that's still, I mean, I'm in excess of 20% more than that. So even with an adjustment, my taxes are going to go up significantly. I mean, I don't know how you certainly can't dispute that. And it just seems unreasonable to me that I would see that huge of an increase in taxes in 1 year. So even though I don't have a problem with the assessment, and I hope it's right, someday I hope to sell, but not now. But But that's my biggest problem is that, I just don't understand that. There should be at a cap, then I would think on how much any individual's taxes should go up in 1 year. It just does not seem equitable that I should see that huge of an impact. And so I just felt compelled to come in and state my case that that's what I'm concerned about. And I know I can't dispute the taxes, I don't believe when they come in, so this is my opportunity to voice my opinion on this. So I don't know if there's any relief on this or if there's anything that can be done, or am I just stuck with this? You know, I'm on Social Security, I'm retired or semi-retired, and I certainly haven't seen any kind of increase in my income for the year anywhere close to what this is going to be.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So, Mr. Wellman, yeah, I hear your sentiments, and I would ask that Shannon, he put an example out showing the increase, total assessed value for the Pennington County. And I think it's around 13, 14 billion, if I recall. And so with that being said, we can only increase the budget by 3% plus growth. And that example really explains that your taxes will not go up proportionate to the assessed value. My personal property went up 34%, but I don't expect my taxes to go up 34%. The example that Shannon put together would show that your taxes would probably, whatever they went up the year before to last year, that's probably what you're going to see. I'm just guessing based on this presentation that Shannon did, but I would ask that if he's got that he could give it to you, because I think that would give you some comfort knowing that I don't think you're going to see your taxes go up just quite as much as you probably think they are.
Well, I certainly hope that's the case. I have to understand from my point of view, it's pretty hard to understand all this, and it's a big increase. And
So, Mr. Wellman, I mean, we've heard from a lot of people, you know, concerned about the assessment increase that's occurred. And truly, our hands are tied from what state law basically says. But I would encourage you to make contact with your legislators.
Yep.
Because they are doing a summer study on property taxes, because they're hearing it also.
yes,
And so I would encourage you to do that, to make that
okay,
contact.
I will certainly do that. I mean, I understand this may not be the proper venue for this, but it's a start.
No, it is.
You need to say something, so.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I was hoping your wife would be here. I like that name, Penelope.
She's had knee surgery and she's got an appointment this morning. She couldn't make it, so.
But you know, everything they said is true, Michael. I mean, first thing we have to look at is what's fair for everybody in the neighborhood and throughout the community. And I look at your house and look at 648 and I'm going, I'd pay for that.
I don't dispute that. I mean, I really don't. But it's just a huge increase.
So
the tax implications.
This commission has been very good at trying to keep level. You know, there was a couple meetings years ago where we used to do a lot of compromising for the residents, and then they'd be back the next year.
Yep.
Just trying to give them that break, because to give them that break now doesn't mean you're going to get a year. So they're trying to be as fair as they can, and I know the properties on that street have gone up significantly. I've got a guy I work with who lives down the street. We put a cobblestone driveway in for him, and
Sure.
he's wanting his house to appraise as much as possible. So,
Oh, and I do too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that the value goes up just means that when I do finally sell, if it holds,
yeah, it's an
then
investment.
it's gonna be a benefit for me. But it's not a benefit for me right now,
Yeah.
certainly.
So,
So I'll take your advice and pass this on to others as well. But
Mr. Wellman, when did you finish the garage?
sorry.
When did you finish the garage?
Oh, I think it's been several years ago.
Yeah, I think it was 2016. That's the date we have of construction on it.
And you didn't have that on there before The garage wasn't finished, or it was when you?
I think it was on there
It was on
last
there
year.
previously, yeah. We had the finish and the garage and everything there. I was just explaining, when that had been done, and that was the last time I was on the property, is when those permits were taken out and completed. So that's when I walked through the property and inspected.
Yeah, so I think you were fully assessed last year.
Yes.
And so there really wasn't any change in anything that's happened on the property this last year, but it's just in market value, I guess, implications.
Thank
so.
you. I appreciate that, sir.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve the 648-4.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
And a second.
Thank you.
Thank you for
All those in
listening
favor
to
of
me.
the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. A question, Trevor or Shannon, I got a question for you. Mr. Wellman just said that the overall average, he was told, went up 17%. That isn't the number that I have. So is that countywide? Does that include all property, that assessment went up 17%?
Oh, I had some statistics a month ago on that, but I broke it down into brackets, and I did residential properties. And I said something like, what was it, 65% of properties increased anywhere from 15 to 30%, somewhere in there.
Okay,
Yeah, and I can't remember, but
Okay.
that's reasonable. Let's say 2/3 of them increased somewhere between 15 and 30%.
Mr. Chairman, I remembered 25%. Is that what you were remembering as
It
the
is,
average?
it is,
That's the
yeah.
number I remembered as the average.
So, but that may have been residential that we were talking about at that point in time. I took it as the overall average, but
Well, I did a lot of numbers, so I don't remember them now.
I had one at 60, so don't go back.
There were some that were higher, yeah.
okay. Next one up is the Gabbard.
Shannon has a recommendation on one. Before we get to yours, let's deal with a property owner that's not going to be here and get that done with. That is Gabbert. We didn't expect them here.
Morning, Miss Shannon Champion with DOE. This property is located at 8411 Highland Loop, which is just outside Nemo Road, or out on Nemo Road. The original value was $521,200, land at $71,000, and outbuildings at $56,600, home at $393,600. He did provide me with an appraisal that he had done last year because I was not able to go see the home. With that appraisal in consideration, I did make some adjustments. So I do have a new recommendation, which is a total of $515,100, which breaks down for land $71,000, outbuildings $60,600, and home at $383,500.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, give me that total, because mine says 515,073. But you're saying 173?
At $515,100.
515,100.
I think they round it, Gary.
Round.
Okay. Okay. So that was a motion.
And there was a second by Gloucester.
Was there a second?
Yep,
Second by me.
Gloucester.
Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Question for Commissioner LaCroix.
Shannon, Shannon, I was going through this, I was going, you did a lot of work on this.
I did.
I mean, there's a lot of back and forth and comparables and going back. I mean,
There was.
and if I remember right, I think, this was before us last year too.
It was.
So, because of the appraisal, but, you did good work. I read through the emails, it was giving them back comparables and so forth. And so I appreciate all the hard work you put into it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
just a
Oskar.
couple questions. So this appraisal that William Bear did, he came in at 398.8
Last year, yes.
in 2021.
Right.
So the sales that you I haven't looked at it that closely, but they would be subsequent to these sales,
So
a
I
stronger
looked at
market.
some of his sales and I looked at my own sales. With his sales, he did kind of bracket the range that he was looking at, where I looked at what is comparable to the home. So my sale numbers went a little farther out than where his were. But if we took Mr. Bear's appraisal from last year, and since then, Mr. Gabert had added a detached garage, so that value increased. So I added in the land value change, the detached garage value, and the time adjustment, and we were only about 3% off of where the appraisal would have landed.
Okay, so there was a garage added after this
Correct.
value. How big of a garage was it?
At least 1,200 square feet, maybe a little more.
Good sized
It was a good
garage.
sized one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that answers my question.
Okay, any other questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Next property is Mr. Whalen.
Good morning. My name is Mike Whalen. I'm brother
Okay.
to Paul Whalen.
Morning.
And Paul is the landowner of 6650 Dark Canyon Road in Rapid City. It's actually not in the city limits. It is in fact in an unorganized, unincorporated township. And the Director of Equalization has offered the proposed 2022 assessment $552,700. We disagree with that for reasons that will become apparent here. And our proposed assessment is $507,600. I should note, I suppose, for the record, that the jurisdictional grounds for this hearing, given that it's not in a city and in an unorganized township, is SDCL 20-11-26, Paren 2. On the second page of our presentation, you'll see a summary. And that summary essentially indicates that we have an issue, and the issue is we believe that there's an erroneous tax assessment on the part of the Director of Equalization. The amount increase is 42.8%. In dollars and cents, that converts to $165,000 increase, $165,600 increase. We believe that the market approach that was applied in Paul's case by the county was defective in certain respects. I'm going to outline this for you. Likewise, we believe that the cost approach used by the county would be valid, except for a glitch dealing with depreciation, a failure to depreciate that, take that depreciation against the cost new under the Marshall-Swift approach. There are some other anomalies, and I'll try and point them out to you as we go through. However, the home base here is the summary. And if you have any questions about those things set forth in there, I'd be happy to answer those.
Deb, do we have any other pictures of this house, if we could see it, where it sits in Dark Canyon?
And do we have a copy of this stuff so we can read it by chance? I can't see it over there.
Is it like
Let's
by
see,
the creek or anything, Deb? Oh, okay.
How many acres?
And just the acreage where the creek and stuff is?
There's 1.02 acres,
One
Dark
acre.
Canyon. On my screen, so my screen will only show here, apparently.
Yeah, some other views of
There we go. This shows the location of the property within Dark Canyon and near Highway 44. There are numerous properties around there, but none of those properties that are close to the Wayland property were used as comparables by the county. This is the sheet that shows the almost 43% increase of value from 21 to 22 and the proposed assessments. This is the detail sheet that's being displayed now for Paul. And you can see in the upper right, proposed assessment of $552,700. I want to direct your attention, however, to a couple of things on this page. With respect to the land, I think I can do this. If you look at the land valuation under assessment value history, the land was fairly valued at $55,100 in 2020 and 2021, and then doubled in 2022. I looked for and asked for a justification for what appears to be just taking 2 times the previous value. I didn't receive a satisfactory answer. And I'm somewhat familiar with Marshall Swift, and I don't find any justification by the county to take that times 2 and offer that as true and fair market value. Over here is again the 42.8% that represents the increase from 21 to 22. And I searched, I would say in vain, for justification on the approaches that the county used. The house, to get a little bit of a description of the house, is on the detailed second page of the detailed sheet. And you can see there that the main living area is 1,800 square feet. The house was built in 1995. And that it has a finished basement of 764 square feet. His garage is under the house, under the primary house, so the house is over the garage. He does have a walkout basement. The condition, the quality is noted as good. It's a nice home, but not quite as nice as has been suggested by the county. We filed an objection and we asked for what we believe is fair, $507,500. Actually, we'll amend that here and now to 600 as I work the math. And that uses the land valuation that has the question mark over it. That 110,200, the doubling of the 2 previous years. We'll accept that in order to move on, and we'll assume that's correct. What appears on the screen now is some law that I think is relevant to this case that I plucked out of South Dakota codified laws, definition of fair market value, and of course the target date for taxes, that being forming the question, what was the value of this property on November 1st, 2021? Anything after that really isn't relevant. And the projection that markets might increase now, well after November 1st, I would submit to you is also irrelevant and a waste of time. Let's go back for just a moment. The statute that is the thou shalt not and thou shall is SDCL 106119, where that statute, and this is in the middle of that page, it directs, it's not optional, it directs. The director shall determine the fair market value by appropriate consideration of the cost approach the market approach and the income approach. And we submit that in this case, the county made an effort at the market approach, but it's got some defects. The cost approach, which we find generally valid, except for the omission of the depreciation. And of course, the income approach was ignored. We also lay out what we understand to be our burden under the South Dakota Supreme Court decisions, and that the heart of any argument here, in order to overcome the presumption that favors the county, will have to be directed at whether or not it was excessive, it lacked uniformity, or was discriminatory. And we believe that that's strike three for the county, as I'll show you here momentarily. So we need to take a look at the so-called market approach that the county employed. And you're going to find this interesting. Those of you, and I know Mr. Roskinicht is schooled in these matters, you're going to find that so-called comparables are often not comparables. We have to look at proximity, similarity in structure, year built, a whole host of factors. And what the county used here as comparables 1 through 5, first off, were properties that were not geographically close. Paul Leyland's property. Most of them were around Thunderhead Falls. One was an outlier that, from my determination, could only be accessed from Highway 385. But even more to the point, my experience, and it's been broad and in real property, acting as state's attorney for Charles Mix County in 3 small towns and going through these processes, and then what I learned from Craig Steinley, who mentored me a few years ago. One of our greatest concerns is the adjustments. Now, the standards for adjustments, longstanding standards for adjustments, I attempted to lay out here on page 16. Let me see if I can pull that up, and I'll come back to this. All right, the appraisal standards. Appraisal standards for who? Well, HUD, FHA, VA, and up until about December of 2014, these were the long-standing guidelines or standards for Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae relaxed theirs, I believe, at the end of 2015. Might have been 14. At any rate, these are generally accepted. And yes, I have reviewed the standards that were required by South Dakota law and ARSD and what manuals are applicable. But these are generally accepted, long-standing rules for making adjustments for distance, for type of build, the time of build, and in addition to that, features that each internal adjustments for features. And that's where I want to focus on for just a moment. The standards are pretty clear, and they include that net adjustment should never exceed 15% without an explanation from the appraiser. Gross adjustment should never exceed 25% without an explanation by the appraiser or assessor, and that no line item in the adjustment should ever exceed 10% of the sales price. That is the sales price prior to adjustment. So with that in mind, I calculated those and I calculated those on the comparables to see if they're really comparables, because too much adjustment renders those comparables ineffectual. The net adjustments on comp number one was 239,601. That converts to a 65.6 adjustment. Comp two, 224,000 plus, it exceeds 66,000, 66%. Comparable number three on net adjustments is only off by 16.4%. Net adjustment on comp four is 145.3%. And net adjustment on comparable number five is 36.3%. I can show you these on this page. They're calculated in red down at the bottom. So we have one so-called comparable that's sort of close, at least measuring it against the net adjustment, at 16.4%. Problem, if you look up, and I'll try and show you, that one comparable that's within standards has almost 7 acres. The Wayland property has 1.02 acres. The acres involved here are 6+ times what Mr. Wayland's property has. I think these are serious problems, and they get even more serious when we look at gross adjustments, which has that 25%. So if you follow along on the line for the gross adjustments, it's the middle of the three. These come out astronomically wrong. The first comparable at 272 plus is actually 74.7% adjustment. The next one, 77.1% adjustment. The 400,000 is a 62.6% adjustment. And comp number four is a 154.5% adjustment. And the last fifth one is a 71%. None of these are close to the guidelines of 25% or less. They aren't really comparables. And that's the bottom line. Note that on some of these, you look at the date of sale. The dates of sale for all but one of these comparables are either in 2019 or 2020. Hence the radical adjustments that are attempted to be made. Only comparable three was in year 2021. If I can find it there. Right there. All the rest. So all the others, there's substantial adjustments for time. And now we know there's considerable distance. I mean, the nearest comparable is perhaps 6 or 7 miles away. And yet there is an entire community right there. An entire community which my brother examined, and there was 43 homes within the area, not that had been sold. And we're not going to offer those as market comparables, but we're going to compare those assessments later on here in a few minutes. But I'm hoping that the takeaway of this board is that there's serious problems wrong with the county's market approach. And you got to have 3 comparables, 3 real, honest comparables to obtain a market approach. That hasn't been accomplished here. And I'm sort of relying on some of your expertise to know when adjustments have exceeded their usefulness. And in this case, they have. I submit to you that the market approach used by the county is defective because those are not true comparables after the adjustments, which well exceeds the guidelines for HUD, VA, and FHA. The next photo is the comparables compared to, I guess, shown next to Paul's home. Here's where one of the comparables came from that they used, out on Pioneer and Ave. You can see very closely there is up by High Cedar Road. One comparable here on Pioneer Ave. Here's the High Cedar Road. Here's another one of their comparables, and here's the one out on Highway 44. This is considerable distance from Dark Canyon, Paul's Dark Canyon home, and that's why I wanted to show you that. Excuse me. Here's another one of their comparables. This is comp number 1, and you can see it is closer to North Peak Road and Johnson siding than it is to Rapid City or the comparable. Same problem here, and that's this is one that is a great distance away, and the access to the Brush Creek Road comparable, as far as I could determine, is from 385.
Sir, can I ask a question? How come you didn't have all this in our packets? Give us time to review this prior to this. I mean, you got a lot of information. I would have thought you would have turned this into our packet so we could have reviewed. Just a question.
To be honest with you, this was done late. Paul had medical issues. I too had pneumonia-like problems, and we weren't able to get it.
Okay. I was just asking that question because pretty much the staff's going to go through all their comparables just as you are. And so I just wanted to clarify.
No, and I don't represent that my excuse is a good one, but it's the only one I got. So, once again, there's the appraisal standard. So this is the cost approach. We favor this. This was done by the county. And basically, where they land on this, they take cost new. And this figure here, this is Marshall Swift. They take this figure, this bold figure, and this figure, and that gives them their total cost new. And it appears on the next page. So if you look at the valuation totals, the last line there going across, you can see that the cost new, as calculated by the county under their cost approach, is $456,754. They are to subtract, and did subtract, the depreciation, which was 13%. And they arrived at the cost of the structures at $397,378. What's missing? The price of the lot. So what you'll see set forth here is we accepted all their cost valuations, and we took the cost new plus the depreciation plus their 110 per lot, $110,000 for that lot, and our answer and our request is to be taxed at $507,000 at $507,578, or rounding to 507.6. I think it's fair. It comports with their actual calculations and disregards what we think is a defective market approach. This shows, this slide shows location of Paul's property. And if you look and you see all the blue parcels that are carved off in his neighborhood, those lots were the ones that he examined for the purposes of comparing the increase in the assessment in the neighborhood. He selected, out of these 43, 7 that were similar to his house in time of build, and I've got a chart here, square feet and the like. This is to show you the ones that he investigated. And out of those 43, narrowing it down by living area, finished basement, bath, garage capacity, year built, 2021 assessment, and then looking at the 22 assessment, the average increased for very similar homes in close proximity. Not out on a Rimrock, not out at High Sega, not out off some road adjacent to, accessible only by 385, but those in his neighborhood. This was the result. One house in particular is very similar. Excuse me. Number 4 on this sheet, on Blake Road. You'll see how it favorably compares in square footage, finished basement, bedrooms, same number, baths, same number, 2.5, garage capacity. There's a difference between 1995, when Paul Whalen's house was built, and 2000. And we looked at that very carefully. There are certain different features, but I think they offset each other. Paul has a walkout basement. This gentleman does not. And again, he built his house in 2020. So we wanted you to see the gross difference between the increased assessments of these similar homes in close proximity and that of Paul's, 29.6% versus 42.8% or 43%. These are the locations of those homes. Once again, not out by Johnson Siding, not out by High Sega. Homes built in a similar time. And what we want to do is be treated fairly with due regard for the rate of assessments for similar homes and the county's own figures on the cost approach, which we believe is valid if they'll just do what they indicated they were doing in Marshall and Swift, and that's subtract the depreciation. What questions might you have?
Questions before we ask Chelsea to come up?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
you know what the problem is with the cost approach? Is there depreciation. There's 3 types. You got physical, functional, and external. And the cost approach that Shannon put together was generated from a software package. It's just a assumption. It's not factual. If I went there and input that data, you might get a different answer. So that's the problem with the cost approach. But I'm asking you, do you got better sales than what they have up here?
No, there, in that particular area, we only found one sale, and one, as you know, you want at least 3. One sale I couldn't put that forward to you in the way of a market determination. So, no, I don't have market sales. And in lieu of that, we looked at the rate of increase elsewhere. And yes, I'd love to have market sales if we had sufficient time, but we didn't.
Well, it appears to me that they, if you're, to me, if we're gonna assess you, we have to go out there and find the best market evidence that we can. And this is the first time I've seen all this, but I'm assuming that they went out and they found the 5 or 6 sales that they thought would be most reflective of this gentleman's property. Unfortunately, you might have some adverse adjustments, but if those are the best sales you got, that's the best you got. But I don't think you want to sit there and put a lot of weight on a cost approach, because number one is you just can't support the depreciation. Depreciation is extracted out of the market, not a computer program.
And I know that you're aware, because you're a licensed certified state appraiser, of the administrative rules in South Dakota and what they say with regards to the tables. The tables are, the appraiser is entitled to rely on those tables. And I think the rules here, I got them here again, in testimony, please.
While you're doing that, could you describe that lot, that 1 acre lot? Is it the 1 acre lot of the subject property? It's about an acre, right?
Yes.
Relative, what else can you tell us about the lot? Is it got a creek or a view?
The creek's not on the lot and doesn't run by the lot. It's down the hill and actually on other properties. But his property ends on the road, and of course there's a bridge there. Let me see if I can bring that up.
Actually not on the water. It's removed from it.
So the creek is downhill from Paul's place, and you can see that here is Rapid Creek, and here's the nearest bridge where it goes. That's a house, that's not water.
Sure.
So it's down the hill from the subject property, and you get to the bridge and there's water there. There's not, the creek's not on the water.
Okay, that was just a question. And then, what's the view like? I always try to look at a view, the view of the lot.
There's trees.
Because when you get up,
I think it's a beautiful view, but not of the city, but of Dark Canyon, and some of there's a hill. The hill is behind the house. Let's do better than that.
It's built on sort of a saddle, you know what I mean? And it's just built on where that saddle sort of levels out. It's about the only, well, it's the obvious place to put it. And then the rest goes downhill. It'd be, difficult to say whether or not you'd put in a decent house without having, quite a downward slope on the east side. As far as the view is concerned, it's largely obstructed by trees. It's a beautiful area, no question. But I don't have a view of the cliff or whatever. I have woods.
can you put the location map up of the comparable sales that you, over by Heisig and 385? One's on Pioneer, one's in Gunderson. I think that's a 55-year-older development.
I'm not sure of that, but yeah, I can bring that up here.
Well, Pioneer, it's just rolling metal. There is no view. It's pretty. That's why I like to sit there and look at the lot on the subject and look at the lot of the comparable sales, because without actually doing a site inspection, I'm just guessing a lot of stuff.
So Ron, can I ask a question? I seen the pictures, the interior, you must have cathedral ceilings done up in pine. Am I correct? I seen the windows that you had, and they look like you have cathedral ceilings on the top, and so are you have tongue and groove pine for your ceiling and for your interior?
I'm not following what you're,
Well,
what,
he's
which
got a
way does my
vaulted
window?
ceiling,
Vaulted,
yes.
yeah,
Vaulted ceiling, and that gives the appearance, the triangular appearance
Okay.
to the windows on the outside.
yeah, I look at more of the pictures than I do what.
Sure.
I guess the point that I'm making is that I'm assuming that the view on the subject property is probably going to be superior than the view of the three X's up there. One, I believe, is in a 55-year or older development. That's Gunderson. Pioneer, I'm familiar with that. That used to be Rolling Hills. That's the name of the subdivision. It's just what it is, just rolling meadow. And I'm not sure what that other X is, but just wanted to get a feel for if that lot went double in assessed value. I'm just trying to get an understanding, some of the methodology employed behind that.
Yeah. Well, it's a huge neighborhood. The neighborhood, for the purposes of tax assessment, is huge. I mean, on the east side, there's the homes that are near Paul and Paul's home. And then as you run west and more west, I think it's an error or not appropriate to be pulling these homes out of these subdivisions this far, High Sega, Thunder Falls, and Johnson Siding, when Paul lives in Dark Canyon.
Well, I'm going to listen to, what the
Let's see what
county
they
has
have
to
to
say.
say.
I just had a couple questions.
That's what I was gonna say. If we could hear from Chelsea and kind of see how she's doing her approach, whether it's cost approach or sales or both. And then we can actually have a conversation with you guys about what her approach is, and then she can explain from what your presentation was, why she came up with what she
And
came
let me set up a question in that regard. Notice that on the market approach that they take, you will see, and I'm pointing it out on here, that they show building cost value $450,000. But on their cost approach, with depreciation, they show $497,378. So my question is, why would you, having the cost analysis already done, and knowing the structure is worth approximately $400,000, add $50,000 onto it on your market analysis? And is the question best answered by, well, 455 is a round up or a round off or something else?
Okay,
Well, sir,
we're going to have Chelsea come up and explain what she did to put this together. Chelsea?
Can I answer that with a one question? ARSD 64.4.04. I'm going to start at the beginning. ARSD 64.04.04 specifically provides,
thank you, Chelsea.
as you know, Mr. Roskinek, that those tables can be used, those depreciation schedule that can be used, and I believe that's what was used here.
Okay, thank you. Chelsea, you're up.
Good morning. So I guess just to jump right into it, my current recommendation is no change. Total value of $552,700, land value at $110,200, and structure value at $442,500. The concern, of course, is the cost approach using Marshall and Swift, and then why that approach went to $450,000. Marshall and Swift does not account for a location that has a higher or lower desirability That determination is completed during our sales verification process, and it determines the cost to build in that specific neighborhood. It is then applied after the fact to the total cost value. In addition, this home has been valued using the market approach, or our sales comparison approach, since 2019. If we take it out of cost, it'll not only negatively impact him because it will increase what the house number is from what we have it assessed at, but it will also de-equalize the neighborhood.
Can you explain that a little better?
Yeah, absolutely.
Kelsey, you're used to this and,
Yeah, absolutely.
do it every day, sir, ma'am.
So I've got a little bracket down there at the bottom of the board form that should be in blue. It'll say Marshall and Swift cost $397,300. And then it'll say Marshall and Swift cost plus the area influence, which is that $450,500. And then the sales comparison, which is what we want to put it at for assessment, at $442,500.
And you listened to how he did the cost to build new, less depreciation plus land value.
Yes.
Why was yours different? And I know we don't go, I don't know, I don't think we go by HUD, BA, or FHA to determine anything for our, using the Marshall and Swift cost analysis. Why is his different than what you came up with?
So those numbers are information that we provided.
Right.
We just have that area influence. We just have said this is the additional cost to be in this neighborhood.
So why wouldn't we, if we have those three cost approach, sales and income approach, and he used cost approach and came up with 507, why is yours different is why I'm trying to say. I know you use Marshall and Swift. Explain why those numbers that he had at the, on his paper, which I have somewhere on this.
So the 507 number
Right.
is a number that's just the straight Marshall and Swift cost.
Okay.
And then land.
Okay.
We don't have any, there's nothing in addition to that market area.
Okay.
That's not there.
So the only
we
thing,
add that later. Sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
No, I
We
interrupted
add that
you.
later after we do our sales verification, where we take a look at all the sales within the neighborhood. And then just to add on top of that, that is why the land changed so heavily. We did notice that land specifically in that upper portion, not close to the creek of Dark Canyon area, was selling differently. And so it did move into a different neighborhood.
So what you're saying is you use cost and sales comparisons in order to get where you were. You just didn't use the cost, new depreciation and land.
Correct.
Both.
Right,
In order
yes,
to
we
make
looked
a
at both.
better determination because cost comparisons were changing in those areas.
Correct. Yep. And if we stick with costs, it'll put him higher. It'll be the total cost value would be 560, 700 as a total instead of the 552, 700.
Other questions, Chelsea?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinen?
so when you look for comparable sales, do you try to find sales, first of all, you try to go to, stay in that location, so you don't have to do a location adjustment. And then you look for sales where the characteristics of the improvements would be similar. So you're comparing a ranch to a ranch, not a ranch to a split foyer. And so I'm assuming that you look for the sales that you felt were most comparable.
I did.
Relative to location and
Yes.
style, design.
Correct. With the neighborhood change for him, it does have one of the nicer homes within that neighborhood. So it was getting tough to find some that were very close to his subject property, and of course stay within the 2021 year and things like that that Mr. Whalen thought were very, very important.
And I'm assuming the database that you use is probably one of the most reliable databases that we got in western South Dakota, because that's what I use. Because I know that if you don't have it, it's probably not out there, because it's got to go through the register of deeds first.
Correct. Yeah, we look at all the certificate of real estates and determine if it's a good sale. It helps us, say, okay, is this something that we need to include in a good market comparison?
And when you look for sales, ideally you want to get 5 that are totally identical, but unfortunately, that's a kind of a unique location, and it's going to be hard to find market evidence.
Correct.
Other questions for Chelsea? Thank you, Chelsea.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. May we be heard? Pardon me?
May we be heard?
Come on up. I just asked you not to be repetitive in what you already presented to us.
No, something new. What I want to question is, so there's this upcharge, perhaps a multiplier, from what I just heard, for a location, perhaps a more desirable location. I think it was referred to as location adjustment, where in the official appraisal book for the state of South Dakota, Marshall and Swift, or Vanguard, do we obtain that location upcharge, that multiplier? And I think that the answer is this: it's discretionary with the appraiser or assessor to say, well, this particular area should have an upcharge, and this one does not. Invites an abuse of discretion. And unless there is verification of that, of how that's implemented in a scientific, repeatable way, I think we're getting in deep water. I also think that when we asked for all their documents so that we could prepare for this hearing, I think we should have received this information about something that's appearing for the first time, as far as we know, and that is the location adjustment. And then I think that any appraiser, and some of you, or at least one of you, will know the error of accepting a market analysis on a market approach which has grossly out of proportion adjustments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would say is if I was a review appraiser and I looked at that,
Pardon me?
I was going to say if I was a review appraiser and I looked at those 5 sales, first thing I'd ask, do you got anything better?
Right.
If there's something better, bring them, then I'd like to see them, because then that changes the whole dynamics. But if that's the best that there is, then that's the best that there is.
I also believe that discretionary abuse wasn't put in play here. Chelsea's been doing this for a while. I've seen her appraised before through Marshall and Swift and some of her properties. I'm not in agreement with that, sir, and the received information. I think if you needed more information from Chelsea, you could have called her at any time. That also your received information, like you said, we didn't have it. So there might have been a different outcome, and we could have talked to Chelsea ahead of time on some of that for her discretionary formula. But we had none of your information ahead of time, to be fair to Chelsea. So you saying discretionary abuse for someone when we don't have that information, that's just your forethought. I believe she's done her due diligence, sir.
I would almost agree with you, Madam Hadcock, but when I asked for all field notes and every calculation that was made, I never saw it. And I did ask, and I did call.
Thank you, sir.
Shannon, do you have something to add to it?
I was just going to add some comments about the location adjustment and the cost approach. And this just a little bit of appraisal information. When in the cost approach to value assumes that a property owner is not going to pay any more for this property than what he can go buy land and build a new house, except for depreciation. And we use cost figures that are accurate, that we've proven are accurate on what it costs to build a house here in Rapid City. But in this cost approach theory, in Rapid, with the costs that we have, it works very well that if you buy land and build a house, it's probably worth what you paid for the land and built the house for. Now, in some locations, because of a superior location, it could easily be worth more. But then there are other places, like Quinn, if you bought land and built a house, it's probably not going to be worth what you just paid to build it. It's worth it to you, you did it anyways. But that's why we have a location adjustment, it's needed. Now, our costs are adjusted across South Dakota. Sioux Falls is using different cost numbers to build a house, because maybe it costs different to build a house in Sioux Falls. It certainly costs different to build a house in Eagle Butte. But there are locations that make a difference in that final value. We have to have that location factor because it doesn't always equal what you bought the land for and built the house.
So Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I have a motion to withhold the 552.7 on this property.
Got a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
And a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
The next property owner is Reeves, and they're not here. Correct. Okay. Scott has a recommendation on that.
Good morning, Scott Dressler, the Equalization Office. This is tax ID 62560, located at 201 Oak Street in Box Elder. The initial assessment on this property mailed out at $176,600. It was then appealed to the Box Elder City Board and lowered to $129,800. After the local level, we appealed it back to get a chance to take a look at it. I did an interior and exterior inspection with the homeowner, taking a look at the property. The number that the local board had moved the property to was only about 3% over last year's value. However, the front end of that building is an addition from last year to this year, so that whole addition was neglected in that number. After the inspection with the property owner and reviewing the area, I do have a recommendation that the owner has accepted, and my recommendation would be a total value of $148,300. That's $9,800 for the land, $94,500 for the mobile home, and $44,000 for the other improvements.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Next property is Chase, and Janelle Chase is here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I don't know what to do first. I've got
Well,
copies for
if you
everybody.
would, if you would like, we can have Derek go ahead first with his information, and then you can follow up.
Okay, do you need the copies I made?
Yes.
Do I hand them out to you?
Sure.
Thank you.
I figured
Thank you.
more is better than not enough.
Thank you.
Thanks, Janelle.
Okay. Go ahead, Derek.
Good morning. My name is Derek Dale, and I'm an appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. And the subject property we are talking about today has a tax ID of 31037, and it is located at 502 East Denver Street in Rapid City. It's within city limits in the North Rapid neighborhood, and it is owned by Todd and Janelle Chase. And I am recommending that the Board of Equalization here uphold an assessed value of $154,900. The subject property, it is a 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom home, 952 square feet, and it is on a slab. There's a 576 square foot detached garage. The house was built in 1931, and it is on a 1/4 acre lot. Comparable sales range in year built from 1917 to 1953, with above-ground square footage ranging from 694 to 1,054. Comps 2 through 4, they do have basements, unlike the subject property. And comp 2 does have a finished basement, and comp 5 is noted as having minimal finish. And what minimal finish is, that could be a drop ceiling, paneling on the walls, possibly painted concrete floors, typically what you see in older homes, or what you could possibly see in older homes. All comps have detached garages ranging from 336 to 576 square feet, except for comp 2, which does not have a garage. Deck and patio square footage, they range from 85 to 447. And qualities of construction, for the comps range between fair and fair plus, with the subject being fair plus. And sale prices range from 135,000 through 200,000. The most comparable sale is comp 1. It is similar in style, size, and garage square footage, and like the subject, it does not have a basement. The biggest difference between this comp is it's in better condition than the subject property. And with the subject property, I've been working with Janelle for the past month or so here, and she provided interior pictures of the home where, after reviewing those, a downward adjustment was made due to the condition, as well as there was a change in total living area. There was an enclosed porch that was previously included in total living area that was changed to an enclosed porch that reduced the total living area. Then another thing I would like to touch on is Janelle. She did provide a comparative market analysis, a CMA from her realtor that indicated a value of 130,000 through 135,000 for the subject property. In that CMA, it was helpful in that they're all sales in North Rapid. They're all from September and October. So they're recent sales that coincide well with our November 1st assessment date. Concerns I had with the CMA is Janelle and her husband purchased the home in November of 2019 for 130,100, I believe. Is that CMA? It doesn't indicate much market appreciation from the sale date to our current housing market. And then another concern is with some of the comparables used in the CMA, they did tend to be smaller than the subject property as well. And with that, again, I would just like to recommend that the assessed value of 154,900 be upheld.
Thank you, Derek. Janelle, I'll just open it with a question, and you can answer that as you make your presentation. But you bought the home in 2019 for 130,000. Have you done any improvements to it?
Actually, they gave us concessions because we had to do some work. So it was a $5,000 concession that we got back after that. Plus, we didn't have enough money to complete the work. There's still some electrical.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see on top of the porch, all of the wires that shouldn't be that low when the wind blows and stuff. But the only thing that we did was we removed the full bath and put in a 3/4 bath.
Okay.
My dad was diagnosed with PSP, a very bad disease, and we had to get rid of the tub for him to be able to get in, do a walk. So it's now a 3/4, and we kind of pieced it together using milk board so I mean, there's no tile, we haven't done anything more than that, and tried to do the best we could maintaining it. The one thing, can I?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay. when I kept getting the emails when I said, whoa, this is like way too much, what's going on? And he brought up the fact that I had new windows, and I'm like, no, the windows have been over 12 years old. They were, when, I believe it was when the roof was done in 2010, and there is on those sheets, it shows a permit. So I thought, well, why weren't those windows already on there when the permit for the new roof and the, so who gets to see the permits? Why is it first now, 12 years later, getting accounted for? The other thing is he mentioned, was it comp 2 was the most comparable, but when you look at it, the total assessed value for comp 2 is 114.9. So, and there, it said it's most, and it was in better shape, so why is that one so much lower, $40,000 lower than the proposed 154 in mine? So I kind of highlight it, you know, you could see all the way across. The only one was comp 3, but they had a major remodel in 2019. So considerably higher in taxes because it did sell for 200,000. But when you look at the others going across the board, if mine is, you know, not as good as comp 2, why am I still higher than them? And then I submitted quite a bit of what I got from the tax website showing all of the different comparables, and you can see, you know, they're newer, they're larger, newer. So I didn't understand why our house is still getting appraised or assessed at more money than the other ones have already been assessed at for 2022. That Derek was very gracious, and after several emails tried to explain to me, I still didn't quite understand why. But so that's why I'm here, because I just don't, when you look at the comparables and see and look at the square footage, look at the age, look at everything, they're still lower than what mine is getting proposed at. Do you see that on the second report? Which is different than the first report we did that I did for the city. So that was just a little, but he's after he did the change of the living area. But the other thing, do we have, oh, you took off East Denver. Oh, that was because it was on there twice, right? I was looking at that first report. Comp
Yeah,
3
I
was
think-
this, was actually the subject. So,
Yeah, right,
okay.
yeah, your own sale essentially.
Okay. So that's what I had in question. Why now am I being, to me, it's penalized for, you know, I don't know how you guys want to, but in layman's term, it feels like I'm being penalized for something that was done 12 years ago, that a permit was assigned for, and you can see on that tax sheet, the property detail tax sheet. Sorry. I'm a little nervous now. What? I was good and calm, and now I'm shaking. So,
Let me interrupt you and ask Trevor a question.
yes.
So on comp 2, Trevor, so apparently that property sold in December of '21. So that isn't a sale comp that you would have had back when you were
That's-
originally doing this for November 1.
Yes, yeah, December 2021 sale, that had no bearing on the 2022 assessed value,
Okay.
because it's as of November 1st, 2021. For comp 2, the sale that was used was from November of 2020.
Okay.
And another thing, and in working with Janelle, initially our assessed value was 173,100. And so that was first appealed by Janelle to the local board of equalization, and the local board changed it to its current amount, 140,000. So in between or after the local board met, that's when Janelle provided the information that led to the change in value from 173,100 to 154,000 900. That was taking into account work done to the bathroom as well as some other interior pictures, condition piece that, that you could see in pictures and that weren't, as you can imagine, in the listing photos when Janelle purchased the home.
Okay. Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair.
Janelle. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I interrupted, so you feel free to go ahead.
Well, I wish I knew I could have sent it, so you, well, you've got it in front of you, but as you can see, I don't know, the work done to the bathroom, to me, you know, that's an expense in our pocket. And then we paid sales tax for all the supplies, and now we got to pay property tax when we went from a full bath to a 3/4 bath. To me, that would bring the value down. And the fact that it was for all these years, for some reason, having the enclosure, but like he said, he rectified that part. But when you look at house to house on that block, I submitted when I emailed him on 411, all of the houses on that block, maybe one was, and it's not on here, but the one across the street sold for 150 something, 153, and they went from assessed value from 163 down to 143. A larger house, a newer house, half finished basement, I think is what he said. And they lowered it down to 143, but mine is still at 153 when I'm a smaller, older, no basement. I'm trying to compare apples to apples as best I can. And when I look at these figures, it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to go with
Mr. Chair,
logic.
Commissioner Ross Connect.
when I always look at things on a per unit. So when you go to the store and you buy a bag of potatoes, they're going to say $2 a pound. And if there's 5 pounds, you're going to pay $10. So I look at buying a house the same way. Your actual living area, and if I understand it, it's 950 square feet. So whoever bought comp one paid $189 per square foot. And comp two, they paid $194, comp three, $189 per square foot, and then comp four, $153 too. So if we go with the recommendation of the county, yours is, would be 190 or 163 per square foot, which would be lower than comp one, which has a smaller garage. It'd be lower than comp two, which doesn't have a garage. It'd be lower than comp three, and it would be above comp four. But when I look at the 163 being lower than three of those comps, and especially comp one, that's how how much are you paying per square foot for actual living area? That's the way I look at it. So I just hope that explains a little bit better that you're lower than three of the comps.
It doesn't, because when you look at the cost per square foot, example, comp one, it says 189 per square foot, but the assessed value is 133.
That's a different matter. I'm just looking at sale prices.
Well, aren't we getting taxed on the assessed value, not per square foot, right?
Okay, but your assessed value is based on what we feel the market value of the home is.
So if the realtor felt that if I didn't doing that CMA, felt that that house is at, well, I would have hoped it would have been 140, and that's what I said in front, and that's when they said, okay, let's do it at 140. But her evaluation of that home with the condition, as you can see, when I got it, they hit a lot of things. And unfortunately, we didn't go through it well enough for my parents.
Well, it might be interesting if you go to 3 realtors and ask them if you're going to list your house, what they would list it for. I'd be curious to see what those numbers are. Say, I'm going to put this house on the market. Could you tell me what you think you could sell it for?
Isn't that
That would probably give you an idea what the market value might be.
But isn't that what the CMA report is, showing what mine would be?
Is that I'm not sure what you were asking these realtors, if you felt what your assessed value should be, or if you felt this would be your, the market value, should you list it on the open market?
I'll make one comment. I understand what you're talking about because I know this area fairly well, and I think Deb does too. Because I bought a property, and the one that I keep saying 60% went up was at two blocks down from you, probably on East Philadelphia. You know, you're on East Denver. And so I understand what you're saying. These are older homes and so forth. I'm kind of curious on these windows. It seems like that seems to be a big permit thing that you bring up, but you normally, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're replacing a window, you don't need a permit as long as it's the same size, the same. And if you're changing the structure of the house, the framing, then you need to get permits, but just to replace window for window, I don't believe there's no permits needed. So that's probably why you're not seeing that on there. And that's something new windows would, when you do a visual inspection, then it would probably come up. They could have been there for 8 years. No, you know, or 4 years, depending on how they bring them. Quite frankly, I'm struggling with this, but for the reason why is because I bought a house in that area, and I paid over 200,000 for it, and of course I got double the square footage that you got. But do we have it? Can we do a street view? I'm curious. I'd like to see the street view because the neighborhood, from one neighborhood to another in that area, makes a big difference to me because I've looked at some properties.
While they're looking that up, the fact of the window, then why do you need a roof permit? Because you're not changing.
Roofing that's from the city because they put that in ordinance because we have these hailstorms and we get multiple people from out of the state coming in all at once. So it's.
Okay. Well, that's when I was from the previous owner and friend of the previous owner was when that roof was replaced. The hail damage also did the windows, and that's why they did the windows 12 years ago as well. It's not the best
Okay, so you're a
neighborhood.
block off of East North Street then?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going down,
So Mavericks is, right, Mavericks is catty corner?
Yep.
on Scene Street. Oh, yep, you're on the block of Mavericks then.
It is not the best.
Mavericks on that corner.
I actually last Easter witnessed a murder behind there, which was scary because then he started following us and we kept driving in the car and trying to help the police say he's down this alley following.
So your alley's in the back of Mavericks.
Yep, we get stuff thrown over the fence. We found knives. We get graffiti. We get the gangs signing off on stuff. We've had drug paraphernalia stuck in the bushes. We've had people trying to sleep behind our garage. Let me tell you, if I knew it was like that, I would not have, would have left my parents in Arizona and not brought them, but until I found a decent neighborhood. But I did the best I could to provide for them for a home.
So, Janelle, the county is suggesting that it be 154.9. The city board took it to 140. Is that what you're asking it to be, is at the 140?
Yes, sir.
So we got a difference of about $15,000 is what we're talking about.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I'll make a motion to split the difference between the 140 and 154.9.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
That'd be 147,450.
147,450.
And Chairman, why?
Pick that out by lot and.
Yes, and land. Why he's doing that, I'm about a block from you, and there's some properties on that block that haven't had anything done, almost right, like 2 houses down, going west, nothing. Hasn't been painted, it hasn't been mowed, it has garbage on the one next to us. Lloyd was right, if the area is cleaned up, my motel is over by, and we did clean ours up, then there's a difference, but there still needs to be a lot of changes in that neighborhood. And Derek, you're not way off on this. I just think, Ron's right. If you split the difference on there, it gives it a little bit of a break because that neighborhood, we are trying to clean up and it's doing better.
Yeah.
But she still is over by Maverick in an area that really, and across the street has the, Stardust Motel and some other things. It's not the most desirable spot, to own a house right now.
So the motion would be, improvements, 116,350, and land, 31,100, for a total of 147,450.
Need it rounded
She needs it
up.
rounded.
147.
I have 116,4 and 31,1. Is that for 147?
Right.
5.
Yep.
Or 147.
Okay.
So what's the total, what's the final number?
Would you say
140
147,5?
Yep.
Yes.
That's what I got.
147.5, okay.
That's rounded.
That's the motion and the second? Ron, that's your motion, is the
That's- yeah.
147.5?
147.5.
And Deb, that's your second?
Yes,
Okay. All those in favor of the motion and the second, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim.
That neighborhood is coming around though. All those areas, there's some really nice blocks in there, so.
We have wonderful neighbors. Gabe, our neighbor, and across the street, they look out for my mom because she's still with the, but, my husband has helped accosted criminals by tackling them through our garage.
I've seen them laying by your, fence lot.
It's something else, and
Yes, Miss Chelsea.
thank you for your time.
Or Miss
Thank you.
Janelle.
The next on the list is Kirstead, but he's not here. We expect. Oh, sorry. Okay. In jail.
We knew it. That's what I thought when you came in quick.
Okay. We were just going to bump ahead on the schedule.
Do you want me to step aside and wait for
No.
the person there?
No, the one after you is an attorney, and the longer we can make him wait, the better.
Looks like a noonie too.
So Chelsea, do you want to start this one out?
Okay, so we're gonna be talking about tax ID 22681, owned by Robert and Alicia, located at 2922 Tomahawk Drive. It's about 500 feet east of Arrowhead Golf Course and near the crossroad of Arrowhead Drive and Tomahawk Drive. Current recommendation is the value be set back to its original assessment value of $351,100, with land value at $59,900 and structure value at $291,200. The concern here is of the Oxford Sober Living Home across the street. This is a house that currently houses 9 men that are progressing from an addict's lifestyle to a sober lifestyle. The Kirkstads advised that they would need to disclose the sober living home if they were to ever sell the home. The sober living home on Tomahawk Drive was purchased in August and occupied as of October 2021. Unfortunately, this length of time is not adequate to properly collect data and determine if that specific element has a negative impact on its market value. Moreover, an additional Oxford home was purchased and occupied as of February of 2021. This home has had more exposure to the market and has not negatively impacted its area in regards to sales. Since its presence, there have been 4 sales within a 2-block radius of the sober living home. The concern that the Kirkstads have is definitely something that we can watch for, and it is something that has happened in Rapid in the past, but currently right now the market is not showing that. It needs to be negatively impacting homes directly near it.
Okay, so your number is,
My number is the 351,100,
okay, so you're going back.
back to its original assessment, yes.
Local board had gone to 292.1.
Yep, that was the prior years, correct.
Okay. Alicia, you're up.
Thank you. And I apologize, I'm not super prepared. My comments when I spoke in front of the city were focused on the fact that we had spoken with several realtors that advised that we would need to disclose the Oxford Living house that is across the street and one house up. We're zoned single family. They advertise that there's 9 males living in the house, which is a violation of the ordinance. There's never been a conditional use permit on that property asking to be a sober living or a boarding house are in essence operating in violation of the city ordinance, which we've taken up with the city as well. I'm not sure what's been done on that standpoint. And I understand the question is value and what I can show for value. I can't show because I'm not selling my house right now, but we have spoken to people about how this would impact our house. And we were advised that disclosing it would be a requirement on our part and certainly on our realtor's part. And this is a single-family home that is just around the corner from Meadowbrook Elementary School. And I don't know of many single families that are going to want to move into a house what was a 3-bedroom house that has 9 males living in it. So I believe it's negatively impact, or at least not accounted for the increase that they were seeking to put on our property in value. So
Alicia, are you asking us to uphold the city, or are you looking at a different number?
I'm asking you to uphold the city, which I think was recommending no change from the year prior. It's my recollection.
Okay, so the 292.1 was also the 2021?
Yes, that was last year's assessment, correct.
Okay. Okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm asking for the higher number.
Okay.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
I guess I was a little confused because I thought you were saying you were running the sober house at the beginning of this, so, but you're saying the sober house that has a deal you feel affects your property value if it was to sell.
If we were to list our house for sale, or what our property value is today is negatively impacted by the Oxford house that is across the street from our house.
That's what I was trying to clarify, because I got a little confused on the beginning of that, because I'd have to listen to Ron probably if something like that, because I know in my neighborhood, a children's home in our block area, and I can't say that's affected our property values and where I live, we go from mobile homes on quarter acres to townhomes and then stick-built homes. It's actually pretty progressive how it was designed, but we also have a children's home that's closest to our park also. And I haven't heard, this is the first time I've heard somebody saying that something along those lines would affect my property values.
A boarding house for 9 adults in a single family home, I think is different than, and I don't know where you live. I don't know what the children's home, because I know there's a couple different things. I also know that Black Hills Works has homes, but they operate in conformance with the ordinance. And so that's part of the issue is 9 adults living in a single bedroom house is negatively impacts the neighborhood in that I don't know what families that are going to want to live across the street from, it's a 3-bedroom house with 9 grown-ups living in it that are unrelated.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I don't have the data to support that it will negatively impact because I haven't listed my house for sale. I just know that realtors say I have to disclose it. And if you have to disclose anything on your house, it negatively impacts the value of it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskar.
what's the size of the house?
Size of the Oxford house or the?
No, the subject property.
The subject property, okay. Let's see. (1,268 square feet).
And just so you know, I live over by Vicky Powers Park, down the street from Lowe's and close to Lakota Homes and that areas.
So who owns the house with the multiple tenants?
Do you want me to answer or you want to answer?
Go
Because
ahead.
I did some research on that. It's a corporation that is registered with the Secretary of State in South Dakota, but the primary members of the corporation reside, I think, in Washington State.
So they're legally, that use would be allowed?
The use of the house as 9 people violates the ordinance. It's 5 unrelated, no more than 5 unrelated individuals should reside within the city limits in a single family residential district.
So has anybody filed a complaint?
I have. And I haven't received any feedback.
When I talked to Kinsley over at the city attorney's office, I got a very long answer that said they interpret the ordinance to be 5 blood relatives can live in one household and 5 non-blood relatives can live in a household. But it is not an ordinance, and this answer I got from code enforcement was that it is not an ordinance that they enforce because they can't ask for birth certificates. And
So when you went in front of the city, it was this, that was their rationale for lowering it down to 292.1?
I was the only one that spoke in front of the city, and yes, I think they just recommended no change based on the concern that people violating the ordinance across the street that would have to be disclosed would negatively impact my real estate values.
Can we see the property across the street that she was talking about, Deb? Was that blue one?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
I wouldn't be able to tell. There was 9 people in there, plus they keep that property pretty well kept.
Well, and that's a 2000, I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's a 2018 photo. They didn't occupy the home until October of 21.
Okay, and we don't have a recent?
No.
So do each one of those drive a vehicle?
Typically, at any given point, there are, well, this morning, when their truck started up at 6 o'clock, which is fine, I'm awake, I'm not complaining
Yeah.
about that, get up and go to work. There are anywhere from 3 to 5 cars parked in front of the house. And I think it varies, there's a couple of the gentlemen that walk to the bus station and catch, which it's a long bus, or a long walk to get to the bus place, but there are vehicles that are parked in front.
I guess in appraisal, we'd call that external obsolescence. It's a matter of something that's external to your property that you really can't control, and it doesn't seem like you can control it, so I'll go the same route that I did before. I'll split the difference with the county and the city, if I can get a second.
We're looking at you.
You're asking me if I want to negotiate. I'm just asking you guys to make the right decision for the value. I don't know, and I'll certainly accept whatever, the commission determines, but so whatever you guys decide is fair, I think.
Well, I'm trying to figure out that everybody else's properties went up and hers hasn't changed from last year.
No one else appealed. I should have gotten the
Right.
entire neighborhood
And,
too, but.
well, the other thing is that my businesses are next to the same kind of stuff that she's talking about. It hasn't made my business and my property go down. I got the Triangle Fraternity puts couches in their things and does some crazy stuff and has a lot of music. And then you have the home that you have a lot of people that the mission uses. And I'll just tell you, and I've been in my neighborhood for a long time and hasn't impacted the price of my home or anybody else's around it. So I'm trying to figure out, you have 9 people across the street that if I could see if your crime went up and these people were doing bad things in your neighborhood and you could prove all that, that'd be a little bit different. But you haven't went up, and you said you're shaking your head, no, the crime didn't go up or anything else.
I don't have crime statistics
Right.
as far as what's happened since I've moved in. And I would note it is a sober living house.
Right.
Like and I'm a criminal defense attorney. When I said I was in jail, I really was. I was visiting my clients in jail.
Okay.
Okay, I believe in what they're doing. I also believe in the message that if you want people to be on their right track, you comply with the law.
Right.
And the law is no more than 5. And if they complied within the 5, I don't think I'd have a leg to stand on in here as far as how it negatively impacted my vehicles.
Miss Chelsea talked about that the law was 5, and then 5 blood and 5 not. You would have most of the people that I grew up with or otherwise in a lot of the homes in South Dakota or Rapid City area even that aren't complying, especially right now.
All I know is
because of our heritage and our people and the way I grew up, we had 11. We didn't have, some of that is affordable. So, ma'am, I'll disagree to change the assessment. I think Chelsea, again, did this right. I understand what you're saying about the 9 people, but I'll keep saying, next door to me, they have the same thing, going on. But I don't get to negatively be impacted by it, I guess, because in general, I think if that's gonna be the case, then we're gonna have a lot of people coming in with that same argument. So I can't set precedent that way for myself.
So
If I
Chelsea?
may I speak just
Sure.
for one moment? Two things. Triangle fraternity, I think, spent, what, 100 years?
You ever
So the negative impact of that fraternity would have been felt earlier on. Okay, and I do think it impacts. I don't think single families that want to move in next to a really good school district are going to move next to this triangle fraternity. So I disagree that it impacts. Two, the house across the street, while they don't enforce the ordinance, advertises that it violates the ordinance. The family that lives down the street that needs to have grandmas and cousin and your aunt and somebody else living in the house to pay the bills, that's not what this is. This is a willful violation of a city ordinance that advertises across the street from my house and it impacts my property value.
Mr. Chair.
Chelsea, do you know what the city's conversation was when they made the recommendation or passed the motion to take it back to last year's?
I do not know how that conversation ensued, and the minutes did not express anything in addition to that.
So Alicia, I'll ask you, can you relate what the city, how they justified doing that?
Some people, they express the concern as far as the code violation across the street and how it impacted, and how the fact that we would have to disclose it, would impact would impact my property, the property value. And it's not like a fraternity that's obvious, right? Except for if they came on a weeknight and they saw all the cars parked out front. But right now it looks like a single family house. But there was some discussion, Ms. Drew, expressed some concern because there's bed and breakfasts, but I assume they comply with the ordinance and register with the city because they're a business. And so there was some concern, but there wasn't really a lot of discussion outside of my comments.
So Chairman, we should change the assessment based on people's code violation now? If they are in code violation for their property or getting assessed or anything else, that property should be changed to reflect that? I guess I'm not getting that. So this is a code violation. Other people in the city or the county that are in code violation, do they get their assessment or their property tax dropped? I don't think so.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Laster.
I think I have to echo that. I think unfortunately, it's an ordinance violation. None of the other homes went down. They stayed the same or went up. And when it comes down to it, the city's allowing the ordinance violation. I think your battle's with the city. That's the point of contention, is the city, not the county, in that aspect of it. They're allowing that to happen when it violates the ordinance. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I understand that you are. I believe there's recourse for you to be able to take that and move forward against the city violating the ordinance, the ordinance violation should not impact the value of your home. The way I'm seeing this.
Right. The city is not violating the ordinance, that they are allowing people to violate the ordinance that reside across the street. I'm here because it impacts the value of my house, and this is my recourse for disagreeing with how the tax assessment's been. And I think it's inaccurate because of the nature of how the neighborhood has changed. I can't speak to the other people that didn't appeal. They should have. I should have knocked on every one of my neighbors' doors and then we would have, but I came here because I disagree with the increase. I was asking for no change, no increase, just what it was before. Maybe we let this flush out, see if a few other houses in the neighborhood sell, if their houses sell, you guys adjust and put us back up where we should be.
So Deb, do you have the differences in the other houses in the neighborhood? How has their evaluations changed besides Miss Alicia?
Yeah. And I do apologize. We won't have that information at hand. The information that I do have is the sales from the other Oxford home that's on Arizona Street that's had more exposure, that's still showing sales.
Okay, so people are moving into the area knowing that the Oxford House there, because they have to disclose it. They sold it that way. Depends if it was a corporation. You said your other neighbors aren't appealing it. A lot of times they'll appeal it for the same reason, or they'll give complaint to the city the same way. But their adjustments weren't adjusted, except for you because you're here. They're not complaining because they don't think there's an issue, or they just didn't want to come here. I guess I can't have you speak for them, but I guess if I was thinking it was that bad in my neighborhood, or those people were causing due stress or undue stress for my neighborhood, I could tell you there would be a lot of complaints to the city and otherwise, and you wouldn't be selling Oxford houses in neighborhoods without people still having sales throughout their extended neighborhoods as well. So
I like Ron's suggestion of splitting it again. So I'd make a motion that we do 262.6 with 57.1 on the lot, 2055 on the house.
Gary, is that 57.9 or 59.9?
what's your total?
I mean, on the lot.
57.1, isn't it?
Yep.
That's a local board.
Well, that was both. That was a recommendation from the, oh, is it not?
If we split, I think you want to go to the 59.9, which would be what we have it
Oh,
for.
I see, I see.
So it'd be 261,700 for the improvements and 59.9 for the land.
What was your total, Ron?
321,600.
321,600. And that's the land at 59.9 still?
59.9 for the land and 261,700 for the improvements.
And that was Gary, you.
I'd make that as a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
3-2.
Thank you.
Next property's RCSD Associates. Mr. Nooney is representing that property.
Hello, Trevor once again from the Equalization Office. The property being appealed here is tax ID 52211 and is owned by RCSD Associates LLC. The address is 900 Concourse Drive, Rapid City in 57703. It's located out in the Rushmore Business Park. It's located off of Elkville Road near East Highway 44. The building is the former Synchrony Financial Call Center. It was built in 2000 and has an office complex consisting of 75,751 square feet, and it sits on 8 acres of land. The assessed value that went out this year was $6,690,800. This was a decrease of 0.93% from last year, and this property was appealed to the local board. They lowered it to the $4,520,000. This value is what is indicated on an appraisal that was submitted by the appellant. The subject property last sold in 2017 for $7.25 million and has about $3 million of tenant improvements added after the sale. The assessed value when it went out had an adjustment to help account for some obsolescence in the current market for this size of office complex, and it was done prior to the assessment notices going out. I requested income and expense information for the subject property. It was denied. I requested both historical and current lease rates. Those were also denied. So I reviewed regional data and discussed data for our local market with a commercial agent regarding income, expense, and vacancy. I interviewed a local agent that had been listing a competing property. And I also reviewed the in-depth marketing that was performed for the subject property that is indicated by the submitted appraisal. So the subject property was most recently listed for sale at $8 million in August of 2021 and was on the market for 308 days. I would like to note that this is most likely not enough market exposure for this type of property. Even in the appraisal that was submitted, they indicate a 2 to 3 year time frame for market exposure for a property. However, to say it didn't sell and therefore has no demand, it appears incorrect. You know, there is a competing property that is at 1450 Concourse Drive. That has been listed for 2 to 3 years and has had no action on that. So that does indicate that there is some softening in our market for this type of property. I wanted to look at sales to see what the market was really indicating for this type of property. However, we're really looking for what happened to the market for this type of property post-COVID. And we really don't have a whole lot of market information for that. And the reason I'm looking for post-COVID information is a lot of these large call centers, they've had their tenants pull out because people are starting to work from home and they went to a different business model. If you look at pages 2 to 7 of my information, you'll see the comparable sales that were used for the sales for the comparable sales approach. 5 sales were found for the subject property. All of them were call centers at the time of sale. 2 of the sales are in Rapid City, 1 being the subject property, and 3 of them were in Sioux Falls. The only sale that could indicate any effect from COVID is really the one that sold here in Rapid City, the 3330 Jaffa Garden Way, which sold for $5.1 million in March of 21. Unfortunately, this sale is a brand new building that was built to suit. So there could be not as reliable information on that since it was built for the current tenant. It's also 27,000 square feet, which is about a third the size of the subject property. When I review these sales, they indicate a value for the building of $88.81 per square foot, and you add the land value into that, and it indicates $7,250,100. They do indicate a higher square foot value than what is assessed. But again, they don't show the market activity as of current post-COVID influence. There would be a lot of speculation as to what the adjustment would be to make for changes in the market, as we're lacking local sales for this type of office building that are current year. So it was determined that for this property, with the indication that lease rates have decreased and vacancy has increased, that the income approach should be used to see if there's an indication of value that is alternate from the sales comparison approach here. So I have just a brief overview of the numbers on that on page 1 of the packet. The subject is currently listed for lease as an executive center offering private offices, cubicles, and conference rooms. And the lease rate is unknown as that was not shared with me. The subject property had a lease in place as of the legal assessment date. However, that was through December 31st of 2021, and the tenant had already left the property. But the lease was still in place as of the assessment date. Typical vacancy in our area for office buildings, generally we see about 8 to 10%. However, this is much larger than the average size of office building. Regionally, vacancy rates are indicating 17.1%. And we conservatively used a 20% vacancy to account for the additional vacancy that is going to be affecting these larger office buildings. We can't just look at the subject property alone and say it's vacant, so it's 100% vacant. We have to use market rates. So with the number that I used, we were looking at regional rates and going higher than what we were seeing with the smaller office complexes to be conservative. As I have limited data to work with, I opted to use the triple net lease for the subject property since I didn't have actual expenses or anything to review. It appears that a typical range would be about $7 to $8 per square foot for this type of property as far as the lease goes. And a listing from August of 2021 indicated 7.15, so $7.15 triple net lease for the subject property is what they were listing it for. This seemed reasonable, and that was the number that was used. There were also some expenses accounted for, such as common area maintenance, and a cap rate of 8% was used. The indicated value for the subject property from the income approach is $5,307,900, which is my recommendation. I do have some notes regarding the appeal that was, or regarding the appraisal that was submitted. First of all, there isn't any development of the cost approach or income approach to this property. The appraisal does indicate that COVID-19 impacted the market for the subject property. However, the two comparable sales used to reconcile the value were from 2018, which is before COVID existed. There was no market adjustment made. If the best sales being used were from 2018, then why are we not considering the 2017 sale of the subject property for $7.25 million? The sales comparison approach was the only approach developed in the appraisal, and the comparable sales used have a range per square foot between $12.26 and $153.95 per square foot, which is a 1,200% spread. Page 95 shows the reconciliation, and the two most comparable sales in the grid were $48.84 a square foot and $77.27, but the reconciliation was 50. I would like to add that the sale for $48.84 per square foot was a property with 46% of its square footage as an industrial use, not office space. I would also like to point out that the middle of this of these values is $63 a square foot, not 50, and my recommendation is at $63.17. So I developed the three approaches to value, determined the best way to account for this softened market would be to utilize the income approach to value, just because we were lacking that information in the market sales. And my recommendation again is the $5,307,900, which is $522,700 for the land and $4.7852 on the structure.
Mr. Chair.
Was there any justification given that they would not respond to your request for the information?
The answer that was given to me was basically the previous lease information didn't matter because it's vacant now.
And it became vacant when?
It became vacant, I believe they left in September,
Okay.
But the lease was in place to December.
Okay. Commissioner Roskinick.
So when this property last sold, it sold lease fee estate, not fee simple. That means the folks that bought this property, basically, they were looking at an investment. They were looking at an annuity, an income stream. And a call center, once they vacated that, I don't see a demand for call centers. If you look at the building diagram, that is a very specific use that if that was heavy industrial and you had 20-foot walls and I-beams, you'd have people standing in line trying to buy that. This thing here, I just really see going to have some problems trying to find a potential buyer. And so I call that functional obsolescence. So if you do a cost approach, how do you determine what the functional obsolescence is without using matched pairs to extract that information? And the income approach, if there's no demand for call centers, then how do you know it'd just be kind of a crapshoot trying to determine what you think that thing could rent for. If this building was totally gutted and totally open, it'd be more marketable right now than it is in this layout. Mr. Simpson's probably one of the best appraisers commercial in western South Dakota. And in his report that I read this morning, he relied heavily on Chris Long, who's probably one of the most respectable commercial real estate agents in Rapid City. And so as an appraiser, when you have problems trying to work these problems out, the best source that I can go to would be somebody like Chris Long, because he's the one that's out there getting the phone calls, And also, if you look at this, Mr. Gunnarsson out of Sioux Falls for Bender Real Estate, there's extensive interviews with him, and his, this report is missing every other page, so I can't read the whole report, but in Simpson's report, it says if you go through the addenda, there's 25-page documentation from Mr. Bender on the problems that he had trying to market this particular property. And then we can go back to the La Crosse Street facility that we sold a few years ago. And I thought, this is what it was worth. We had Mr. Simpson do the appraisal, and he used the same methodology that he did here, and it was sticker shock for us. But when it come down to it, that's what we sold it for. So, in defense of Ken, I just want to say that I don't have a problem with this final number.
And just to respond a little bit on that, I did speak with Chris Long as well. He was the listing broker for the competing property, so I had a long discussion with him as well in trying to determine proper vacancy and lease rate as well. So my problem was with the sales. I was able to find all call centers for the sales that I was able to use, but I really did see that there's a softening in this market, and I could not determine from the sales what that adjustment should be. I felt that it was a very speculative adjustment, which is why I relied on the income approach.
No, there's no doubt about it. It's a very specific property, and how we normally value them is we try to get a range. We could sit there and say, this one is definitely better. This one's definitely worse, and nobody disputes that. The result is you get 40, 45 years of appraisal experience, and they make a decision, and it's just based on that experience is where that number finally comes from. But there's not enough data out there to quantify a particular adjustment, so we call it the bracketing, and it's very common when you have to appraise properties like this.
Any other questions of Trevor before we move
Trevor?
on?
How long have you been doing this appraising on commercial property?
On commercial,
Or not appraising, assessing?
assessing in general, about a decade. With commercial, I've been teaching courses on it for a number of years, but actually doing this is about a year. So.
Okay. And based on the sales from 2018, there was no market comparison, you said. But if you took the 2017 one that there was, it would have sold for $7 million back before COVID. Or
Yes,
it did sell.
what I was saying with that statement
Okay,
was that
if you would.
their two primary sales that they used to bracket the value was from 2018, which was prior to COVID, but they were stating that COVID was an issue affecting the value. And my question was, why did they not consider the 2017 sale of the subject property if they're using 2018 sales to justify the value?
Right.
Now, Ross Connect did mention that there was a lease in place when that sold, and that is true.
Right.
So.
For the comparison for 2017 because of COVID?
Well, in 2017, when their property sold, it was leased. So when it was a leased fee sale, so I do understand that there was a lease in place.
So how long has the building been vacant before it was leased? Or has it been vacant ever?
The building, I don't know previously how much it had been vacant, but I believe they left, correct me if I'm wrong, in September, the tenant did.
Yeah, it would have been September of that year.
21.
That was notifying that they were going to vacate. The lease did not end until December 31st of 21.
Okay,
it was, 14 months. Actually, they just up and left. They paid the lease, and since that time, there's been.
So the building's never been vacant, sir?
Excuse me?
So the building's never been vacant?
No, it has been vacant.
Before then?
Yes.
For the 14 months. How long was it vacant, sir, before then?
Synchrony began the lease in September of 2016. It was a 5-year lease.
Okay.
But then they essentially terminated the lease early, paid, but actually vacated 14 months prior to the 5-year term expiring. So just for easy terms, they left about a year before the lease actually expired.
So it's been a leased building since then, except you leased it till 21. They didn't stay in there they only stayed in there till September, but this building has always been leased. It's just frequently for the last 4 months that it's been open.
I'm not sure prior to my client, RCSD Associates LLC, what the lease would have been, but our clients purchased it for, as Mr. Roskonnect identified, it was a lease via state, so it was simply for, to have a long-term tenant, and that long-term tenant has since vacated.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of Trevor?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Commissioner.
I'll just point out, Gary and I were at a meeting a few days ago with the mayor of Rapid City, the mayor of Box Elder, and some others. And Larry Larson, the mayor of Box Elder, made a statement because we were talking about going to 4-hour workdays, and he made a statement. He didn't identify exactly what the property was, but he indicated that it was a call center, and that they just picked up and left and shut the doors. And even their headquarters in Memphis, it sounds like they did the same thing. But they're getting away from the brick and mortar, and they're going to getting people home that can basically do the same thing and not have to sit there and pay the cost to have brick and mortar, the utilities and the maintenance and the whatever, the taxes. So I don't know if it's the same facility, but I just find it kind of ironic that it kind of supports the idea that these call centers are they're going to be an obsolete property. Maybe not now, but the ones that are there, I don't see them lasting forever.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. By way of introduction, my name is Jared Nooney. I'm an attorney at the Nooney and Sway Law Firm here in Rapid City, South Dakota. And our law firm represents RCSD Associates LLC, who owns the subject property, tax ID number 52211, the address commonly known as 900 Concourse Drive, Rapid City, South Dakota 57003. I'll try not to be redundant here with what Mr. Adworthley has talked about, but a couple of things that I think are really important. I know we're all tired of hearing about COVID and the pandemic, and I personally am, but I think we need to focus here on what the market value of the current property is today. COVID has changed things. So, for example, Mr. Roskinek has identified these large call centers, whatever, the type of customer service or call center that they're providing. That structure has changed as a whole. So there are a lot of people, even here in South Dakota, that do work remotely now. They have the ability to work from home, and that allows their employer to avoid, as Mr. Roskinek has identified, to avoid the brick and mortar costs, meaning you don't incur the lease or the expense of paying the mortgage on a property. You don't incur the taxes or the utilities, essentially the operating expenses that would be incurred if you had a call center for those employees. I know specifically from talking to the client had even offered to reduce the lease to nearly $4 per square foot, nearly cut his lease in half, offering Synchrony Financial to renew the lease another 5-year period. And that was when they'd already identified that they were going to vacate. The message that the client has informed me, a member of the LLC, he said that Synchrony just said, we allowed our employees during COVID to work remote, and they're much more happier doing that. So we're going to continue to allow them to do that. So the big thing is this comes down to what the market value is. Obviously, has been identified. The 5-year term began in September of 2016. The 5-year term would have ended December 31st of 2021. Synchrony vacated. They'd identified the client in September of 2020 with their notice to vacate, telling them we're not going to breach the contract, we will continue to pay, but we're going to be out of here. They were out in November 15th of 2020, I believe, was the date. There's been substantial efforts to lease this property, as was mentioned. Mr. Long, as well as I believe Mr. Gustafson out of Sioux Falls with Bender Realty, they have tried to market this property. This property was a specific, purpose use. It was designed specifically for a call center, and that demand is just no longer present. The only other option, as Mr. Roskinek has identified, is if this was a light industrial building, but it would cost millions of dollars for RCSD Associates LLC to convert to a light industrial, and that's just not financially feasible. If we go back to, it would have been, I believe, March 24th of this year, I presented this matter for the subject property to the local board. The local board agreed with Mr. Simpson's assessment. Ken Simpson, as Mr. Roskinek has identified, is probably one of the most respected appraisers in western South Dakota, if not South Dakota as a whole. Mr. Simpson did a due diligence search of what he did. I understand he went through all the sales, and there are sales that are inferior and there are sales that are superior. So you have to get to what the market is and what the property here is actually worth. The local board did adopt Mr. Simpson's appraisal for a total value of $4,520,000, with the building being at $3,997,300 and the land being at $522,700. And that's what I would ask today, is that the local county commissioners adopt Mr. Simpson's valuation as is identified in the appraisal, and as is the county board did, for a total number of $4,520,000, which is the fair market value of the subject property to date.
Any questions from the board? Trevor, your recommendations, what your recommendation is?
My recommendation again is $5,307,900. That's $522,700 for the land and $4,785,200 on the structure.
My motion.
For Trevor's.
Trevor's.
We have a motion.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Okay, Mr. Laster.
I'm actually familiar with this property because someone approached us for our nonprofit to potentially move in there, and not necessarily at that lower rate, but even if it was possible for us to move, not the whole building, there was a conversation of several entities trying to move into it. But seeing the amount of work that would have had to been done, it wasn't even feasible for our nonprofit to consider a small piece of that. So that's why it kind of concerns me that it's still staying kind of high, because I do believe it's a specialty piece of property. I'm just struggling on the final cost on that. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just trying to struggle in that aspect. If it's built for a specific business model that's, as we are seeing, is probably not coming back, then whoever even owns it, if they're going to try to cut pieces out of it and sell or lease to other entities, there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done to even make it accommodate what they're trying to do. And only because I'm familiar with what was proposed. So,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I'm going to make a motion to go with Mr. Simpson's appraisal, $4,520,000 with 52,000.
Got it?
270 for the land.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a second. Further discussion?
Yes. Thank you,
Commissioner
Lloyd.
Adcock.
So, Mr. Nooney, when you appraised this, or you had it appraised, do they consider the costs of the remodel? Is that the issue? Because because you're saying call center. I'm saying if that was my building, the main issue, like Travis said, would be to remodel or to do something in there that I could sell it for that price. So before it was a call center, was it a call center before, when in 2017?
To my knowledge, yes. And Mr. Simpson did talk about, converting it, so retrofitting the subject property to light industrial. There wasn't a figure or a number that was given, but I know it's been talked about in the ballpark of, a couple of $1 million. I don't know what that looks like, but to the client, that it's not financially feasible. I mean,
So Trevor, you compared to call centers, and I agree that the call centers are probably going more obsolete because people are doing, in fact, I have friends doing the same thing Mr. Nooney is talking about, Mr. Simpson is saying. So did you appraise it thinking in reality, when you were doing comparisons of other call centers, or just the building with the parking lot, and knowing that probably a call center is not going to be in there, and there's going to probably be, it needs to be used as something else? Or did you just do a across the board comparison of call centers?
With looking for comparable sales, I tried to find the most similar property that was out there, and I was ultimately trying to find market evidence from call center sales that indicated a need to reduce the value of this property.
Right.
The one current sale that we have in our local market is the 3330 Jaffa Way that sold for the 5.1 million, and that is a call center. Yes, it was built to suit, but I do think that there's still a market for them. I don't think they're totally obsolete, but as I noted earlier, we did already have an adjustment on this building for obsolescence because there is an issue in the market regarding these. There is some obsolescence on these structures. So, but I primarily focused on the call centers trying to find indication from the market as far as what it is telling us for the value.
Thank you for that answer, Trevor.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I was hesitant to go to that 4.5, but after listening to some of the comments and thinking back, as we talk about these call centers and what's our future in the community, what's going to happen. And we've got 2 remodels coming up of buildings that, changing them over from one thing to another and having to cut out the concrete to move the plumbing. It's a lot of cost, a lot of labor into doing that. After listening to Mr. Laster, just be able to use that building for something else, your cost to cut up, put a wall up, move a bathroom to meet the needs, those are and make it into separate units for the whole place, which would probably be the best use for it at this point in time. But that's why I went with this. And I think by next year, we'll probably have a good handle on where that market is.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
one more thought. Do I think it should be as low as 4 million, what was said for the first and second? No, maybe not as high as what Trevor is, just because of the market of some of the call centers. But I think there needs to be adjustment a little bit, but I think if you were using that property in 2017 for 7 million, there's got to be somewhat of a adjustment in there, I understand, because of call centers, but I think like you said, he did the obsolescence. I understand and appreciate that appraisers do their job as well. That's a positive, but also I think there's a common ground in there where both of that comes into play with assessments and somewhat of appraisals as well. Because if everything was based on appraisals, I think we'd be a lot different here today, because those properties, in most cases, in houses and other places, would be a lot bigger. So,
Mr. Chair,
that's my point.
when Ken signed that appraisal, he followed a certificate of value. I mean, basically, when he signed it, he was signing his integrity. He was, and if you read the report, there's pages and pages of documentation that he explains the problems with this particular property. And I was up at 5 this morning and read it, and therefore I just have to stick with his number, because he put a lot of work into that, made a lot of phone calls, and I respect that. And when you sign your name, it's pretty important. He certified that that's, to the best of his knowledge, that's what he thought his opinion of value was.
So, Mr. Chairman, I can respect that, but you're saying the same thing about a guy that does equalization. Everything you said about appraisers is about our equalization office too. So, in fairness, he's done his due diligence, he's done his work, and Trevor is well recognized for his appraisals as well. So, or his equalization and he just said he's been doing this for a decade. So that goes both ways. And like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong in one sense, Mr. Roskinick, but that goes both ways. So you can talk about appraisers, but you've got equalization doing the same thing. And I'm not against and saying the integrity of that appraiser is bad. I'm saying we have a commonality here that I believe shouldn't be 4 million. And maybe not as high as 5. So I think when you're talking about it, I appreciate that you are an appraiser, and I respect that, but I also respect the opinion and trust that our assessors are just as good as appraisers.
Mr. Chair, and I won't dispute that, Commissioner Hadcock. All I'm saying is that I think Mr. Simpson went a little more in depth in his final decision. I don't know how many pages are here, but there's a number of pages, so can focus. I'm just going by the context of his report. He put a lot I'm just gonna say, to me, it's a little more in-depth. I'm not saying neither, both appraisers are great appraisers, but I'm just saying he was asked to go a little more in-depth when he did his assignment.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
4-1 passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, sir.
We only have one property owner left. There's three that we don't anticipate are going to be here. Since Mr. Fisher is here, maybe we jump to the last line on the schedule, so he doesn't have to wait. And then we'll have a couple of recommendations, and we'll be done for the morning.
Okay. Go
Hello
ahead,
again.
Trevor.
All right. To go into this one, this property being appealed is tax ID 44450 and is owned by Sam Fisher. The address is 24041 Trixie Lane in Keystone. And this is accessed off Highway 16 just after the Keystone Y, in between Keystone and Hill City. So really it's positioned overlooking the back of Mount Rushmore, Black Elk Peak, and the Needles out there. The assessment is $997,300. This is $126 for the land and $871,300 on the structure. I'm recommending no change to the current assessment. First of all, I would like to point out this property has been appealed 5 times. 3 times the house has been included in the appeal. Our office has never been allowed to see the interior of the improvements of this property. I requested an exterior and interior inspection to address the owner's valuation concerns and was denied both. So I have personally never stepped foot on this property. All I have is the data that we have on file there. I provided the owner with our 5 comparable sales, the adjustments that were made to these sales, and the 150 sales from the subject property's market area, and that was used to develop the value of this subject property. It was indicated that the owner had some sufficient evidence that our value was incorrect on April 4th, but this was not discussed or shared. The property has 15.37 acres on top of a hill between Keystone and Hill City. The hill has panoramic views that overlook the valley behind Mount Rushmore. So if you want to show that, Deb, I have a view, should have a view photo in there as well. The view that I have here is from the neighbor's property, and that's actually farther down the hill than the subject property, so that just gives you an example of what the view most likely is, but again, I've never been on the property in question. I have some sales that I've included in the packet there that are just some land sales to show some comparability there of what's been selling. It actually looks like we actually might be a little low on the land based on these sales, but these 4 here on the second page are some of the sales in the area. So we have 17 to 20 acres based on those sales. They're showing about an $11,000 per acre sale price. And access and topography has been mentioned in the past on this property, so I did want to account for that in my comparable sales as well. If you look at tax ID 5349, that's a 20-acre piece that sold in the Blue Wing area for $14,000 an acre. That is extremely steep terrain. I actually had to hike to the top to get there. I couldn't drive it. Impossible to get a vehicle up there. And it has a comparable view. So that is showing that it appears our land value may be a little bit low, but is not over market value. The improvement on the property is a single-family residence consisting of 7 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, 3,718 square feet above grade living area with a 1,976 square foot basement. The basement area consists of a basement garage and 572 square feet of living. This is a 2-story home over a basement that is out of the ground, essentially making a 3-story structure that was custom built to capitalize on the views provided by the location. As this is a custom house, comparable properties are expected to have many adjustments made to the sale price to make them more comparable to the subject property. These adjustments are made to give an indication of what that subject property would sell for. The newer custom homes are generally lived in for a period of time before they're sold, so we don't have a brand new custom home that's sold as a comparable, but we do have some older ones. The four main comparable sales are indicating a value just over $1 million. I would also like to point out that comp number 2 sold in 2019 for $468,000. This property had very little done to it and resold in 2021 for $850,000. This sale shows significant market appreciation in the area. As discussed with the owner, these 5 comparable sales were not the only sales used to set his assessed value. This is mass appraisal. We used 150 sales in his market area to determine the assessed value of his property. And these are the 5 best comparables that help support our value to show that we're not over market value. This property did go up 41%. It's a large increase, but the average change in assessed value in this specific market area is 42%, so he's right in line with the other properties. I would also like to point out that when we're working with our mass appraisal numbers, we do verify that our numbers are accurate and statistically relevant. So we look at measures of central tendency, and what those were telling us is this market area is really assessed for right at about 88% of market value. So we're still low to some of the sales out there. We reviewed all these measures and found that we were within state guidelines and international standards, and all the information that we have on this property indicates we're not assessed over market value. When appeals are made, it really is a chance for our office to review the property in depth with a more single property focus to determine if we're assessed higher than market value or not. In this case, we have not been allowed to review the property, verify the data, or confirm if we are or are not above market value. The mass appraisal indicated value for this property is the only information we have. Again, I would recommend no change to the 997.3. That's 126 on the land and 871.3 on the improvements.
Any questions of Trevor?
Trevor, this is the same land where we still have the helicopters and stuff that are flying about. So do we still, and that was my argument last time, do we take that in consideration of health, safety, welfare of an area where literally you're not too far from a helipad?
I have not seen any indication from the sales that indicates a negative impact to value. The one time for, I think what you would be referring to is a crash zone or something. I mean, we would take that into consideration. Ellsworth Air Force Base, they have a crash zone. You're limited on what you can do with those properties, limited with the number of people that can be there, whether you can live in it or not. This is a different scenario.
So how far is he from that helicopter?
I don't have the mileage.
I forgot the kid's name that owns that. Sam, do you have that?
I'm adjacent, and it's less than a half mile.
Thank you, Sam.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
what is the assessed value per square foot land and building that you have?
Bear with me one moment. We're talking above grade square footage?
Yeah, if you take the gross building area above grade,
268.
excluding the garage area.
268.
258?
268.
268? Okay.
So, Mr. Fisher, I think we had this conversation last year also on this. You know, I'm of the opinion that, you know, if you want to challenge it, fine. But I think to be fair all the way around, you need to allow them then to come in and look at your property.
I can hopefully address that in what I covered today.
That's fine.
I have a handout for you if that's okay.
Okay.
Trevor, has that got an elevator?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Once again, I'm Sam Fisher. I'm the homeowner. On the first, or I guess, page 2 of the handout, I just want to kind of recover some of the things I covered last year. I designed the house, general contracted it, built myself, including framing, siding, roofing, all the house in 2015. Trevor covered the location, he covered the specifics there on the 3,718 square feet on the second and third levels with a garage, utility room, and fitness on the ground floor level. Hopefully to address your concern, Mr. Chair, nothing in terms of the county's square feet or quality assessment of the property is in dispute. That's not the concern why I'm here, nor was it the concern last year. Trevor and I both agree, this is the square feet, this is the quality assessment of the house. The county has access to all of that through the building permit in 2015. There's no question on those things. The question that I have, the concern I have, is the methodology the county is using to assess my property specifically versus its practices across the area that my house is located, and I can hopefully cover those with you today. If at any point you get tired of hearing me, which I would, what I'm asking for is on page 7. And so at any point, if I'm convincing and you want to make a motion that's in line with page 7, I will shut up and go away. But it's unfair, I feel, to represent that I've appealed this property 5 times. To the best of my recollection, I appealed the land only in the early 2005 or something, before there was even a structure there. When the house was built, I did appeal, but it never came before the board. I worked it out with the assessor in terms of the valuation of the house when it was built. And last year is the only time, other than this year, that I've actually brought a concern before the board. So I don't think it's accurate to represent that as the property having been appealed 5 times. This is the last place that I'd choose to be, maybe the DMV, but I'm here out of principle because I think what's going on in terms of the assessment of this property is not accurate. Last year, if you remember, the equalization proposed to raise it $106,800, and you approved $64,300 increase. So I've already had a 10% increase coming into this year. So if you'll turn to page 3, if you take the value of the structure last year, $621,300, equalization will talk about how this is 150 sales and it's all data driven. The increase to the structure this year is $250,000 to the penny. So I find it very unusual, to say the least, that 150 some sales and all sorts of algorithms and math calculations went in, and it came out exactly $250,000 to the penny higher than the prior year. When I called equalization to ask, well, what are these comp sales that you have that drive a $250,000 increase in 1 year on top of a 10% increase last year, they said they will have to go back and research among those 150 sales which ones are actually most comparable to my property, and that's the ones they've come back with to you today. I just want to take a step back and zoom out. There's 2 methods primarily for assessing owner-occupied houses. One is the cost approach, and the other is the sales comparison approach. The cost approach, you take the estimated cost to build, you subtract depreciation, you add the value of the land, and that's the value. Sales comparison approach, you take comparable sales in the area and you make adjustments to those sales to equate them to the property in question, and then you come up with a value that way. The vast majority of cases that you hear or appeals that you hear are using the sales comparison approach. And so it can give, I understand, it can give the impression that that's how most of the properties in the county are valued. In my area, that is simply not the case. If you turn to page 8, I went through every single residential property from the Keystone Y to the south end of Three Forks. 76% of the properties in my area, I don't really have a neighborhood, but I would consider this a similar drive from route or similar area. 76% are appraised using the cost approach. 76%. Of the remaining 24%, a strong number of them are assessed within $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 of the cost approach. In my particular case, turning back to page number 7, on page number 7 are the county's numbers. These, I did not come up with these numbers, these are the county's numbers. If they had used the cost approach on my property, the value of the property would be $925,900, a $76,000 difference between their sale approach and the cost approach. So for my particular property, the intonation would be that they have so many comparable sales that it justifies a $76,000 swing to assess it at what they have it assessed at on what they sent out on the assessment notice versus the cost approach. And I just simply think that that's not the case. I think the cost approach is most appropriate. If you turn to page 6 of the handout, when should the cost approach be used? When it's a new or nearly new property that's not frequently exchanged on the market. My property is fairly new, built in 2006. I'm the only owner. It has never been sold. There's no intent to sell. We built it for me and my 6 kids to live in. We intend to live there until we can't live there anymore. This is not a frequently exchanged property. When should the sales approach be used? Page 5. When there's a number of similar properties sold and they're in the same market area as the house that is in question. I don't think the county has the comps to justify using the sales approach versus the cost approach. So again, what I would be asking for is that the county use the cost approach, the same approach it's using for 76% of the houses in my area.
Can I stop for just a sec, Sam?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any other comparisons of that area that are that close to the helipad?
There are no others.
Does
Me and
Trevor-
my neighbor, my immediately adjacent neighbor, John Boland, who he did appeal his, but he worked it out with his equalization assessor prior to coming before the board today. There's me, there's him, and then there's his daughter has a house. There's the 3 of us. We are the only adjacent property owners to the helipad that are residential.
Mr. Chair?
Or do we end up adjusting for that, or we don't? Like you said, there's got to be a flight path. There's got to be something. Remember when we were saying that before? I can't remember. Was it who's the owner? Is it Jesse?
Mr. Bussey.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we have not adjusted for that on any of those properties, no.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Okay.
So did Shane Schreiner just build his house across from the?
He's across the highway,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, across Highway 16A, yeah.
Okay. I think he just moved into it, didn't he?
They have lights on now, so I assume so, yeah.
One way that if I had to praise this, if somebody hired me, because it's a very unique house, I'd probably first of all, I'd look at the quality, and then I would find 20 sales of good quality, excellent quality homes. Then what I'd do is I'd extract the land, take the land out, and then I'd just divide that. Then I'd find out what those good quality, excellent quality homes are selling for on a per square foot basis. And then I would go and find land sales in the area, and I think Trevor said there are land sales, and I would come up with the land value. Then I'd simply add the land value to the value that I would allocate towards the building. That's how I do it. We talked about the cost approach earlier, and the problem with the cost approach is there's no way you can support the depreciation. I mean, depreciation is normally extracted out of the market, and we already know that the market, there isn't enough market evidence to really extract a reliable depreciation rate.
I think that's a reasonable way to approach it. What my contention is, and this is, if you turn to page 11, state law says you have to use uniform taxation and uniform assessment. That means the methodologies used by the Department of Equalization cannot result in ununiform taxes. And to me, when you're using the cost approach for 76% of properties in my area, and then you're not using it for me, even though there aren't comparable sales to mine, in my opinion, and I can cover that here later in the packet, why that is, it's not uniform. It's not in accordance with what the state law requires. If the cost approach is not supportable to the degree that you're referencing, they shouldn't be using it 76% of the time.
If I was gonna do the cost approach, I wouldn't rely on Marshall Swift valuation. I would get Jim Skull, Bob Skull, I'd get 3 contractors, because that house, and I'm just guessing, but you don't want them to tell you what that's gonna cost to build that house, because it's gonna be pretty high. I would not use Marshall Swift. I subscribe to Marshall Swift, and I don't rely on it. I actually, if I got something I'm gonna put some weight on the cost approach, I actually go out and get the contractors and show them the floor plan and let them say, this is what it's gonna cost to build this house today.
If I could address what you had said, Ron, the way this was assessed was using a market-based approach, using more than just these 5 sales. We used a multiple regression approach to it, and we did very similar to what you're just saying. We took the land value out of the equation, and we found the value per square foot for living, for basement, for decks, for patios, all of that based on all of the sales information, and applied it to his property based on the data that we have, then add the land value back in. These 5 comparable sales that I had up here were something that principally he requested that he have all the sales that were used to value the property and the 5 comparables and all the adjustments made to them. Those 5 comparables weren't the only properties that we used to value it, but they are the best comparables that we have to help support the value. So we did generate a value based off of just those as well, and it was even higher, indicating that based on these 5 sales, it would sell for more than what we have it assessed.
When you do these appraisals for mortgage financing, and you gotta follow the, criteria of federal government regulations, and a review appraiser looks at it, I don't know that they'd put it, I just don't, I've never seen for mortgage financing where a cost approach was the chosen approach. Normally, it's gonna be market extracted.
And I can't, I haven't been able to see this information. I still haven't seen it, so I can't even validate, what's assessed out there at cost or MRA, or market, excuse me. But this was used as a market approach to value his property, and is supported by the sales.
So if I could, it sounds like Commissioner Rosknecht, you're maybe not in support of the cost approach. So thinking ahead, I took a look at the sales comparison approach that was used to value the property, and that's what's in basically the second half of this packet. So if I could take the opportunity to address the sales that were used and my research regarding those. You have in front of you basically 4 sales that were used to compare my property. Again, Trevor accurately stated that there are other sales that they use, but these, as the county has stated, are the most comparable that, in their opinion. The 5th one, I find distracting at the least. It's not used in the valuation. It's said that it's not being used because it's not comparable, because it has a second structure on the property, yet it's up there for you to throw a big number at you. It would be like me throwing half-completed houses number up there too and saying, oh, this is indication of market value. It's not accurate. Shouldn't be up there.
If I could address that statement.
Please do.
So the reason that is up there and wasn't used in the calculation is because there are technically 2 residences on that. There is a small cabin that is on that, and because of that, our CAMA system that helps value properties does not we can't use that as a direct comparable in our system because it has that second residence. It's a very small cabin, but I do feel that the property is still comparable to the subject property, and I wanted to include it as some market evidence for a sale in that area. Because it is still comparable. Yes, there is a small cabin on it, but we could not use it based on our limitations of the system.
I don't want to get down in the weeds on it, but if it couldn't be used, it shouldn't be up there. All 4 of the other comparable properties all have ground level living, dining, kitchen, and master bedrooms. Homeowners or home purchasers take into account whether they have ground level living. It allows for better aging in the home. It's easier access. In my particular property, as Trevor accurately stated, in order to take advantage of the views, the kitchen and living room are on the second level. All of the bedrooms are on the third level. That is definitely something that a property buyer would take into account when these properties are compared. There's no adjustment for that within the county system. I'm not faulting that as being an adjustment, but it should be taken into account. Property number 2 has face views of Mount Rushmore. Property number 2 and 3 border U.S. Forest Service. Property number 2 and 3 were purchased for Airbnb use. There is current or prior Airbnb listings online at the current time. Comp 2 was purchased in an LLC for the purpose of renting for Airbnb, VRBO type usage. I'm not faulting including sales that have that type of usage, but the buyers make their decisions when purchasing a VRBO, Airbnb type property on a different decision-making criteria than when they're purchasing the house to live in as a primary residence. I included on page 17, not because I fault them for having a nice house, but that is the house of the people that bought comp number 2. Pool, sport court, minimum 10,000 square foot house out of Las Vegas. They purchased this house as a rental. It's a different decision-making criteria. And the income method, because frankly, it's a commercial type use, the income method would probably be the best approach for valuing comps 2 and 3 because they're used for VRBOs. To include them as 2 of the 4 comps presented to you today, which incidentally result in the 2 highest values of the comps, speaks to the fact that VRBO type buyers are purchasing on a different decision criteria than people purchasing as a primary residence.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. It'll be for both of you, but I'm going to ask Trevor first. Trevor, you've never been inside the home, right?
That's correct.
And to do a good evaluation on the home, seeing what's inside the home, seeing if they've got upgrades and things of that nature, actually helps you make a better assessment of the home for the evaluation, correct?
Most definitely.
Okay. Sir, if he's never been in the home to be able to do a true assessment what's on there, is there a reason why?
I don't think that I'm not obligated to do that in order to make my case.
Absolutely correct.
And secondly, again, I'll come back to the fact that the square feet and the finish quality score of the house is not in question. That what's really in question is the method being used correct, and are the comp sales actually comps? That's my question. So in order to have him in the house, he's going to be addressing things that I don't have a concern about.
But Trevor, wouldn't you need to be in his home to verify some of those aspects that he's talking to you about?
Yes, so from the exterior, it does not appear that we are overstated on our quality.
Correct.
But I don't know. We may be, we may not be. We might be under. It's possible.
I don't think you are. I don't think you're overstated or understated. I think it's right. I mean, I've gone through 50-some sales, and I've looked at how you've scored those. I think it's exactly right.
I'd move to approve the assessor's evaluation.
Is there a second?
Is there a chance I could finish just going through this, or?
I have a motion on the floor we have to deal with. Is there a second to the motion? I'll second it. Further discussion?
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner LaCroix.
Sam, I guess your last comment on the VRBO are different people because they don't live there. I have one out in that area, and I guess I'd like clarification what makes me different from you.
Oh, it's not that it makes you different. It's just that primarily when you go into purchasing a property for a VRBO situation, your decision-making criteria is, what am I going to be able to rent this for in the VRBO situation? And so as long as you're able to rent the property for the amount, let's say covering your payment or expenses, and you're going to come out ahead, that's your primary decision-making criteria. I just went through this with a friend that I was helping to purchase a VRBO in Hermosa.
I just wanted some clarification because at first, I bought a property and I go through this VRBO, and people like to classify us as different type people. you know, and the fact is, we purchased the property because when we get ready to retire, we want to be there. So yeah, it makes payments on it, but we don't like to be categorized as.
No,
out
I'm
for
not in any
profit.
way saying that. I'm just saying you're thinking about, can I make money on this? Not, is this a good value for me to purchase for my residence? Yes, sir.
No, Chairman,
Any- Commissioner
the
Adcock.
only reason why I won't agree, Sam, you need to let him in your house. That's number one for me. But number two, Trevor, the main thing, whether you're in his house or not, I'll keep saying, it does make a difference, at least for me, and I think for many people, if you're a half mile from a helicopter pad, whether you think that's not irrelevant, that helicopter can, go and crash anywhere, I understand that. But if you're half a mile away on top of a hill, Mr. Bussey is very comfortable, helicopter pilot, but I did look into it and have looked into it from an aerospace engineer. Helicopters are the most dangerous that you could have in the area, and most crashes for incompetence. So I thought the increase of 218,000 was pretty good, because of, like I said, that danger. We take all these other considerations of floodplain, floodways, and different things in other people's cases. I think that's a huge factor for me. Trevor, you do a good job, but that's my only thing, and I think I've argued that every year on this property. I think he did go up 218,000 to be fair and just, because we have decreased him somewhat, but he's still at 925,000 for this property. But Sam, I'm going to give you a little bit of. Trevor does a good job. He's going to do a fair job. So next year, if you come in, Sam, I appreciate if for this board and for myself, I'll be voting no today if they want to keep it at 997. But next year, if Trevor's not able to come in the house and do a appraisal, assessment, I'll probably vote differently next year.
I hope I'm not here next year. What my hope would be next year is that the cost approach and the sale approach are a comparable value, and that's what the county comes in at, not $75,000 difference.
I appreciate that.
Mr.
Sam.
Chair,
Commissioner Oskinen.
Sam, can you put those sales back up, Trevor? The
Yeah,
sales
if you
sheet?
could get those up there, yeah.
I'm just curious, which one of those would you say would be most comparable? I'm not
That's
saying any of them are
Yeah,
comparable.
that's my problem, is that I really, two of them are log homes, two of them are located in Hermosa, two of them have wood siding, mine has metal siding, they all have main level living. I mean, they're really not fair comparables. I recognize that's a nature of the type of house I have, but it's just the fact, they're really not comparables. I mean, I went through on that second to last page and I found 11 other sales that are just as comparable as these, but they just happen to come up with a lower value than these, so that's why they're not up there.
Do you have an elevator?
No.
You don't?
Yeah, my wife and I really like fitness, and so we like the fact that we're climbing stairs all day long. But I can tell you, when I invite my in-laws or my parents out, the first thing I hear is, I don't know if I'm up for doing stairs today. Yeah.
Well, I agree that could
It's
be a
unique.
problem to a lot of buyers.
Yeah, it helps keep us in shape, but that's not going to be for everybody.
You built it not to have comparables.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Hey,
3-2, motion carried. Thank you for coming in.
Let's move up the schedule to Carol Lackner. She's here.
Okay.
You want to go first, or would you want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. This is, my name is Joe with the Department of Equalization, and Mrs. Lackner appealed the value of her property to her local board, and the
local board reduced the value basically to the assessed value of last year. We brought this back with because on the appeal form, there was a statement that the owner-occupied home is not worth a 35% increase. And so I went out to Mrs. Lackner's home and visited with her about the property, and that it was not really the owner-occupied home that was increasing, because it actually only increased 10%. But it was the difference in how we reported the values this year. Last year, we reported the values with exemptions included for the assessment notices, and this year we did not. We did the full and true value. So that increase of 35% is that difference in not having those exemptions on there. Let's see. If my recommendation to the board is to return to our assessed value that was sent out with the assessment notices, and the reason for that is if we allow this to remain at the local board's value, next year the assessed value and the percent increase is even going to be higher. And so it doesn't make sense. This property is an ag property. There's 10 acres here, and Carroll has more property around it. But this 10 acres is valued at about $9,500, which is about $1,000 an acre, which is what property in that area, this is south of Wasta, sells for. This home is a modest home. It's a very comfortable home, and it's got multiple buildings on it, this 10 acres. And the combination of the land, this home, and the outbuildings, even with a garage door that may not close, it's worth $100,000 all day long. So it is my recommendation that we return the value to the assessment that was sent out from our office.
Which is 96,400.
Commissioner.
That's correct, 96,400.
Okay, and the local board changed it to 75,180?
Well, what the local board did was they changed.
Yeah, those numbers don't make sense. So.
Yeah, they really don't make sense.
That may have changed more than that when this man looked at it.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
The local board, it was 84,700 after the change that they made.
84,700?
Yeah.
What'd they change, Joe?
We lowered the owner-occupied building value from 61,900 to 50,200.
So, Mrs. Lackner, are you asking us to uphold what the local board did on the value of the 84,700, or are you asking for something less than that?
What's the 84,000?
So when the local board made this recommendation, it wasn't the correct values that they used. So we made our best guess and came up with a value of 84,700. That's what your assessment is right now. And so Mr. Drews is asking if you want it to be this, the 75,200 as your assessed value, or are you wanting it to be some other number? Because right now it's assessed at 84,700.
That's way too much.
So Mrs. Lackner, what would you suggest would be should be the assessed value on your property?
I would say the 70,600.
That was last year's assessment, and that's what you think it should be this year?
Right. It's
Okay.
not improved.
So, Joe, you're put 96.4, but you just said 84.7. 84.7 was the local boards?
That is correct.
You know what the rationale was?
Is that area has been in the Lochner name for 102 years.
The minutes state Carol appealed the house, and then Bill made a motion and Rose seconded it to accept the value.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'm going to throw out the motion of what you've given us, Joe, to return the assessment to 96,400.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second to uphold the assessor's valuation at the, what's the number on that? 96.4?
Yes.
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
Further discussion. Commissioner LaCroix.
The reason why I do that, ma'am, is because just as Joe had said, we've had this problem. If we do it, then you'll be back again next year because it's going to go up. I think if we get it up to where it's the fair market value, now, you're not going to see these increases and you can adjust for it. It won't be so upsetting. I think we need to get to that fair market value, and that's the reason why I went with the motion that I did, ma'am.
I think you need to pay the taxes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Sorry.
Move out.
We have two property owners that weren't planning on being here. Shannon has a recommendation for Vernon.
Miss Shannon Champion of DOE. Mr. Vernon had appealed to the local board of Quinn for his property located right in town. They did lower his value from 71,000 to 61,000. I was, after multiple attempts to contact him, I was finally able to go to the home and go inside, under it, all of it. And during that visit, I did see various reasons to make an additional adjustment to it. So my new value for recommendation is a total of $25,600, which the land would be $1,000 and the home at $24,600.
So moved.
So the total amount is?
$25,600.
So what do you find?
Okay.
Who I ask?
Lots of spiders.
Okay.
Actually, in the essentially it's more of a crawl space under the home. It's a deep crawl space, but all four walls before he bought the property had some kind of columns put up on the sides to keep it from collapsing in. But now they're going the other direction and they're pulling off of those columns. In the home, when he originally bought it, it actually had no kitchen. It had a sink and a stove and a refrigerator, and the washer and dryer was right next to the sink. So he had switched things around, had done it all himself. In the upstairs, in one of these dormers, there was an original bathroom, which had at some point had some damaged water issues. So they ripped it all out to the studs, floor, everything, and it has been in that state ever since. And there's just been absolutely no updates to the inside.
Site visits
That's
pay
why,
off, don't they?
that's why you gotta let people in your house.
Yeah, yeah. So I was slow on this. Who made the motion?
I have Hadcock.
And the second
Travis.
was,
I have Travis.
I think
Okay.
last,
okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
And Brenna has a recommendation on Kirstead.
Okay, so I actually have two parcel IDs for Conrad and Callie Kerstad. This is just south of Wall, still within city limits. The first property ID is 63559, 1 acre of bare land, value of $26,200. The second is property ID 46216. That one actually has 1999 double wide. It's on a concrete foundation. It's 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, about 1,456 square feet. We have that one valued at $44,600 for the home, 44,600 that is. That also includes, the property includes a 720 square foot detached garage. We have that at 19,900. And then it all sits on 2.71 acres. Premium views on this particular lot, and we have the land valued at 35.3.
35.3?
Yep,
So the total on those is how much?
99,800 for that second property.
So moved.
Okay. And the first property was at 24,000?
26.2.
20,
6.9.
okay, I don't have that number here. 26.2?
26.9, isn't
Oh,
it?
26.9.
Yeah.
That's what it shows on the paper.
That's what mine
Is
says.
that 26.9? For some reason, they had given me 26.2. Okay.
So it's 9, not 2?
Well, here it says 26,900.
Okay. 26,900.
Okay, so the motion was to uphold the assessors? Okay. Value on the two of them? Was there a second?
I did second, I believe.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
I do.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, so that's it for the morning. We will have a full afternoon. We've got 3 tax reps calling in on commercial properties, multiple properties. When you look at your schedule, one of those properties is the Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn. Then later in the afternoon, we've got two lines there that are multiple properties. One is 7 parcels, the other's 10 parcels. So plan for those to take a while.
Shanna, do you know how many of those were appealed last year? I'm assuming they just come forth every year and appeal.
Okay, so I think Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn did last year.
Okay.
Then we skip down, it says Sheriff Properties, Huffman, that's Henny Shafty's properties.
Rich?
Yeah, and I don't know if any of those appealed last year, but the line below that, that is a tax rep company. Menards is one of them. Steakhouse is one of them. And several of those appealed last year.
Okay.
The tax reps just appeal them every year.
So how do they do the Rushmore Plaza? Because they lease that site from the city.
Yeah, we value the building.
Okay.
The building,
On an income or just?
talk to Trevor.
Okay.
Push it off.
I just wanted to point out that there's less lines in the afternoon, but a lot more properties. Be aware of that.
Can we just do them all at once?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stand in recess until 1 PM.
I guess it is
Ready?
1 o'clock.
Call us back into session for the Board of Equalization. Shannon?
Okay, so right away here, we're gonna take care of a few spreadsheets. The first one, it says appeals from towns and townships. So property owner, if he owns a property located in a town or a township, it has to go to that local Board of Equalization before they can appeal onto the county. And if they're unhappy with the local board, they can bring it here. We've got a bunch of them here that we have brought back from the local board to the county board because we think the local board did something inappropriate or unequal. We've got essentially a stipulation list where we ask you to make these changes. And we've talked to all of these property owners, to my knowledge at least. We've tried to contact all of them, and I think we have. And they know what our recommendation is going to be, either to change or not change the value. So that's one. Then we have the same thing, we just separated it from those from the local board from everything else. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. There's two other spreadsheets. All of the properties on these two other spreadsheets have appealed to the county board, and we have talked to all of them. You're only hearing from those people that want to appear before the board. Those that don't want to or don't care, we put them on a list so you can act on them all at once and not have to act on those individually. That saves us a whole lot of time. So I've got two spreadsheets there. One of them we call a stipulation list, and the other one is a no change list. The stipulation list is the property owner and my office have found a reason to reduce the assessment to a specific dollar amount. And there's actually a reason for that, something we didn't know before. The no change list is we think the value is fine. There's no reason to recommend the board change that value. Anyways, all three of these lists are people that have appealed to the county board, or that my office has appealed from the local board to the county board, that we are making a recommendation that you act on those, and they have chosen not to appear.
So can we act on them as a group?
Why not? I think so.
So if we take the town and township stipulation list first,
Move for approval.
we've got a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? And we know that none of these are gonna come.
That's right.
Okay. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So the next one would be the County Board 2022 stipulation list, which is multiple pages. Again, nobody planning to appear, so I'd take a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. And so on the no change list, do we even need to take action on that?
Yes, because we are recommending that you leave the value at what we have it assessed. They still have an appeal before the board, so the board needs to take action.
Okay. So the next one is the no change list. Is there a motion? We've got a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Now, I would like to stress that you just acted on a couple of hundred properties. Uh, The alternative to doing it this way would be to schedule each one of those. There is a good reason for the appeal process because we don't get inside every property. We don't know everything about every property. And at this time of year, the property owner comes in and we go out and look at the property and we talk about things and we learn stuff. And we found reasons to change and some of them to not change the value. It's just the property owner sees no need to come if we're going to recommend a change that they're happy with. It significantly reduces the amount of time that we spend in this. We're going to do 2.5 days. We could do 12 days otherwise.
Okay.
So that's all of those. Bacon Park Professional Building, we just got word, I think yesterday, that he's not going to come in, and Rod has a recommendation on that.
Good morning, Board. So this is in reference to tax ID 49241, Bacon Park Professional Building. So yeah, we did receive an email from the appellant last night saying that they did not want to contest our value, which, so my recommendation is a no change to our assessed value.
Second. Got a motion and a second for no change.
I'll be abstaining from this.
Okay. Commissioner LaCroix will abstain. Any further discussion on it? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Motion is 4-0 with Commissioner LaCroix abstaining.
Next property owner is Mr. Norton, and he is here. And him and Chelsea will come up here then.
Chelsea, I gotta find.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Glad you made it. Nice to meet you too. Okay, so good afternoon. We're here to discuss tax ID number 12574, owned by Perry and Teresa Norton, located at 10130 Thompson Canyon Road. It's about 1 mile east of the Wyoming state border, crossroads of Boyles Canyon Road and Forest Road 724, west of the Moon area. Current recommendation is to stay with the original assessment value of $170,200. Mr. Norton's concern is in regards to the increase on the land and the structure. The structure is being valued as a log home, but as a guest cottage, a log guest cottage. It has no power, and you'd have to haul water to use the septic. It is listed as a 1-bedroom, 1-bath studio type structure on 11.5 acres. Staying within the market area of the home, there is a sale of another log cabin type that also doesn't have any public utility access and is powered by solar panels. The sale took place in August of 2020 for $194,200. It has 11.02 acres and is a 2-bedroom, 2-bath log home structure. Additionally, there is a map of older sales. It should be page 2 of your little handout. I did not use these to complete a sales comparison because of how old the sales were. However, I do believe it further supports the increase in value in both the land and the structure. And I think it also supports that improved parcels sell for more than an unimproved parcel. I believe this further supports a recommendation of $170,200.
Any questions, Chelsea? So, Mr. Norton, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to start with, I don't think this is going to be all that brief because I got a few points I'd like to make. And I apologize for that, for using up more of your time. But anyway, the first thing that I started with was the access. And this lovely young lady drove up to this property this year in February. And I'd like to point out that most years, that's not possible. It's just not possible. This is the driest winter in probably 30 years. Anybody who knows this area can tell you that you cannot drive there this time of year. The Forest Service does not plow Forest Service Road 117, which is, you have to do a couple of or about a mile of Forest Service 117 when you get to the intersection at the end of 6 Mile Road. And the Forest Service has never plowed 724, and they charge us a lease to access our properties from Forest Service Road 724. And if I wanted to plow that, they would charge me $1,300 for the permit to plow it myself. So I want to point out, I think this young lady has done her job quite well. I'm not trying to cast dispersions on anybody's approach to this. It's just that access to this property is all but not for about 5 or 6 months out of the year. The dotted line on your map there, your paperwork lists this as dirt road. That would be generous. You have trouble finding the 2-track in the grass in the spring, and it's by the end of summer that we drive on it enough that you can find where you're supposed to be driving on the easements on the other 2 lots that we drive through to get to ours. It's a point my wife wanted me to make is that the use we can get from this land has no particular classification, and the closest thing it really comes to is ag, and it's actually zoned general ag, but I believe it's referred to as legal non-compliant. But anyway, that was my first point, is access. You just don't get to use this most of the year. And I know there are lots of properties in South Dakota that that's the case. Access is difficult. You buy into that when you buy into the property. I get it. But
So is this an actual Forest Service road that you get access right up to your house?
no, sir. If you can see Forest Service Road 724 makes a horseshoe bend, and there's a small white path that goes up to the gate that accesses these 5 properties. From that horseshoe bend to that gate, we have to pay a lease to the Forest Service, which I might point out, the Forest Service has explained to us that that lease is going up every year for the rest of eternity.
So
I don't understand why.
What's the distance on that to get?
I'm gonna toss out a number. I've never measured it, but I've done an awful lot of pick and shovel work there because they won't let me use my equipment, or I have to do a complete road plan. It's 400 yards.
Okay.
And I might add, and she can probably vouch for that, it's a pretty sorry excuse for a road.
And
But
that
again,
leads to a Forest Service road.
724 comes off of Bowles Canyon Road, makes that horseshoe bend and continues to a dead end. But the road from that horseshoe bend to the gate is a lease that our landowners association pays annually.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross.
Harry, what do the other cabins look like? She's got some comparable sales. It says with cabin, with cabin, with cabin, and with cabin, camper, cabin, but just wondered what those other cabins look like in your development.
12572 is probably the most similar. It's a ponderosa pine log box with a, for lack of a better term, the roof of a pole barn on top. That's the next thing I want. One of the other things I wanted to point out, it's farther down my list, but the building valuation. It almost every year goes up, and the building does nothing but deteriorate. Ponderosa pine logs, ponderosa pine boards. I would spend my every minute of my free time working on that building if it weren't going to deteriorate. That building has not gone up in value. I can't get what it's assessed for, and I've been before the commissioners on this very same property several times over the years. And the fact of the matter is, it's deteriorating. The splash from the rainwater running off the roof gets to the logs. It is deteriorating. It's not going up in value.
Oh, sorry, Chairman. Chelsea, all these other cabins have to access the same way, don't they, on this?
Correct, yes.
Okay, with the same issues.
Correct.
In 2008, my assessment was doubled. And at that time, I came in to plead my case because what the Director of Equalization's office originally issued was a 300% increase. And I asked the commission at that time if any of them had ever heard of a 300% increase on a property tax assessment in Pennington County before, and I don't believe I got a positive answer then. And increasing my assessment by 100% that year, I got the feeling that the commission looked at that as doing me a favor, which is a huge favor compared to a 300% increase. Don't get me wrong, I can do the math too, but this seems a little extreme to me.
What's the square footage of your cabin?
Well, that's one more of my issues. They've got it listed at 621. That's a little inaccurate. It's probably just barely 600. And I know some of you are probably thinking you're splitting hairs now, but
Is that with the loft?
I don't believe, you know what? 21 square feet is probably how it got that way because you can't count the square footage upstairs until it's 5 feet tall. Okay. So I stand corrected, 621 might be accurate.
Well, that comes out to $200 a square foot. And for something that don't have electricity, that just seems high to me. I'm just telling you, it just seems like it.
As long as we're on the building, let's beat up building. The records that I've been going through, and forgive me for not giving you a chance at this earlier because I've been doing a lot of studying in the last week or so, and I listened to last week's hearings and got some good points out of them. But anyway, there's a number of inaccuracies in the records. Most of these 5 parcels are listed as having wells. None of them have a well. I don't have a well. Some of these properties are listed as having septic systems that I know they don't have. And the only reason I have a septic system is the county forced me to put in a septic system. I pleaded and pleaded and pleaded my case. Of course, I pleaded the case about the whole septic ordinance, but that's a whole nother story. But that's the reason I have one. It's listed as a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. The room that the toilet is in, I suppose you can consider that a bathroom, but that's for the sake of privacy. But I carry water from my spring in buckets to flush that toilet. There's no running water. There's no electricity. The nearest transmission line is 8 miles away, and the nearest distribution line is 12 miles away. The last time someone checked on electricity was about 15 or 18 years ago, and it would have been well over $500,000 to get electricity to these properties. I don't want electricity there. If someone else does, that's their business, but I don't want electricity. That's not why I have the place. I have the place so my kids and grandkids can learn the kinds of things I learned when I was little. But I do have a bit of an issue with the inaccuracies of the properties in your records. Now, several years ago, the staff listed my cabin as having or as being a home, and they understood it to be complete, like a home on a paved street in town, because they saw the plumbing underneath. That plumbing's there to get waste to the septic system that I didn't want to put in the first place, and that's the only thing like a home that this building has. The the fact that they have it listed as having a well and having a wall furnace, I came before the board that year and argued my case, and I thought that the end result of that was that the staff was going to correct these problems in the records. And I started doing my homework in the last couple of days on these records, and I see that it's still listed as having a well and having a wall furnace, which it just doesn't have. And $200 a square foot, and thank you for doing the math. I hadn't gotten that far, but look at it. There's no way. $200 a square foot. It just seems completely unreasonable.
So your heat source is a wood stove?
Yes, sir.
Chelsea, you have any rebuttal at this point?
I don't. The only rebuttal I do apologize. The only thing is that on our map here, the sales are, all these homes don't have electricity. All of them don't. No.
Or wells?
None of them have public utility. If they have a well, they would still need to have the power to get that water, and none of them have that. So sales are telling us that, unfortunately, even though some of those things might be valid, currently market value says that otherwise, or market analysis says otherwise.
Property, let's see, 12571, it's listed as being a cabin. And here's where I'm treading pretty thin ice. I like my neighbors, and I'm about to crap on them pretty bad. That's a full-blown house. I know the people who built it, I know the people who bought it from them, and I know the people who own it now. It's got a generator shed, a vault privy, sheetrock, lights, plumbing. It's a real house, not a cabin like this. Not a cabin like 12572, which is the lot that you drive into off of the Forest Service, and then you can go either direction to the other 4 lots. Mine and the one on the center lot, like I said, are probably the most similar of the cabins. The cabin, or the property number 12570, that's pretty accurate. Camper cabin. They have a camper that they've built basically a cabin over, quite a bit more permanent. You've seen the inside of campers. I don't have to explain this. A lot nicer than what I've got there. And here again, I kept this like this, hoping not to be under the burden of too terrible high of property taxes when I built it, when I was a much younger man. And if I wanted something that were $200 a square foot, I would have built something $200 a square foot. But getting a concrete truck in there to pour footings and foundation, I didn't even have to go into this. I think everybody on the board knows where I'm going with that. A $200 square foot house is not what this is, and it's not something that could be even reasonably built for $200 a square foot, given the access issues and all the rest. And again, the road across the private property is not a dirt road. It's not even really a 2-track. There are winters that if you don't get up there until the grass starts to grow, you have trouble finding what was a 2-track before. So access really is an issue in our way of looking at this. One of the comps that was given to me was a hay meadow up at the top of the canyon. I believe it sold for approximately $380,000 for 80 acres, and that comes out to about $47.50 an acre. But these 5 properties, and I'm guessing they're based on the sale prices, are all in the $11,000 to $13,000 an acre price range. And I say that because I want to give the Department of Equalization staff every benefit of the doubt. I don't think anybody's doing anything purposely to harm me, but some of these prices per acre for the comparables, I just don't understand how when one comparable is $47.50 that comes down to mine being 11,000 an acre. It makes no sense to me. I paid 20 grand for that property. And I know things change. I'm not saying real estate values are static. We all know they're not. But I paid 20 grand and that cabinet is more sweat than it is materials. And to tell you the truth, the year I came in here that they wanted to give me a 300% increase, I made everybody on the staff and every commissioner the same offer I'm gonna make now. If you think that thing's worth this kind of money, write me a check and come get it. Because it's just not worth that kind of money. It's just not. And the longer it sits there, it doesn't matter how much maintenance I do to that building. They're ponderosa pine logs and ponderosa pine boards. I couldn't keep them from rotting if I wanted to.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Oh, what I was gonna say, for assessment purposes, I think they only got your land assessed at 4,000 an acre. And then the cabin at 124.5, which is about $200 a square foot. I guess my question is, Perry, what do you think that is? What's your opinion that that cabin would be worth per square foot?
Can I interject just a quick second before you answer that, Perry? So I'm showing the cabin is assessed only at $73 per square foot. And then there's there's 11 acres of land that has value.
Yep.
Have one of us done some bad math here?
I don't have a calculator on me, but.
So, I have something. So, the other land's at 703, 7 acres. If you doubled that, it'd be 90,000, right? Because 14, so you can't quite double it. And his land's still at 45,000.
Oh, did he have them?
And then the house that he said was a house would be 180,000 with a $45,000 land. And maybe the land is worth less than that, but I guess if I'm doing the math, it's not making sense to drop it lower if he's got double the acreage and you have the same, the one that he said he liked at 7 acres at 110 was more towards the price that he liked with the cabin. So it's got 7 acres, so if we double the land, it's still, he's 90,000 plus. That makes his house worth 80,000 at 170, right?
I think, I'm looking at it wrong, the 45,
The 40
7 is the cabin,
Correct, yes.
the 45,700 is the cabin, the 124.5 is the 7 acres.
It's 11 acres.
11 acres.
Yes.
I apologize, Lloyd, say that again, because
The
I
11,
thought,
the 11 acres is the 124,500.
okay, so I was,
The cabin is 45.7.
that's why, because you have land at 45.7 on this, on my paper.
Oh, I do apologize. On the board sheet?
Yeah,
Oh,
and then you have,
Well, that's gonna change everything.
that's why I was saying it's not making sense to me yet. You're getting a hell of a price then. So explain yourself, Chelsea, again.
so the land is valued at $124,500.
Okay,
And the cabin, or sorry, the guest cottage is valued at $45,700.
so that makes sense.
So then I guess we need to look for some land sales for 10,800 an acre.
So there's not a ton of land sales that we have that are that are short of ag. So all the land sales that are within are going to be close to ag, within or 40 acres and over. The only other sale that had a comparable comp in regards to the cabin was in its market area, sold for $190,400, and it has 11.02 acres. And that was in 2020. So if I abstract.
Is that one of these?
No. No, I only provided that extra sheet to show his immediate neighbors showing older sales at $110,000 and 7 acres in a cabin. There's not a ton of sales in this market area that we have within our 3-year time frame that we use to do a sales comparison. I just thought it would be good support for you guys to see that we are seeing an increase in sales there and multiple sales on multiple units.
So if you did Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, if you got, I had 17 and a half acres about 1977 up in Horse Creek and no electricity. And I mean, it was really hard to sell that without electricity, so I don't know. I mean, I know where this land's at. It's very remote and without electricity. I just, I think the cabin's fine, but I just think the land might be a little high. Unless you can actually go out there and use comparable land sales that don't have electricity, then you're comparing apples to apples. Because I think I took about a 50% hit when I finally sold mine without electricity.
Okay, so, sorry, Chairman. So the land, okay, so you take less than half, was 55,000 or something on the one he liked, right? And that made the cabin 55,000 as well, so trying to figure out where you're going, because his cabin's at 45, and he said he liked the comparable, and he has, how much more land? Almost 4.5 acres more land. So it comes out to about what he's liking on the other person's property for the same amount of the money. Right? That's what I'm seeing. From the 12572 is what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that remote, that bare land would sell for more than about 4,000 an acre. And this is really out in the Tules.
If I may, number 12572, that building, forgive me while I find my notes
So
here.
Deb, do you have any pictures can you get any pictures of the cabins or anything out there? Just to kind of get a general idea what the other ones look like. I think that would be huge besides just seeing his. That way we can do.
Interrupt, with
Yeah.
regard to land sales. 3 years ago, Reynolds Prairie, couple thousand acres, sold for $4,500 or $4,800 an acre. That's a much larger property. We do.
Is this the property that's now Pahasapa?
Yes.
Yeah, that was,
Okay.
you don't want to use that for comparable sale.
I have something I'd like to say about that.
It's not very comparable because it's a whole lot bigger.
Right, and you got good access to
It
it.
was almost like a forced sale.
And I was very interested in buying that property myself when I was a younger man and couldn't put the financing together. And I might point out the tribe bought that, which is federal government money. That's not exactly like a private citizen reaching into his pocket. Totally separate deal. You cannot compare what the tribe can pay for real estate in the Black Hills for what a private citizen can pay for the project.
Harry, they have some pictures of the cabins out there. Can you tell us which ones
I most certainly can.
that you thought were more like yours?
That is Lynn's property, and that's the one that's pretty much a house.
House, okay.
We go to the. That one is Landrup's, and it's the one with the cabin built over the camper.
Oh, built over a camper.
Really?
Yep.
Are campers inside that building?
Last I knew, it was still there.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskey.
Okay, so
That one.
the one thing that we do know, the one thing we really do know is that you bought this property in 1992 for about 22,000.
That's correct.
And if we take that times 500%, we're going to be about 110,000. That'd be an increase, an annual increase over 20 years of 25% a year, which is totally unrealistic. Just one way, you know, if you're going to try to solve an appraisal problem is go back in 1992 and look what properties sold for with electricity similar to this, and then compare to that, and you're going to see what kind of a hit you get for not having electricity. But I'm just thinking that the land's probably should be about assessed about 50% of, that'd be about 12.5% a year over the 20 years. That's just kind of an opinion.
Well, on the point of percentages, my total increase in assessed value, from the county, I believe, is at 25.7, but the building went up 40.2% this year. When gas goes up 40%, I'm pretty sure y'all have a conversation at supper about how high gas prices are, don't you?
Same.
40% in one shot? And I use the same argument a couple of the other times. The 300% in one shot, I was appalled that I had to come before the commissioners and that staff wouldn't reduce that year. And I wasn't thrilled with a 100% increase. I'm going to tell you that flat out, but it beat the hell out of 300. I take 20 and 30% increases all the time on this property.
So
Chairman.
Chelsea has, sorry, Travis, Chelsea, has anybody on these properties came in and, or maybe Shannon knows, and been in here on assessments? So you have a camper that's built over a cabin on 10 acres for 195,000. I'll keep saying, these people should be in here probably if this is such a bad deal and saying something. But you have 195,000 on the 10.26 acres with a little cabin that's built over a camper.
And that was a sale year of 2007.
That's what I'm saying.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Perry, I want to make sure I'm understanding some of this. I know some of these places that are out in the middle of nowhere, you can't access them during the winter, and I know you were talking about that. You can't access your place during the winter, so you can't live out there all the time. You can only do it during the spring, summer, or?
Well, that depends on how you live. When I was a young man, I thought I might retire there because I can live a very rural, private lifestyle. If you're the kind of person who has to go see the doctor or the lawyer or the dentist once a week, heck no, you can't live there in the wintertime. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. If you're wealthy enough to own a helicopter or gung-ho enough to own a dog team, like I did when I was young, you could live there if you're that hardy. But that reduces the pool of people to an awfully small number.
Does the Forest Service block off that road? I know there's some places that they say you can't get access to it through the road. Do they close that road off? I know you said unless you pay the permit to plow it, but do they actually close it and say there's no access?
No.
Okay.
Well, I think that would be direct violation of South Dakota State Constitution. I believe, and I hope somebody here can correct me if I'm wrong, that it's against the state constitution to landlock land in the state of South Dakota.
So Chairman, Chelsea, does people live out there? Does any of them stay out there?
Well, I saw
Or
some
just-
tracks. I know that there is one person that has an owner occupied full-time out there. I can't imagine someone lives out there full-time. It took us, I mean, it was slow going when we went there. There was 8-9 inches of snow.
So let me ask you something. Even if it's half-time use property, is that in consideration?
Yes.
So how did you figure that in the calculation when you do it?
So what I wanted to use strictly was what sales we'd seen in the past and kind of what we had seen in the market outside of that. If we put this property within city limits or somewhere by Deerfield Lake, we would see something different. We would see a different market value on it.
So when you did the comparables, you did it with cabins that were remote, that weren't being used.
Yes, without public utilities, without power, without water access, who had to haul or who has a cistern, whatever it is. We stayed strictly within sales of that nature in that market area.
There are a lot of those around that Hill City area?
No.
No.
There's not a ton. Not like something that we would see in town.
If I might interject, this isn't really in the Hill City area. This is,
yes,
like she said, it's a mile
Right.
from the Wyoming border.
Yes.
And yes, I know that we're in that district and we lived in the Hill City area. up by Deerfield Lake, and even just a few miles from Hill City for a while there. And I might also point out that my wife and I, Lynn's property, 12571, is the only one of these properties that we weren't just aghast at what these people paid for these properties. We would never have done that. I have to work for every dollar I earn. I don't know how you could pay that kind of money for those properties, but they did. And I'm not arguing the case that these are comparables, but I will point out that at the time most of these sold for these prices, the 150% rule applied. I've been told that that's been done away with. So none of these would have been comparables when they were sold for these prices because they were way more than 150% of assessed value. And I don't know where that enters into the staff's figuring, because to be quite honest, as I listened to last week's hearings, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot here and say things that sound like I'm being mean to the staff, but the staff gets a lot of latitude in their different approaches towards how they find the value towards different pieces of land. And I don't want to pick on anybody, but last week you had a couple of them where one of the staff members was trying to use an argument of this much percent of this property is used like this, and this much percent of the property is used like that. And in the end, we find out that the whole property is either ag or the whole property isn't ag. So how do we get the latitude to talk about this percent is used this way and this percent is used that way, rather than primary use is primary use? And again, I do not want to cast dispersions on anyone. I think you have a fantastic staff at the Director of Equalization. These people have treated me much better than the Director of Equalization's office has treated me in years gone by.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Lassiter.
I'm familiar with that piece of property you're talking about. And if you notice, we didn't give him the ag, but they were pointing out, and I think he was trying to point out, or she was, that particular appraiser was trying to point out that even if we considered it, you have to remember we're considering the whole parcel as primary use. And she was pointing out that they're only using a very small portion of it. So there was no justification to try to say the small portion of it was to be utilized as ag, so we could consider that. They were pointing out that it's a very small piece of that whole piece of property. So I don't think I don't think the staff was trying to make the point that we could give principal use in
Fair
that
enough.
particular scenario. Because if you paid attention to it, you saw how much I was involved in that particular
Yes, sir.
conversation.
And
So I didn't take that away from that
you
one.
is fair enough. I concede to your point.
I'd be inclined on this to say that the land should go for about 4,000 an acre, which would take that to 46,000, leave the cabin at the 45, is that 45.2 or 45.7? 45.2, for a total of 91,200.
Cabin's 45.7.
Pardon me?
Cabin is 45.7.
Oh, it is? Okay, I'm sorry.
So is that your motion, or?
I'd make that as a motion.
I'll second it.
Got a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman,
Further discussion.
if I get those numbers right, that takes it below what it was evaluated for 2021, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
I'll tell you, I'm kind of in a toss-up on this one. I get it. There's some prime desire for land to be away from everybody, because people will get land and go put cabins out there. Kind of torn that it didn't have electricity, but I don't know what to think on this one. I think you've done good work, so don't get me wrong on that one either from the staff. I'm just torn at how we can come to that conclusion that these lands, and maybe it's just because people have money they can pay for it, that's why they do it, but man.
Mr. Chair.
Just lost on that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm on the same part as Travis. I think kind of going way backwards when you look at, the comparables that she's showing, I mean, the least one for 6.9 acres sold 2007 for 110. You know, I'd be able to do, you make a compelling case. I'm gonna say that. I'd probably be willing to do the 2021 assessment at 135.4 and keep it, and go that route than dropping it down that far, because the simple fact is you made a good investment, dude.
I'll second that motion. Was that a motion? Roy?
Is that a substitute motion?
Substitute motion.
Second.
Yeah, we've got a substitute motion to leave it at the 135.4.
And that's good compared to what your neighbors are. I know your neighbors got a generator, everything else, but, the cabin, you kept it up pretty good. And it is 11 acres.
I think you got a heck of a deal, sir.
I'll buy it for 140.
And I'm not arguing, I
think he said he would, I think he said he would sell it to
I'm
you.
not arguing that I made a good investment. But I might point
I'll buy
out,
half.
I think both of you have touched on this, don't know how it is people pay the kinds of money they pay for things, don't know why. They're people who clearly have a lot more money that's discretionary than I do. And I think that speaks to one of the problems with our property tax system, especially in this time of the increasing prices that we're seeing now. But I don't think anybody in this room thinks that this is going to last forever, do we? And you're right. I had a hell of an investment, and I have enjoyed being able to use this to teach my kids and my grandkids the kind of things I want them to learn. That's what I invested in. I didn't invest in this to sell it. I never have any intention of selling it. And I would like my grandchildren to be standing here 30, 40, 50 years from now, speaking to the same points with some of your grandchildren as commissioners.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second, a substitute motion and a
Do you have
second.
the, do you have the breakdown? I got the total 135.4. What's the breakdown?
Don't, that, she does.
Deb, just
Whatever
give
it was
it,
last year.
just give it to us.
Well, land 102,800, structure.
May I say one more thing about,
Oh, I thought we were going to last year's value.
Hold on.
That should be 34.8, I believe.
Oh, you're keeping the building the same, okay. So land will be 89,700.
89.
Structure will be at 45,700 for 135.4.
45,700?
45,700, yes,
Structure, okay.
Go ahead.
yes.
I didn't come in last year to dispute the assessment, and there are several years I haven't come in to dispute the assessment increase because years ago, I came in, disputed the assessment increase, and I won my argument. And I was treated by the staff at that time like it was a vendetta. And they raised my assessment year after year after year, death by 1,000 cuts sort of a thing. And that's why I am very reluctant to come before the board to do that, because there's nothing stopping an unscrupulous staff member. And I'm not, again, these people have been wonderful to work with. That has not always been the case.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carried.
I like the way you present.
Thank you, sir.
Did a good job.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next property is Rushmore Plaza Holiday Inn. The person representing this property is on Zoom. His name is Scott.
So Scott Garrett, are you on Zoom there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right.
Okay. So we'll let Trevor present it first, and then we'll come to you, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, the property being appealed is tax ID 4118 and is owned by Rushmore Plaza LLC. The address is 505 North 5th Street, and this is the Holiday Inn Convention Center next to the new Monument Civic Center. The assessment is $18,689,900. Sales have been reviewed and an income approach has been completed that support this assessed value. The building is on leased land and has no land value. I'm recommending no change to the current assessment. This hotel was built in 1989 and has 205 rooms, a full-service restaurant, pool, and a convention center. The main issue that was brought up with this appeal was a large increase from last year of 24.91%, and let me explain a little bit of the reason behind this. To be clear, I'm not stating that the overall market for hotels increased 24.91%. That would be incorrect. This property was appealed last year in March of 2021. At the time, there was a disagreement in recommended value with the tax representative, resulting in an interior property inspection to verify our information. During this inspection, it was discovered that our interior data was incorrect regarding the overall condition of the hotel. So in 2021, we were considering the property to be in original dated condition with minimal to no improvements, and this really isn't any longer representative of the condition of the hotel. We recognize that the work completed on the interior is not brand new, but the updates are typical for this age of property. So previously, our data indicated this property was atypical and that the condition was below what is standard. The property was under construction to repair exterior hail damage for most of 2021 and was still under construction as of the assessment date of November 1. This can be seen in our photo here. You can see the scaffolding that is around the building. This essentially renders 25% of the rooms unable to be rented. This has been accounted for in our value as we are removing 52 rooms from our income calculation as well as adjusting the cost approach to reflect this reduction. The income approach that was performed found that the subject property's rents were within about 1.4% of what is typical in our local market. The vacancy rate that is currently there is about 25% higher than typical market vacancy. However, this is to be expected due to the large portion of rooms that are unable to be rented due to the construction. We have reviewed income and expense statements from 2018 and 2019, as well as current year rent and occupancy information. These expenses seem to be typical of what's in the market. When an investor is looking to buy the property for purchase, they will recognize the fact that the construction will be complete in the beginning of 2022. However, we wanted to account for the condition of the hotel as of the assessment date of November 1st. The income approach has been conservatively constructed with that 25% reduction on the number of rooms. So 153 rooms were used at a rate of $124.52, and that was used to find the potential gross income of the property. Market vacancy of 35.9% was used, and there's a large portion of income that comes from food and beverage at this location due to the conference center and the full-service restaurant. An average actual income for this item was used to generate the income calculation for that portion of the income. A 75% expense ratio was used with a cap rate of 9%, which we loaded with the effective tax rate. This is indicating a value of $19,593,700. And with our assessment, we're at $18,689,900. There were 6 sales of hotels that were reviewed, and they indicate a value of $93,065 per unit for this hotel. This is in line with data from regional sources as well, which indicated a value of $94,200 for the year 2021. The sales indicate a value of $19,078,300. And in review of the value on this property, the assessed value has been shown to not be above market value. I would recommend the change to the assessment, or no change to the assessment of $18,689,900. Again, there is no land value.
Questions, Trevor?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Trevor, did you ever get, I don't really care about the food and beverage, but do you have any room sales? Gross annual revenue just for the room sales?
I don't have that, the actual for that in front of me, but I was, at the rooms, I was just under 6 million, so 5,972,331 is where I was.
Yeah, I got 5,637,500. That's 27,500 a unit, which is very conservative. And then,
And again, that was partly due to we were not counting all 205 rooms. It was just 153 of them.
right, I tried to go into this very conservative, so we're close. I know that I'm probably low, but I just wondered if you had any actual gross room sales that,
I had them in my work file, but I don't have them in front of me.
and if you had to take a guess, what would you use for an expense ratio? Just excluding the food and beverage operation.
The expense ratio, we were using 75%.
Okay, I use 70. Okay.
So are we ready for Scott?
Yep.
Scott, go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks, first of all, for hearing us today. I wanted to say, Trevor's is a nice gentleman to work with, but I do have some disagreement with the assessed value for 2022, and I wanted to point out a few of the points why. I would say that, first of all, the shocker for us was a 25% increase. And on further review of the market, we see that all the other hotels in town that we reviewed had an increase of around 4%. So you started to dig into that a little bit and try to understand why our particular property would have a 5 times increase compared to the comp set. And especially since using the STAR benchmark data, how the hotels performed in the market, that we performed 23% less than they did. So it seemed like something was not congruent with that particular viewpoint of what was going on. And we did have a protest last year, and we were successful in a small reduction, but it does in a way feel like, since we raised our hand last year and had surviving through the industry recovery and the pandemic, we, in essence, a lot of us barely made it through that period of time, and coming through that was, we're still in recovery. So trying to understand a 25% increase, and then following the protests from the year before, it seems like, or it feels like, we've been centered out for some reason compared to the average increase of every other hotel in town. I don't know, as a previous gentleman was talking about, reluctance to file a protest, because it seems subsequent years that seems to be a pattern with people that file protests and come in and speak about that. But I guess you'll have to draw your own inference from that we're the only one that had this kind of increase when the others in the market did better than we did. So that's probably more of a, what's fair and equitable question about what's happening with the commercial assessments, especially with the people that are competitors to us. So that's one thing that I think should be under some form of consideration here when looking at this percentage increase. So Trevor and team brought up the fact that, they walked in the hotel at the protest period last year, and that it was nicer than they expected, or better, in better shape than they anticipated. And I asked the question, I said, when was the last time or Rod had been in the building? And their answer was they hadn't been, and they had no notes from any prior visit. So I'm like, what's the relative to what? You have nothing in your notes, you have no prior notes on visiting the property. It's 32 years old. What are you basing this on? It's just, well, it seems like it's in a better circumstance than what we anticipated. So I really got no answer related to that condition assessment differential. I can tell you that hotels go through a renovation cycle in commercial areas probably every 10 or 12 years. I hate to say, I've been a hotel GM for 35 years, and so I know that cycle is probably pretty true from my experience. And the last time that was done there was back in 2015. So in essence, we're going to be looking at doing it again. So it's not when you say it wasn't, it's not brand new. It's not. It's already through most of its life cycle, and will be done again. So that baseline of data, what they're seeing and what they think they should have seen, I question that because they have no notes on what that would have been. The other question on the performance, this is a full service hotel. The industry's still in recovery. We still see things, and you'll know back in January, we just had the Omicron spike, and it didn't dissuade a lot of the transient travelers that come to Rapid City. I call them the people on the National Monument route that come to stay. It didn't dissuade those type of folks from coming. But what happens is on the groups or the corporate side, which we rely pretty heavily upon, they delay things and they haven't come back. And the industry as a whole is waiting for that big convention group business to come back. And not so much different than the convention center next door. They've tried to rebuild. It's rebuilding into that type of business and getting people to come back to that. So there's some differences with the comp set with the other hotels in town that are primarily could be limited service and doing better. And that's one of the reasons why the Smith Travel Research data that you have on the Rapid City market, why we lag the market, is not all of our segments have come back as strong as, if you got a 100-room limited service hotel, they're more likely to, fill up first. We're larger and we rely on a little different segment of business. So there's a couple of points related to that. I looked at the comp. Trevor sent this morning the list of the comp sales, and quite frankly, I was astounded that a couple of my column outliers skewed that number up. That Rushmore Hotel, and I've been in it many times, their downtown sold for what it sold for. I happened to have looked at that property when it was for sale, and had looked at their numbers, and our evaluation was it probably should have been worth $13 or $14 million. Well, it sold for 20, and I'm being in this business for so long, I'm just astounded that it sold for that. I'm not going to call it stupid money, but on occasion, people will come in, and I don't want to stereotype people, but doctors and lawyers will come in, decide that they need to own a hotel, and they pay big money for something, and not necessarily they're going to make any money at it. So I see that comp sell as definitely an outlier to what's going on. So that's an issue, a separate issue to that. But I see a couple of those high price sales, and you go, where did these people come from and why would they pay that amount of money? I never would. And that's the business that I do. So I discount some of those outliers, related to that. But I guess, back to the original point, the primary concern here is a 25% increase. We're already valued at, probably the top end of the spectrum here with the other properties. Where's the fair and equitable application of these increases across the market? When we perform less than the market average, but we have the highest increase. So something doesn't seem right with that type of increase for us. And it does feel like, we raised our hand in class last year, and now we're getting beaten with the yardstick across our knuckles for having the audacity to have a protest last year. This certainly feels that way. And, if you look at the other evaluations in town, you'll see that we are far and above the outlier here on percent of increase. And I guess the question is, why? Why are we being centered out? Why is this happening? And why you know, what if we were in line with every other property in town in that 4 to 5% range, you wouldn't be seeing anybody today. We'd probably say, okay, that seems fair and equitable. But this is different. This does not seem fair and equitable, and those are of concern. They're definitely of concern to me when you see something of this large of an increase. So those are some of the things I wanted to say, you know, at the beginning here, when we look at this as maybe an argument of perspective and what's happening in the market, that we're still in recovery. Quite frankly, you know, the hotels and restaurants and so forth almost didn't survive the last 2 or 3 years, maybe other industries as well, but especially hotel and restaurant industry has been hard pressed. And it just feels like that this increase is not anywhere on the equitable spectrum compared to what's happening in the market. So that's probably my biggest issue and what I wanted to bring to your attention today.
Questions of Mr. Garrett?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Scott, what was the cost of the PIP, and can you give me details of the PIP?
For the lobby back in 2015, I went back and pulled some of the contracts and what was spent on doing that. And from what I can determine, it was right at about $500,000 to do the lobby work that Trevor Arad is talking about, that you see back from 2015. But, you know, of course, the increase we're seeing today is $3,700,000 in 1 year. And so that's, you know, when you start talking about dollars and cents, that's kind of, you know, somewhat in your face.
So did the FF&E have to get updated in that property?
They do on sometimes on different cycles, but, you know, that is true. You might go through and change carpet. You do furniture less frequently. So furniture might be every 15-year cycle, something like that.
So we can assume that it's modern and it meets industry standards for a Holiday Inn property?
Yeah, they go through a cycle, a license renewal cycle. And like I say, those can be generally every 15 years. And at that time, you know, you would take a look at the condition. They say, okay, well, that's what prompted the lobby to be done, you know, quite honestly, the last time. So when you look at that, it's to keep it up to normal standards of what you would expect when you go to a Holiday Inn or you go to a Holiday Inn Express. We're not trying to be the Ritz-Carlton here. We're trying to be somewhere in the middle. We're, you know, comparable. Other products are probably, you know, have different, you know, they have different standards. Hilton has a different standard. You know, it would be even nicer. You know, that's the comparison of what you're paying for. So when you look at things like, you know, Hilton Garden Inn or so forth, they have a different set of standards that would be even more so than a Holiday Inn standard.
Did your client provide you with some income and expense information? I guess what I'm looking for is just the room sales for 2021.
Well, what you have and what we have provided is what we call RevPAR. You have occupancy, and I'm assuming you have that in your binder or your packet, the STAR data for Rapid City Market and for that particular property and for what you call the competitive set. And you'll see, for instance, you know, occupancy in 2021, eyes are working correctly here, 55% occupancy for 2021. And so that's, you know, that's what it performed at. Now the market or the comp set performed at 63% occupancy. So, and a higher ADR. So that's why I say we're 23% below the market, how the rest of the market performed there. And you know, it feels like, you know, they did see these kind of increases and they were 23% above where that property performed. So that in essence is part of the argument here.
So in 2021, wasn't that undergoing renovation though, which would have an impact on your room revenue?
It could, but you have things in combination going on. You have the group segment was not back. We're still having, went through the Delta spike, and then and we're still haven't come out of all that with the January Omicron spike. So it's a little bit different. You can't, go back and say, well, this was attributable to that, or this was attributable to, the group segment hasn't come back. I don't know that anybody could say, well, that, this is how the property did perform. That's what we do know. That's factual. What we don't know is, well, would we have had that additional group segment, would that have filled any difference in 2021? I don't have an answer for you for that, because I can't go back in time and see exactly what that would be.
I guess what I'm looking at is we just opened the doors of the Monument Event Center, which is located next door, and I assume that's going to have a positive impact. The PIP's done, so you're not going to have that issue in 2022. I just did some rough numbers, but I took 205 rooms times 27,500 a room on an annual basis. I mean, this is just my opinion, and I used a 30% expense ratio and a 9% cap, and I come up with the 18,800,000. That's quick and dirty. I didn't even get into the food and beverage part, because you're probably only going to make 5 to 10% net on that. And I just left that component out, but I would assume that they're making some money or they wouldn't keep it open. So my quick and dirty, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong somewhere.
Well, your expense ratio may be, you got to get to a certain economies of scale to get ahead of it, to get to that type of profitability of 30% in a property. So
my 30% was net, excuse me.
Okay.
Expense ratio 70%.
Yeah, so the expense ratio, I would say, would probably be higher than that. So just to start off with, and there's a thing, when you're running about 55% occupancy, your profitability is diminished. You really need to get up in the 60s before you get to a better profit scenario in a hotel. And I'll tell you this, and honestly, I don't know why the Rapid City market still sees growth in hotel construction, because there's so much reliance on that summer season. And when you only have 55 or 60% occupancy, the general rule is you shouldn't be building more hotels, and they continue to build them. So the inventory in the market has gone up substantially, and I'm not quite understanding why that's happening in that market, because it's such a soft, you could shoot a cannon down the middle of the street in January and you're not going to hit anybody. I mean, it's a very seasonal market, and it's just not lighting it up as one would think. You can have a great summer season, but it sure is a long winter. So I just want to say that, it's still in a recovery mode there, and in particular for that property. And you've got to get up over a certain amount before you can get to that profitability range. So let's say you could run a 20% profitability range, given, 55, 60% occupancy. If you get up to 70, 75%, you could get up maybe to 30% profitability. It's different. Limited service properties, they could run 35, 40% profitability. It's a different animal.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
I have a question for you, sir. So you're talking about the occupancy rate being 55%. Now, is that 55% off of 205 rooms, or is that 55% off of 153 rooms?
It's 55% off 205 rooms.
But you're already taking in consideration 25% of your rooms being not occupied due to the construction. So if you're already, as a business model, planning for that to be reduced because you have to do the construction to bring it up, how can you justify keeping those numbers wrapped in there?
Well, here's the thing. these 25 rooms you mentioned, you're going under the assumption that they're going to be rented all the time, that you've got 100% occupied days that are just, you're abounding with 100% days. That's not the case. I mean, you think about the shoulder season there. It doesn't matter. You could have 100 rooms out of order, out of order. You could have 150 rooms out of order, and it wouldn't change your revenue $1 in January, not $1. So your assumption that everything is static and you can just apply that across every month in the year is not valid. Now, if you want to make that assumption that you could sell everything in July and August, I could go along with that, but I can't go along with that over the whole year because it's simply not true.
Other questions?
Chairman.
Commissioner
So,
Hancock.
4 to 5% range, can you tell me how he's comparing that his is 25%, this motel, and that everybody else in town is 4 or 5% range?
Yes, so the market for hotel properties, from what we've been seeing with the sales, is generally about 3 to 5% increase per year. So that's standard. However, when we discover something about a property that we had incorrect previously, we are going to fix that data. That's what happened here. We were saying that it was in worse condition than the average typical property of this age, and we put it in average condition for this type of property for the age. And he's not the only one that went up that much. The Cambria Suites, which we'll probably hear later this afternoon, went up about 18%. And the reason that went up 18% was because we were unaware that it had a full-service restaurant in it. So we added that for this year, and it went up 18%. So if there was data that was changed that was incorrect before, we're going to update that and value it accordingly. So it was just an inaccurate assessment the previous year because we didn't have the proper data.
And that's just what's happened, not just to motels, that's happened in housing and different areas where they haven't been inside. And it was probably a blessing they hadn't been inside for a while because they probably were giving you benefit of the doubt and probably a lower assessment at that time. And now they put it on fair market value. So
I had a couple of comments to say, if I might. The previous improvement was done in 2015. We're talking we're going to be 8 years ago. And when I asked the question of, what are their notes on the condition notes, what's your baseline? What are you comparing to? He said, well, there are no notes. So I don't know, you come in with a different set of expectation, but in his notes, there are no notes. What is he comparing it to? What's it relative to? And I'm not going to make the argument for the Cambria Suites, I can tell you that, but adding food and beverage doesn't make any money. It's not a big profit center for you. You're good if you're keeping ahead of it. It's an amenity. It's an amenity to the guests. So, like I said, I'm not going to argue them. But I look at the Alex Johnson, up 5%. I look at the Best Western Rancoda, up 1.1%. I look at the Howard Johnson, up 7%. I look at the Hilton Garden Inn, down, minus 2.6%. I look at us, up 25%. And I'm thinking, what in the HELL is going on? And the only conclusion I can draw is it wasn't because they walked in the lobby and said it looks better than it looked 30 years ago, because there's no notes on that. The only conclusion I can draw is this property is being centered out, is the highest increase in the entire market, and I want to know why, because it doesn't seem congruent with what's going on in the market.
Well, sir, I also believe that when Ron Rosknecht did his calculations and Trevor did his calculations, based on the rooms, based on PPI, based on FFE, all those things, they've come up with pretty much the same answers. And Ron Rosknecht, Commissioner Rosknecht, wasn't in your building. So I'm just saying, you sent the numbers, they did the math, and that's what they came up with for fact. So, I guess
Yeah.
it's not just about them walking in the building, sir. It's about those numbers that all add up to both of them coming up with pretty much the same answer. So,
Right. But it only in our case compared to the market, which is, that's the part that is very difficult to swallow. That doesn't make an argument for equity, or that the staff is necessarily going around applying the same methodology to every other property. It doesn't speak to that, because if that was the case and all these other properties outperformed us, why are their evaluations at 4% and we're at 25? So something is wrong with the argument.
Trevor.
Something is wrong with the methodology.
So Trevor,
Something
can you-
doesn't seem correct.
Sir, just a sec. We're gonna listen to Trevor if we could, sir, just for a minute. I was asking him the questions beforehand. He's ready to answer, I think, with some of the things that you were saying, sir.
Yeah, in regards to no notes, that comment, so I did not find a specific note that indicated we had been on the interior of the property. That doesn't mean that we don't have data from previous inspections. So our data from the previous inspections had indicated that this was in less than average condition. It was in dated original condition that was not typical in the market. When we performed our interior inspection, we discovered that it has been updated. That information was incorrect, no matter when exactly we had been in previously, but that was the data that we had on file. So that was corrected to not even show that it's in good condition or better than average condition, but what is typical for this type of property.
Commissioner LaCroix.
I wanted to address that because one of the things we were talking about with the maintenance of this building is the holes in the drive-it. And Rushmore had a lot of them from the woodpeckers that are in our area. And if you go down there right now, you're fixing them. That building 2 years ago, about every corner you could see it had the holes in the building. Anybody could see it. If you go down there right now, I was just there Sunday, you look over at the monument, they've got one going on right now. So there was quite a few years the exterior of this building had deteriorated. And now it's getting the makeover. If the commission remembers, no more than just a couple of years ago when the pandemic started, I think we had quite a few motel and hotel owners in here worried about surviving the pandemic, and I think we made concessions to quite a few of them. I don't know if this is one of these properties. I'm not saying. It seemed, I distinctly remember across the street from Central, that one, hearing that one and having discussions with that one. But I will bring up, I distinctly remember the exterior of this building 2 years ago, having the holes in this part of the siding and being happy, because I drive this way every day, that it was getting fixed and looking good. So I don't know if you have any, if you're aware of this, if you're in Rapid City, or you come and inspect the property very often, but I do remember a lot of holes in the building.
Yeah, so
It wasn't
just so
from
you know,
hail. It wasn't from hail.
Right. Woodpeckers are a problem there. And then the other things that live in woodpecker holes, right? But I spent, prior to, I live in Chandler, Arizona right now, but I lived in Sioux Falls and Brandon, South Dakota, and ran a property there for the company. And of course, we have the one in Rapid City, and I've been in that property many, many a time. So I've spent quite a bit of time in Rapid City. And yes, there were some holes in the EFA structure from woodpeckers, but I mean, the hail damage that was done in July of 20 was massive. And I probably recollect, or if you're there during that time and you had a car outside, you probably know it, but would have devalued the property, in the millions. After the damage. And so what's really happening wasn't necessarily to fix woodpecker holes. It was to fix the damage and put it back in a whole condition, instead of a devalued condition. So I'm not arguing that that the damage wasn't repaired, and that wasn't seem to be what the tax staff was arguing, or the staff was arguing. They were talking about the condition of, the interior looked better than they anticipated. And I was just trying to bring the relevance. What's the relativity to what? You're going to raise the valuation of the property now $3.7 million based on a renovation of the commercial areas. It was $500,000 7 years ago. All these things that keep coming to light don't seem to fit the facts. So that's just something I bring up, that this renovation of the interior that happens on a cycle is a few years off that cycle and was nowhere near $3.7 million. So if that's the main argument, then I would say, there's an argument against that. There's a counterpoint to that argument.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinen.
So Scott, I verified the sale of a Comfort Inn and Suites sold in February. It's open 150 days a year. And it generated $20,000 a year in room sales per room. So you got to realize it's only in 150 days. Now, if that hotel that we're talking about can't generate $27,500 a room, even with your ADR and your occupancy, I would believe that 27.5 is very conservative. And if you take that times 205 rooms, that's $5,637,500. And I can't believe that expense ratio would be more than 70%. But if I use 70%, I get a net income of $1,691,250 and divide that by 9%. That's $18,800,000. That's really quick and dirty, but it kind of tells me that we're in the ballpark.
Well, I would respectively disagree somewhat. I mean, when I look at you price things also by per key when you look at comparable sales, and that Comfort Suite you're talking about sold for $63,000 a key.
These properties are bought and sold on their income, not on PIPs. They're based on the income. And I just ran through a very rough income scenario.
Well, I would agree that things are worth, but when you're talking about appraised values, there you have several approaches. You have replacement, you have cost approach, you have income approach, you have comparable sales approach. And when you look at the comparable sales, what they're selling for, the Comfort Suite sold for $63,000 a key. Now, if I took $63,000 a key times 205 rooms, that'd be $13 million.
Scott, I know a lot of professional appraisers, and you don't do a sales comparison when an investor gets ready to buy a hotel. You want to do a sales comparison, then you multiply your gross income, the gross income multiplier method. That's the only way appraisers do it in the state of South Dakota anyway. We always look at the...
Yeah. I don't want to disagree with you, but I have a couple points I'd like to say about that. One being, I've been running hotels for 35 years. I've also sold hotels commercially. And what you're saying is you look at all the methods. You look at the income, you look at the comp sales. It's like when you go to buy a house, that of course you want to know what's selling for in the market. And that takes into consideration the health of the market. So when you see a Comfort Suite selling for $63,000 a key, it's reflective of what's happening in the market. It's a market condition. And as far as MAI appraisers go, they look at several approaches to valuation. I'm just saying that because of selling real estate in several different states, that's how that's done. So my thought process is that a 25% increase is not equitable, that there's got to be some form of compromise or middle ground in there that is relative to what the market condition is. There must be.
So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oskinen.
So, Scott, I'm guessing that if you hired an appraiser in the state of South Dakota, we got a couple good ones in Rapid City and then a few in Sioux Falls, they're not going to appraise that hotel based on whether other hotels are selling for per unit And they're not gonna use the cost approach unless it's a brand-new property and you don't have to worry about functional, external, and physical depreciation. They're gonna rely on the income approach, and what they're gonna probably do, you can do the gross income multiplier, but the problem with that is you're not addressing the expense ratio. So then what you gotta do is you gotta sit there and establish your gross sales, and then go through all your annual operating expenses to get that NOI. That NOI is what's gonna pay your debt service.
I agree with you. I agree, but I would say in addition to them looking at, what the income approach is, they do look at comp sales. They do look at that as part of their blended appraisal rate. It's just a fact.
Chairman.
They look at both and they blend those things.
I have a
So-
motion.
Commissioner Adcock.
I'm gonna uphold the 18,689,900.
I've got a motion.
Second.
And a second to uphold the equalization office value of $18,689,900. Further discussion by the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Ms. Garrett.
All right. Next property is Mr., is it Kettle? Cadle. And Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
Thanks.
It's the same thing I emailed. Good afternoon. My name is Derek, appraiser with Pennington County Equalization. And the subject property we are talking about has a tax ID of 58475. And it is located at 6803 Riviera Court in Rapid City. It's within city limits. It's within the Red Rock Meadows subdivision, out southwest corner of Rapid City. And I am recommending that the assessed value of $471,700 be upheld. And the subject property, it is 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 1,610 square feet above ground. And it has a 1,534 square foot basement. Of that, 1,398 square feet is finished. There is a 768 square foot attached garage and a 285 square feet of deck and patio. And it was built in 2005 on a lot that's 0.36 acres. Subject property appears to be in average condition. No inspection was completed, but I did drive by and look at the front of the house. It appears to be average. Everything is original to the 2005 year built. And comparable sales, they range from year built 2005 to 2008. Above ground square footages range from 1,423 to 1,784. Basements, they range from 1,193 to 1,658 of basement finish. And all comps have attached garages ranging from 704 to 770 square feet. Qualities for the subject property and all the comparable sales are all considered average plus. They're the same quality of construction, and they're all located within the Red Rock Meadows subdivision. And sale prices, they range from $340,000 to $470,000. And sale dates, they range from May 2020 to July of 2021. In the Red Rock Meadows subdivision, it's a pretty homogeneous neighborhood. I mean, a lot of similarity in the houses, quality of construction. It was predominantly built by the same builder. I believe all the comps were built by the same builder as well. And so just one thing to consider with the comps is if you look at comp one, it's very similar, similar to the subject property. It sold in March of 2021 for $340,000. In looking at the other comps, this appears to be a bit of an outlier in that it appears to have sold below market value. If you look at the other comps, I mean, they're going to range in sale price from $417,500 in November of 2020 to $470,000 in July of 2021. And another thing to consider when looking at the comps is the third or fourth line up from the bottom of your comp sheet, there's an ADJ sale price line. And that can be helpful because what that does is it applies the characteristics and features of the subject property and applies them to each comparable sale. So it can give you a possible idea of what the subject property could have sold for if it were in place of each comparable sale. And those values, they range from 417,000, or hang on here, I got my numbers mixed up. That adjusted sale price line, those figures range from 430,607 to 490,973. And that brackets the subject's assessed value of 471,700.
Derek, did you say 5 bedrooms or 3?
5 bedrooms. I believe it says 3 on your comparable sales sheet, but it is, I verified with Mr. Cadle that it is indeed 5 bedrooms.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
can you give us the range again for the adjusted sale price?
Yeah. The adjusted sale prices, they range from 430,607, which is comp 4, to 490,973, which is comp 3.
But comp 1 is 381,048.
Right, yeah, and where that comes in is that's due to that $340,000 sale price. And so what that adjusted sale price line is, it's going to apply the subject property to that sale. Since that property sold for $340,000, I would consider it an outlier out of the comps. And so it's going to remain an outlier even at that adjusted sale price line, just because it did sell for $340,000.
So the only two things I would mention is that I would have called the buyer or the seller and make sure that that was a good price, because we don't know that until you talk to one of the principal seller or the buyer.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just probably wouldn't have used it because it kind of makes it confusing.
Sure.
I mean, if it's an outlier,
right,
then you get it out of there, because right now I'm struggling because I got a comparable sale that's pretty similar to the subject property.
Right, and it was, I mean, open market, there was an MLS listing for that sale, so it was a valid sale. As far as motivations between the seller, they could have been motivated as the sale price would indicate, but I did leave it in with the comps just because it is similar to the subject. And when looking at this neighborhood, another consideration to make is, I'll go back to our different approaches to value. I mean, there's income, cost, and sales comparison. In this neighborhood, and like most residential neighborhoods, the two main approaches to value that you're going to see in residential properties are sales comparison and the cost approach. And with this neighborhood, houses are predominantly 3-car garages with finished basements. And I believe most of those houses are going to be valued using the sales comparison approach. a consideration to make, even though this neighborhood does have similar houses, there's still going to be variation in those houses. For example, there's houses in this neighborhood that have 2-car garages and unfinished basements. Those properties could possibly be valued using the cost approach. And I just wanted to bring that up and just mention it because there's properties within the neighborhood that are valued using both approaches, and you're going to see that when you look at and consider assessed values. And it's something that we consider when we look at determining our values and reconciling and then determining how a property is assessed.
Any further questions of Derek before we go to Mr. Kittle? Mr. Kittle.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. It's a little tough to follow an $18 million hotel with a single-family residence. I've lived in I was born and raised in Rapid City, and I've owned property here in Rapid City since 1995. I have never been here before to protest an assessed value, so this is a little new to me. First, I wanted to address when first I want to say that Derek has been very helpful and answered every question I had in regarding to this process. And he told me that the average increase of the assessed values in Red Rock Meadows was 18%. And mine went up 24.5%, so I don't quite understand how the application of increases seems to be different across such similar properties. Most were built by Mandalay Homes back in 2005. I was the third person to move into the neighborhood. So I saw all the rest of the homes be built. So then looking at Derek's comparables here, the first comparable has the identical floor plan to mine. It's the Kensington floor plan is what they called it. So I don't think we can completely discount that, although it should be said that I wouldn't sell my house for $340,000. When I ran my own comparisons, fortunately I work at a bank and I look at appraisals all day, every day. So I have some familiarity with the market, a lot of familiarity with the market, and certainly in my own neighborhood that I've lived in since 2005. And the first 3 comparables Derek used are the same 3 that I used. Comparable 4 is where I had a little discrepancy. Comparable 4 is not only larger, it was sold with the hot tub. It has granite countertops. It has maple hardwood floors, and I showed on page 9 and 10 of the handout I gave you, highlighted it in the listing there, so you could see that this is a nice house that's been remodeled, and I have not been in a position to do this kind of remodel to my house, unfortunately. It's got an extra half bathroom compared to my house. And so comp 4 is valued at $458,500. Then on comp 5, which is valued at a market average of $392,200, it has granite countertops, all new flooring, newly remodeled, custom built wet bar. So I don't see comp 4 or comp 5 as being that comparable to my house, other than they were both built by Mandalay. You can see it on comp 5 on page 10 that they did a whole front brick patio to their house. It's got a walkout basement. Mine doesn't have a walkout basement. So those types of issues
so I did not include those two comps when I did my own comp analysis. I know it's a little hard to read, but on page 2 of the handout, I highlighted in green the 3 same comps that Derek and I both used, and I threw in 3 other comps. I did my search looking for Mandalay homes with 3-car garages, ranch style. So hopefully they would produce an accurate value as compared to my house. And you can see the averages there, and it averaged at $140.58 per square foot. So I just applied that to my total square footage for a value of $442,000. And as you know that, or most of you probably know that larger houses, all things being equal, sell for a smaller value per square foot than something smaller size. So even 442,000 might fall slightly on the high side as of November 1st. And I would, if you have any questions, I did look at my neighbor's house 2 doors down. They have a ranch house, 3-car garage, a little smaller than mine, and their assessed value is $378,600. So why is mine almost $100,000 more? The county valuation model, and I realize all models have outliers, and I think mine might be one of them, because it just slapped $150 even on my house and per square foot, per total square foot. And that's all it did, and spit out a value. So that's why I'm here today, just to say that having a 24.5% increase on my property when I know there are homes in my neighborhood that didn't have an increase at all. Others have assessed values at under $310,000, and pretty sure that they wouldn't sell for $310,000. So that's it just seems like maybe that there were some things that were a little arbitrary in our neighborhood.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskinek.
you know, if comparable sale wasn't here, but it is. And I don't, you just can't make it go away. It's here. $218 a square foot. And comp 3 is the highest at 308. So what I did is I added the 2 and divided it by, or I added both of them, divided it by 2, come up with $263 a square foot, lower than the 308, but higher than the 218.
Is that the gross living area?
Times, and if I take that times 1610,
okay,
I come up with 423,400, which would be about a 12% increase in assessed value. That's just the way I would treat that, but that's just for dialogue going. That'd be 60,000 for the land, 363 for the building.
Well, when Derek did send over the first round of comparables, each of the 5 comparables was ranked as comparability, and comp 1 was ranked as the most comparable to my house.
I guess that would be called a compromise.
And with that, I mean, comp 1, I mean, it's very similar to the subject. I mean, same floor plan, same size. Then on the other end of that is comp 5 is very similar to, I mean, it's better condition, and as such, it's sold. Where you at? Sold higher as well, or that's also one of the older sales. Then I know Jay mentioned the MRA market average figures for comp 4 and 5 of 458,500 and 392,200. And those lines, I mean, it's easy to confuse them because the line is called market average MRA. It's reasonable to assume that those would be the assessed values for the comparable sales, but they are not, because those figures do not have a time adjustment from their sale price. So in all reality, comp 4 was assessed at $521,400, and comp 5 was assessed at 474,700 instead of those figures that you're looking at on that market average MRA line in your comps sheet. And again, that is due to essentially the time adjustment from those sale prices to November 1st.
I look at a lot of appraisals, and it is very rare on a residential appraisal when you are dealing with comps under a year old where you see a time adjustment.
So the numbers that I was mentioning were just the sale price per square foot, not the adjusted price or nothing like that.
Right, yeah, yeah, you mentioned a 308.50 and a 218. Yes, that was just the sale price per square foot.
Well, these aren't adjusted. That's just the price that they sold for per
Yep.
square foot.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroy.
I mean, I think there's some good points there, and I understand the 340 sell price, not probably, I think there was probably something going on, distress sale on that. What I'm gonna suggest to find a solution is from comp number 4, which is a land value at 60,000 and the building cost value of 411,400. That'd make it 458,500 instead of your 471,600, if there's a second.
So that's your motion?
That'd be my motion.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Tell me what you did with comp 4, Lloyd.
Well, I think they're right with the comp ones, the right on part are, but I was looking at the market average. And I just thought, that's to all the rest of the comparables, that just wasn't quite comparable. I thought comparable comp 5 was closest, but
Comp 5.
that's why I said the 458, and I think our equalization is suggesting 471,600. So it's.
Is there a second to the motion? I'll second.
So Chairman.
Further discussion?
Comp 5 has been fully remodeled, as you will see on page 10 of my handout.
So Chairman.
Commissioner Egg.
I'm more in line with what Ron's saying, only because of comp 5 is 369 and then 60 for the land. And I know we're supposed to throw out comp 1, but it's still, I'm gonna agree with Ron, it's more comparable. And his was 423.4 for his total, if I'm correct, Ron? Or Commissioner?
423.4, 60 for the land, 363.4 for the building.
Yeah, but did you make a motion on it, or you just?
He didn't, do you want to?
What's that?
I'll make that motion.
Substitute motion?
Substitute, ma'am.
Is there a second to the substitute?
I'll second the substitute.
Okay. Got a second to the substitute. Further discussion?
What was the numbers for number?
423.4, it was
463.4, sir,
420.
for the land, or for the,
423.
for the,
423.4, 60 for the land, 363.4 for the building.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of the substitute motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Should have never.
Next on the list, we have 7 parcels. Rich Huffman is going to be representing property owner on these. Rod will be up here. They have talked about what order they'd like to do each of these 7 properties in. So they will announce this parcel and talk about it, and then this parcel, and work down through 7 properties. Just 7, yeah.
Are we gonna vote per, like they're gonna go down, you guys are gonna vote each one as we go down?
That would be easy.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll probably
Okay.
have to do.
if it's handy, we're gonna take our time.
Okay, Rod, we're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, Board. So we're dealing with quite a few different parcels. Just as of the last few minutes, there's a handful of these that we are not going to be bringing before the board where we've come to an agreement.
Okay.
So I thought it might make sense to go through those and kind of get them off the docket since we agree. And then we can go through the ones that we want to discuss.
Okay. So are these, do we need motions on these?
Yes.
Okay.
The first one is tax ID 71363.
Rod, where's that? Do you have this
They-
paper?
They've come to an agreement on these
Okay.
first ones.
I just wondering where, like, this has a,
I-
Chairman?
That's,
you don't need
that's
that
Mr.
for-
Huffman's.
Okay, that's different.
submission.
I apologize.
This is what.
Okay.
So is there a motion to accept the?
Okay.
I have a value that is different than the original
Okay.
assessed value. So on this one, there is a dedicated greenway on the parcel that we were unaware of. My new recommended value is $56,100, and that's land only.
Okay.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The next parcel is 71365. And this one is also, this is 100% greenway, so this is not buildable. We have this valued now at 13 cents a square foot, and the value is $5,200.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a,
I think Deb got it and then Travis.
That's what I got.
Okay.
okay, I've got a motion and a second for the 5,200. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Parcel 71125. This is all land. There is a documented easement that we made an allowance for. The new value is $27,000 even.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve at 27,000. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The 71180. This is also a land parcel. The new value is $63,500.
63,500.
Correct.
Moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor
7-1.
indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, just a second. I think Commissioner LaCroy had a question.
I was just trying to make sure I had the right one. 71800, right?
71180.
180.
Oh, seven, what?
71180.
1180 is what I got.
I'm saying.
I don't have that as an independent. I have it on the sheet, this one here.
They have all the properties listed on this?
Was that the correct number, Rod?
71180.
Yeah.
There's no change through
Travis, do you have that?
city and then didn't appear to be.
I don't have it in that sheet, but I have it on here.
Yeah, I see it on here.
Say, Rod, can you read?
I don't have it, but, I mean, it's upstairs, we can get it, but,
Okay.
Well, we got the amount, right?
yeah,
Right.
yeah, we'll get it.
What did you need, Rod?
I was just gonna have them repeat the ones that they. We're good.
These three.
We're good on that one?
Okay.
So you've done 4, right?
71363. 71365.
Okay.
71125.
Okay.
71180.
Okay.
And those are all the amounts if you
Okay.
want.
Good.
63.5.
Parcel 70820. And this one, I'm recommending no change, and they are in agreement with that one. It's currently ag land.
Second.
And the dollar amount on that?
526,600.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
No, you made the motion, I got.
Second.
Who made the
Me and Travis sound the same.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Tax ID 54438.
54438.
Correct. This is a land only, and the recommendation is to uphold the current value of 403,800. So there's no change on that.
So moved.
A
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Tax ID 70423. This is also a no change. Value is 992,500.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Tax ID 70424. So this is a new value where the land is 646,400. The building is $1,690,500 for a total valuation of $1,929,600.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second.
What was that total again?
1,929,600.
Right.
Um,
The dialysis.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Can we get those numbers again?
I don't think those two.
On that one,
I thought I heard 646,400 for the
Those
land.
two don't
the
add up.
land, it was, what was the building on that, Rod? A million what?
1 second.
1,690,500.
Well, that's.
That doesn't
that's
add
over
up.
two.
Yeah. It's gotta be like 1.2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 1,283,200 is the building.
Okay.
1,283,200,
Right,
2,8,200.
total 1,929,600.
correct. Next one is 70426. And there is no change on this. The value is 866,200.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And then the last of these is 70427. And there is no change on this. The value is 321,600.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. It's only 10. You're supposed to do 12.
What? I've
You're on
been
a roll.
scrambling for the last 20 minutes trying to, because we're just now getting, exchange of ideology here. So it's been the neck of the funnel. So I guess we can start with the ones that we are going to be discussing. And I think you've already handed out maps for these. So, and I have a handout for the board. So we'll be looking at tax IDs 71766, 71767, and 41119.
Okay, say those one more time. I'm sorry.
71766, 71767, 41119. And I have a handout for the board.
So you have 70428 on this one, Rod? Okay.
I've already given that one.
And 71696, Rod.
Yeah, those two I didn't see
Yeah.
that we marked off anywhere either. I was gonna ask the same question.
Do you want those numbers, Rod? that you have left?
Which numbers are you referring to?
708 or 70428,
We're going to talk about that.
71696,
We're going to talk about that.
and 71800?
We'll talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Which one are we starting with?
My third.
Which specific one are we starting with?
Well, I'll start with 41119.
Perfect.
41111. Yep.
And is it right if I start?
Sure.
Okay. So there's 3 properties, and we'll be starting with the handout that I just gave you, which looks like this. So there's 3 properties here that are all adjacent to each other. To get you oriented, we're behind Menards on the hill. And the first one I have marked there is 41119. So currently, I'm valuing this as undeveloped land. We're not valuing this as ag land right now. We have some sales. If you look at your handout, the sales that are surrounding that support the current value that I have of $7,000 per acre. Immediately to the right of that, you can see there's $11,160 per acre. That sale in 2019. In 2020, $10,230 per acre. My value is at $7,000 per acre. In talking with Mr. Huffman, I'm understanding that they are arguing whether this can be classified as ag or not, an ag status. So I'm supporting the value, first of all, that I have at the $7,000 per acre, because I believe this is land that is being developed. It's no longer fits the classification of agriculture. That's no longer the principal use. I did go out and look at the property. It does not have a fenced perimeter. It's just simply not currently being used for agricultural purposes. They did give a ag application, which would require receipts and income and things like that, and maybe that's what's going to be provided. But my argument for the 4119 is that it is currently, it's not being used for the principal use of agriculture. And the current value I have at $7,000 per acre is supported by sales. The 71767, looking back at the handout there, so that's the middle parcel with the number 2 on it. That one is also currently being developed. And what you'll see with the pictures that I have attached, for example, the picture that says number 2 facing south, this is what the land looks like today. So there's no fence there. It's being bladed. It's scraped off for development. So I don't think they're going to be arguing ag on that. But if we look at what should the value be if it's not going to be ag, again, I would refer to the sales that I'm showing there. I currently have this valued at $13,500 per acre, which is a development value. We understand that there is no infrastructure there. There's no roads. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to bring this to market as a commercial parcel. So the $13,500 per acre considers this as a tract of land that is going to be developed, but currently there is no infrastructure there.
Rod, without sounding rude, I don't have all those papers. You guys have those in front of you?
Yeah, I do. Looks like this right here.
Yep.
It's the pack.
It's right
the one
on-
that
it's
Rod
right on
handed
your
out. It's
front.
probably laying right up on top.
That's why. Sorry, I didn't see it. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that, Gary. Wow. All right, sorry, Rod. I didn't see the packet. I was too busy looking at the other packet we had.
Okay, I'm going to talk about. So that's the 71767, and then right next to that is the 71766. Again, this is being developed. We have consideration that there is no infrastructure on this parcel as well. That there's about an acre worth that we're saying is unbuildable due to things like slope, easements, some different things that make only a portion of this land developable. So I've measured out, just using some of our aerial topography maps, about 5 acres that is buildable, and I have that at $1 a square foot, which is a supported value for land that is being developed but yet has no infrastructure there now. So that's what I have on those 3 parcels, which is basically a no change from our current assessment.
So Rod, on the 71767 at 13.5 per acre, are you given consideration on that for no infrastructure in there?
Yes.
Okay. So if there was infrastructure in, what would it be?
I'm usually around $2 a square foot.
Okay.
That I would add after infrastructure is there.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll do linear foot, just depending on how it's being developed.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
just, if you take the, 24 acres at 13.5, I come up 324,000.
Yeah, there could be some rounding there. The 326.4 is my value.
Okay. So it's different than 24.
I'm sorry?
It's different than 24 acres. Even if you round it, it's still 324 is $2,400 less than 326.4.
So you want the exact acreage?
I'm just doing the math, that's all.
Okay. So yeah, there could be some rounding between the 13.5 and yeah, it's not exactly 24 acres.
Okay, well, that's.
It's 24 point.
Just wanted to make sure that I was.
Yeah, no problem.
To me, thank you. My name is Rich Huffman, in case any of you don't know. I represent Hanny Shaffey and his various entities. I passed out this, which unfortunately was pulled off the current map. The parcel that says tax ID 7240, the big parcel, is really the 41119. And that was the ag when he bought it. It was ag last year at 32,200. It's going to be ag this year. What has happened is, if you look at the bottom of that, I think the fence, the bottom fence line was removed so that they could start grading in about the middle of that to grade over here to get a second exit for these houses down here. As soon as the road is completed and is being worked on, the fence is going to go back up, and cattle will be running on there, on the bottom part of section 33, east of 33, south of the undeveloped portion down here, which is ag, and on the 40 acres next to it, which is ag. And didn't I get this to you? Hanny has a video on his camera of the cattle that were there last year on this same ground, if you want to see it. No. Okay, I mean, any event, so that's being used in connection with all the rest of this land as ag, and the 40 acres to west of it's assessed at 8,000 an acre, or 8,000 total. Tax ID 15248, which is this parcel, and that's all going to be used as ag for cattle, maybe goats again this year when the road's done. I would say no change and leave it at the 32,200 it was asked last year,
we have put in an ag application because we didn't know some of these didn't have ag status, so we'll submit that and get.
If I may, they
Go
actually
ahead,
had ag status, and the fence, there is no fence in the north end of this property, and the reason for that, we own the 78 acres north of it, so the fence is at the north end
Okay.
of the
Okay.
property that we own. As a matter of fact, it's a brand-new fence. It's probably about a year old,
Okay,
because the old fence was not adequate.
okay. So the grading will be completed when, and the fence will go back in approximately,
As soon as East Anamosa grading is finished and seeded, we will be putting the fence back.
and anticipation of when that will be?
Probably within the next 60 days, maybe
Okay.
90 days.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
Hanny, what's the carrying capacity? What's the carrying capacity
For,
on this, this stuff that you want to do egg? I just wondered how many cattle you can get on there.
how many cows? Actually, I had 52 cows there, and all black Angus.
Okay.
And down below, I have goats, I had 220 goats.
So Rod, do we change the status because he doesn't want the cows to get out, so he unfenced it and moved the cows until he gets, I went back there on the grading and it's huge. He actually had to redo a hill, fiber optic and everything. There's some major work going on in the back of it. So I didn't know if we took ag off of it because he took the cows off until he gets the grading done. Does that make him not ag again?
Essentially, yes. There's no indication that this ground is being used for agriculture purpose. Without a fence there, I don't know when the last receipts for grazing, if there were any, or if, we haven't seen anything to prove that this is still being used for agricultural purposes.
So when did the fence come down? The fence just came down, not,
The fence came down about, I believe, maybe either July or August. Of this
okay.
year. Yeah, I believe August, actually. Yeah.
Did you take it down, or did Zanster take it down? Zanster took it down.
So Kenny, can I ask
You're
you
never
another
gonna find it.
question? You said there was cows grazing on there?
Yes.
And Rod, you never saw any before then, coming up into this year before November, or after November?
Correct.
There were no cows after November on the property.
Because you started doing the TIF and you
We
had to
took the
move them
fence
because
down.
of the
Yes,
fence?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. No, there were not cows after November. But there will be cows before the next November.
Yeah, I've seen cows out there, but it must have been last spring when I saw them out there, so.
Yeah. Yeah, we had 52 black Angus and a bull that we borrowed from.
I was afraid you was gonna say two.
No.
Asked him about two already.
In fact, I still have some meat left over from
Two.
Has been known.
Yes, it has.
I mean, this is part of about 300 acres of contiguous land that we really graze, and we hay part of it, that is at the bottom. We used to have water rights, and we gave the water rights to the city, and we still have alfalfa there
So
at the bottom.
So when do you anticipate infrastructure will go into that property?
But, there will be some infrastructure to the south of it, but really will not be infrastructure within the property in the near future, because we got a lot of ground to develop yet.
Okay.
The small parcels, I'll talk about the small parcels later, but this is the one, the big one, that's really is worth fighting for because it's going to be there for a long time. So assessing it and taxing it that high will make it not feasible to hold on to it. Really cannot.
Right. Okay.
So Rod, what kind of, we make a motion for no change if they bring in that,
I'm not sure of the Robert's rules there,
Yeah, you could.
because we're really not doing the value, it's the status.
Yeah, I think that's what,
no,
I think if you make the motion to leave the status,
as ag.
so it retains it as the
The 32,
2021.
I see, he says 32,200, I see 32,400. Is that what you see?
I can't type, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lloyd.
I would say keeping it at 32,400 as long as they get their ag status.
Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Is this just for ID number 41119? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes. So
I'll second it.
Um,
And Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, Rod, most of the time I wouldn't do that, except that I did see the grading and what kind of work he's doing out there. If he didn't put the cows and have them before and they weren't in there in the spring and we're not gonna go back again, I'd say, game on kind of thing. But I did go out there and see the grading and the dust and all the things that are out there for the safety of any kind of animal that would be in there at this time. It's huge. I mean, those are drainage areas and different things that are huge that if those cows or anything get into, it's, I haven't seen that kind of dirt work in that kind of drainage areas for a long time. So that is a TIF figure of about 23 million. That's the tour I went on and then saw the trailer courts and all that stuff. That's why I said, Henny, you gotta show me that that's gonna be ag and why it was ag before. So also because the tour, because I wanted to see what kind of work. You could see the properties on top of the hill. You can see the houses he's building. I have no reason not to believe at this time he's gonna do what he's not gonna do, or saying he's not gonna do, just from seeing that area. Like I said, Rod, I don't think I'd put my cows there, and I'd try to defer them for a little bit until I could put them back in there once some of that dirt work and some of that area was a little bit leveled and not so much dust bowl over there. So.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Me?
Yep.
Oh, I tell you, I hate these maps when they change. The parcel that's right next to that, that is, I got 71767, and on your map, it says 72591 that I gave you, and that's because it's the current map, I guess. There's no real access to these properties to be developed right now. And there is the WAPA, was a 100-foot WAPA power line easement that goes right on the back, right, runs this way and goes all the way out there. That takes up a good chunk of that. You can't build on it. It also precludes getting access to it on Isaac Street, to either one of those two parcels. I mean, we believe the 71766, because of the cost to develop it, is $80,000, which is about 10 potential lots, less development expenses. It'll be worth $80,000 on that one.
Okay, so Rod, did I understand you to say on that, on the 71767, that it's a 40-acre parcel, but there's only 24 acres that can be developed on that?
It's a 24.18 acre parcel.
Oh, okay.
I've allotted for 19.1 acres as being undevelopable. I have that valued at 13 cents per square foot. I've estimated that there's 5 acres of land that can be developed. I currently have that 5 acres at $1 per square foot with consideration to no infrastructure there and consideration to the easements that were mentioned.
Okay. Rich? Annie?
If I add to my friend Rich, I would never buy, these are planned for residential single-family lots. And I guarantee you, Ron probably even knows that, probably since he's involved in that business. I would never buy single-family land to develop for single-family at $1 a square foot. The most I would do is probably 15. If it is in the west side, I'll go probably $20,000 an acre or so, as big parcels. $1 a square foot is really too high for raw, single-family lot development land. On that land also, there is a power line which is different than WAPA. It's West River Electric Line. There's a buried line underground, and there is an overhead line just on the west side of that fence between that and the bigger parcel that we just talked about. So it's, I would say probably the 5 acres is probably, you're probably right, there's about 5 acres of buildable ground. Honestly, like if you do somewhere between 15,000 or 20,000 an acre for the 5 acres, that would be fair value. I mean, that's what I would suggest.
So Rod, what do you have it calculated at those 5 acres,
$1 a square foot.
Buck a square foot.
which is the total of what?
43,560.
Thank you.
It's,
$223,100.
So what Hanny is suggesting is the land that even can be developed for the single family be reduced by down to a third to a half.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Okay.
Commissioner,
Sorry,
go
I'm
ahead.
not sure if I'm up.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. So on your, on the sheet that I handed out, I do show sales of undeveloped land that's over $1 a square foot that has yet to be developed. So $1 per square foot for undeveloped land is a consistent and fair valuation. We've seen that show up with a lot of sales before they get developed, and then once they're platted out for housing, then we're going to be adding another $2 to $3 per square foot.
So for single family.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Roskinek.
Well, I was just going to mention that a few years ago, I did some appraisal work for Rapid City area schools. And there was a different location but similar property. And I remember going to Hanny and asking Hanny, like, what can you, because it's going to take a considerable excavation and stuff just to get it ready. And that's what he said. He said, I can't pay more than $15,000 and make this work economically. So it's just a conversation that I'm bringing up.
And, comparable sales in the area, by the way, we sold to the school district the land that is portion of the bigger piece that we just did. Actually, I think we sold that to them for $19,000. I donated back to them, I think, half of the proceeds that they gave to us, which net results about $9,000 or $10,000 an acre. And these are, accurate information. That's just across that blue line that is on the other side on the screen, on the most eastern part. So it's not even a quarter mile away. And that's 50 acres that we sold. And that's the flat piece in the top that has views. So it's like, I mean, I'm not, but that's what I paid about 50.
Chairman, the other thing is to consider is that when we went to do the tour, those are affordable houses. So they're not just, $1 per square foot for housing that we usually take. They're actually doing affordable housing with single family lots with power lines that are huge right behind the houses. I know there's an easement and there'll be some green space or walking space behind them, but again, he's kind of tipped that area too for a reason, so he can save to put in those houses that are, affordable as well. So,
Mr. Chairman, I also have a question, Rod, just to make sure I understand. At your evaluation, that's how much per acre?
For the
22,560.
For the whole thing?
No, how much is it per acre by your calculation at $1 per square foot? How much is that per acre for that 5 acres?
43 for the 5 acres?
43,500 an acre.
43,500. And the reason why I asked that question is because the Apple Valley that sold is 109 acres. That was, when you factor it out to undeveloped land, that's 17,000 an acre. So, I mean, this is like significantly higher than that, and it's undeveloped land. So, how did we get up there, Rod? I'm kind of confused.
Hang on a second. The value that I have for the 5 acres is $217,800.
okay.
So yeah, 43,560 per acre.
And that's, I mean, within the last 6 months, we know that Apple Valley was 17,000 an acre, and that was 109 acres for undeveloped land that they're gonna have to go in there. They're using a TIF to develop that. That's why I'm kinda
So
lost.
so this has a road to the parcel, so it has access.
Yes.
So did Apple Valley.
Yeah, it's got two. It's got Longview and Anderson Road. Two frontages.
Okay.
With no power lines.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross Connect.
So earlier today, when we were doing the call center, that call center is located off a concourse, whatever, and it's, I mean, that, all the infrastructure's there. And I, even including the asphalt, and that was, the unit price on that, or the unit value, was like $2.18 a square foot. So, a dollar, you know, it just, I haven't been out and looked at this land, but it doesn't look, a dollar seems a little aggressive.
If I may add another thing that is really going to complicate it even more, the sewer out of this piece has to go down to the east and then go, if you walk it, you're going to see it, and it goes to Valley Drive that is built in the north side of Menard. So I have to build actually a huge sewer line coming in from where the road ends behind Menard on the north side, from the industrial park coming up. So it's it's going to be difficult to develop this even at 15, but I'm saying like 15,000 an acre. I think it is really fair. It really is.
And Travis is right, plus with the land, is that the land that was coming up, right, Hanny, with the power lines that you're gonna put the green space? But if you look to the south, remember I told you guys about those huge drainage areas? I haven't seen that big for a while. There's a huge drainage area right by there too, so a lot of that affects, if someone was gonna build in those, but those are like drainage areas in Copperfield, but they're even bigger than some of those areas, so you could probably fit about 10 houses in those drainage areas. Pretty crazy.
No,
So, Rich, tell us what you were thinking on what that land was with the acreage.
I said 75,000 on my notes.
And Rod, you said what? 216 or 217.8?
217.8 for the 5 acres.
What ID number are we on? 71767?
Yes.
Yes.
And your total was 217.8?
No.
Oh,
No.
I'm not following. I'm just here to wait till motion.
Wait on it. He was talking about only the 5 acres.
Oh, okay.
5.94.
I'm kind of in line to think that that's probably about right for right now as it gets ready to be developed at 75,000. So I would make that motion, 75,000 for, is it 71767? That's the one we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Let me get a point of clarification here, though. So that's for the 5 acres that can be developed.
Right. And then there's another 19.18 acres I have at 13 cents per square foot, which is a minimum drainage value.
I think we need to have everything in.
Yeah, total.
Gotcha. Because we would need that 5 acres plus the other 19.
What's the total if he did it with, Rod, with the 75,000 plus the other
185,900.
acres? Say it again?
185,900.
Okay, that'd be my motion.
Okay, so I have a motion.
And I would second that with follow-up if you don't mind, Chair.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second. Commissioner Laster.
And I just want to clarify, that's the 75 for the 5 acres plus the drainage cost for the rest of it. Okay.
So I have a total of 185.9.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
Total.
That's what the motion was, yeah.
And what parcels are we talking about?
That's only 71767.
Okay.
Which includes 5 acres that can be developed, and then 19.1 acres that, of the other, that's,
13 cents a square foot
yeah.
or something.
13 cents doesn't sound like much, but that's a big number for to add on top of 7,500. 75,000.
75,000. That adds another 110,000, 111,000 to it. Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Yeah.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the last one in this area is 71766.
Yep.
And that is 5.94 acres, is that?
Yep.
And that is this real little sliver piece over here. And that can't be worth more than
So what I'm seeing on this map on that, Rich, is that the property right to the south of East Philadelphia Street there? That's, or is it?
no,
It is, you know, if you look at that intersection, yeah, you got it right there.
there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. And, you know, if we ask, that's also single-family lots. There's about 100-foot WAPA power line easement on the north end of it.
Okay.
Even if we assume that, you know, 15,000 an acre times 6, that's $90,000. You know what I mean? So it's like, I mean, 6 acres, let's even ignore the easement and let's apply the $15,000 an acre, single-family zoning. You know, 15,000 times 6 acres, or 5.95, will give you what the total is. I think, you know, just to make it quick, to cut it short, you know.
So Chairman, Rod, did you take out the power line that was in the back of it or not? And that he's putting a walkway and a green space behind there?
I don't have anything for green space. What I've allotted for is, again, on this one, 5 acres of buildable and 0.94 of unbuildable.
So Henny, is the whole north end, is that where the power line and you're doing the walkway and the green space between the backyard or those houses and the next houses? Am I correct?
Between them, yes.
That's why I said, because that was going all the way through, Rod. And if you look, there is the power lines there. And by green space, so you took out the green space and the walkway that he was gonna put in between the two houses, or the two houses, the housing units on the north side?
I've estimated that there was 5 acres of buildable,
Okay. And there's how many acreages altogether on that land?
5.94.
And if we
okay,
assume,
so less than an acre that's unbuildable. So is that a easement for the electrical line? Is that what that consists of?
That's what I had allowed for, is for an
Okay.
easement.
it is, Mr. Chairman, it is zoned for single-family residential. And if we apply the same 17 or 15,000 an acre times 5 acres, whatever the number comes out to be, you know, that will be a fair number. You know.
I'd move that, that parcel be 75,000 for the whole parcel.
Got a motion. Do I have a second?
I think that's 15,000.
75,000
I'll
for the
second.
whole,
He was going with
That's
6.
75,000 for the whole, all of it?
75,000
But he marked
is
that
what his motion is.
Okay.
But you, sorry. go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
So Rod, what was your total on that, 5 acres that you appraised it at?
The 5 acres, I had to add $1 a square foot, so that was the 217,800.
Okay. And Travis, you said 75,000?
75 for the whole, yeah. Because that's 15,000 at 5 acres buildable, and that gives the leeway for that .94 that you said was the green space and all that kind of stuff. So it's just, it matches up with the same that we just did with the other property without making a complicated math at that .94 in there, so.
Okay, any further questions, discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on to Box Elder. This is these 3 that I passed out.
Bless you.
Thank you. Everybody got these? You have any questions on what they are? This is the, what's basically 5.8 acres of drainage area, which is to the, to the east.
This is parcel 71,
I'm sorry.
71800.
Sorry, I'm sorry, right.
71800.
Sorry.
Which one is that one?
Liberty Plaza.
Liberty.
Oh, Liberty.
The short version on that is of the 27.7 acres, 5.8 will be drainage. To the west of drainage, there's a 2.12 acre lot that is maybe half usable. And that leaves the balance of the land, which will be 70 single-family lots that are under contract at a total price of $44,900 for a total purchase price of $3,143,000. I let Rod, I didn't give everybody, but there's a bid sheet out there for construction to take place, which is $2,571,300. There's gonna be design fees of $2,000 a lot, MDU fees of $500 a lot, Black Hills Power of $1,000 a lot, and the total cost will be $3,061,300, leaving a gross profit of $81,700, plus whatever you get for half of that lot that's to the east, that is a 2.12 acre lot.
Is this in TIF 2? Is this also TIF number 6, right? Or 5? Is it 5 or is it 6, Annie?
I think it's 5.
No, is it 5?
Because I think 6, I think 6 is Apple Valley.
Okay.
So if you deferred the taxes, you still have to pay the normal, regular taxes, right, on the TIF? This is TIF area? Right?
Right.
So Rod, what do you have it at? Sorry, Henny.
I have it at, well, the original value that went out, I have a handout for you, actually.
Yes, sir.
It'll be easier.
Thank you.
What the main thing is basically.
Thank you, Rod.
This is zone MD.
So Rich,
Single family.
when you were giving us those numbers of the additional cost, was that going on top of the 44,000? Is that?
No, that is
That's-
paid by the developer,
Okay,
comes out.
Okay.
It comes out of the 44,000.
okay,
If I may add, Mr. Chairman,
yes.
this land is zoned, single-family residential, and there is about roughly, I forgot, Rod, how many acres is it?
27.69.
27.69 acres, or let's say 28 acres, but roughly 5.5 acres of it is drainage, and the drainage is already constructed, the detention pond and the drainage ways. So if we deducted the drainage out of it and then assess it at the $15,000 an acre, I would be fine with it. It's higher than what we're actually making out of the land. We're selling the lots at that cost because we went into contract on those lots prior to bidding the infrastructure. We went into contract about a year ago. The prices went up, was almost 45% higher. So it's like our margin on this land is actually what Rich gave you exactly. But what you'll be assessing it at the $15,000 an acre is approximately 3 times as much as we're making out of it. I'm okay with the 15,000 an acre versus, you know, $1,200,000 an acre. I mean, for the whole thing, you know what I mean? So it's,
So explain to me again this, you said you had a half an acre, that's kind of an oddball.
There's on this map, here's, yeah, got to get over to my aerial.
Block 7 and Block 7, is that where apparently you're talking about?
Read that? My notes say it's 2.12 acres, that's about.
Oh, yeah, that's what it says.
yeah.
2.12 acres, okay.
Right.
Right.
So tell me about that. What's different about that then?
That lot will be zoned for apartments.
Oh, okay.
Or storage units, actually,
Okay,
because
okay.
apartments will not be allowed there, it will be only for storage units, because it's within the zone that the base would not really allow because of the
Okay.
restrictions. Yeah, it will be only good for storage units.
Okay, Rod.
All right, so my recommended change is to 1,016,700. And so on the handout, you'll see the sales that we have. So I'll address the purchase agreement that Mr. Huffman mentioned a little bit later. But first of all, just looking at the sales, if you look at the map with the sheet, we have sales of properties that are undeveloped without infrastructure, starting at the top. 214 of 2020, 8.3 acres sold for $1 for a square foot. That's undeveloped, no infrastructure, that is not on Liberty Boulevard. That was before the road was put in there and before any of the utility was put in there. Below that, we have a sale, and maybe you can share some light on this. This was sold by the appellant, the 21.26 acres in that same area, undeveloped, for $258 a square foot. So this is where the question of where does my dollar a square foot come from? We have two sales right here for more than $1 a square foot of undeveloped land. And unless they can share something about the sale, the 21.26 acres, I don't know much more about that.
I'll be more than happy to.
And before you do that, we also have, this is near the APZ zone, the crash zone. It's not in it. But as an example, bare land in the crash zone is selling for over $1 a square foot, $1.37 a square foot. So the value I have for this undeveloped land of $1 a square foot is a fair value. What he gave me for a bid sheet, basically this is how we're going to construct what does it cost to go, what's the value change from the undeveloped land to marketable land. So the bid sheet that you provided, I think sheds some light onto that because this is what your bid is to have that land developed. And so this is coming in at about $2 a square foot. But it's also, and unless you can, because I just got this last night, this seems to be for this $2.5 million bid to develop the land. Doesn't appear to be for the 27 acres in question. It seems to be for all of this, everything above that as well.
No.
Okay, so like I said, I literally got this last night. If you can shed some light onto that.
I think Rich may have given you maps like these.
Yep.
The blue is basically the drainage areas. Rod is accurate, you know, as far as land that is $1 a square foot. I have misspoken about the 2 acres. The 2 acres in the corner, that is probably worth $1 a square foot because it will be going for storage units. The red lines are roads that are just those roads are in the bid that you have. The red roads that you see, none of those are platted roads yet. They are currently going to be starting construction very soon. So those roads are 2.6 million. So if you add the values, honestly, the difference is about 80,000. And then you add the 2 acres, which I missed. 2 acres times $1 a square foot, that's another 86,000. So you probably could be at about 166,000, 170,000 total value, net value that we will get out of it. And I tell you what, I'll be more than happy to deed it to you today at 170,000, and you take care of that 2.6 million bucks. The idea of this, we want a development to happen there because we have a TIF to feed. We have lots that we want to plat, and that's where the construction. But honestly, that land is zoned for single-family residential, which you could see those lots. The cost of developing those lots, just the bid for the water, sewer, and the roads is actually 2.6 million. We have to actually, MDU instated, now they charge $500 a lot for their system. Power Light charges about another 500. Power Light gives you back some of that money, but MDU does not. But we still have to dig the conduits and everything for them. So by the time we get done, honestly, we will be probably, the only thing we'll make money on is actually that lot of 2 acres, probably. But I'm just saying, look, I would like to move it, but honestly, that 2.6 million is just for the red lines. The one up above, we're almost, the circle and all that stuff, we're actually almost 8 million bucks. Just to
So
give you an
Chairman,
idea.
so
Commissioner
Annie,
Hadcock.
you're saying the 27.69 acres should be worth how much?
Probably, the 27, it's about 200 and maybe, no, about 100, 2 acres, it's about 170,000 bucks.
For the whole thing? You want to go from 1,206,000 to 170,000?
Because it's single-family lots, you see that, it's no different than Apple Spring or whatever it is that is in the valley.
Which
It's
is true,
raw
but,
land.
but you're deferring the taxes on 27.69 acres also, Hanny. I know you're building some affordable in there, but I believe it's a little bit different than on that backside and where the location is, so,
It's,
I can't see it that way on this property. I could on the other because of the location and the things that you were doing over there. This is a little bit different, like I said, is deferred taxes. Not that that wasn't. I see this more usable. I see more people coming around that recreation area and those things that you're doing. What you are doing is pretty amazing. I think the 1,000,001 or the 1,016,700 is a pretty safe number.
I
Handy list.
honestly think that it is way too high because it is single-family lots. And, to develop those lots, we gave you the exact numbers, what it costs to develop them. And we gave you the net line. You cannot assess it more than what we will net out of it.
So, Hanny, how much are you selling? And are you doing like 6,500 square foot lots, 6,000 square foot lots?
They're about
And-
6,800 square feet.
Okay, and how many are you doing?
And we have them all under contract. They already been contracted for a year ago at 44.9.
And how many of those are you doing?
They're actually, all of these in the red are being done right now.
So,
72 lots, 2 lots will be left vacant for neighborhood parking.
Neighborhood, parking, yeah.
So how many lots total?
70.
70 at 44.9. And I'll show you the contracts. I think you might have a copy of the contract.
Yes.
So it's like, it's not, we're not making up those numbers.
Yeah,
These are
so that's
actual
about
numbers.
3.5 million.
so the 27.69 is all, it's not including the Liberty Square or whatever,
It
these
doesn't
are
have anything to
just
do with that. That's
single
already-
family lots?
Yeah, just to give you an idea, in this, the rest of the properties north of there, they were on the and the tax roll for 0, and now they're actually going to be in that TIF, and hopefully the TIF will pay off soon, very soon. There are almost $10 million in value, just to the north of there. We're not protesting any of those, even though some of them are protestable, but, those are platted, and we really don't want to argue about nickels and dimes. 1 million is a lot to really let it go, because, you cannot hold the land.
So Rod, can you tell me, based on what Hanny said, would you change anything, or why are you staying the same at 1,016,700?
So they're basically backing in from a purchase agreement. They're taking what they're going to make with the sale of these 72 lots, and they're subtracting out what it's going to cost to develop that, and they're saying the result, the net of that is what it should be valued at today. I'm looking at sales. We can talk about agreements with the city to make this, a special kind of property. We can talk about an agreement that was not open market, that was made to another developer. We can talk about TIFs. We can talk about a lot of things that detract from the purpose of me valuing this, and that is market value. What do these sell for? I have sales that show, including your sale, that at least $1 a square foot for undeveloped land makes sense. So all of the conversation aside, if there's relevancy to establishing a market value, maybe we can talk about it. But I think the true market value of this is based on the sales of similar properties in this very neighborhood, in the same development area, and we are consistently showing that $1 a square foot is the minimum. When I look at their bid sheet of what it's going to cost to develop that, that's another $2 a square foot. So when this is developed, it lines up right with the $3 to $3.50 a square foot that we would have for everything else that's developed. We have sales straight above this that's selling for $5, $6 a square foot for developed, for land that's ready to be developed, full infrastructure in it. So the gap from the $1 a square foot to where it's going to be is the development cost. He's saying $2 a square foot. I agree with that. We start at $1 a square foot for the developable land. That's what it is now. When we have the infrastructure there, I can see adding another $2, so we'll be at around $3 a square foot. That fits in with all of the sales that are around there.
Okay, Hanny,
If I may
just a
ask-
sec,
oh,
just
go
a
ahead, please.
second.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
want to ask you a question. Okay, based on what Rod just said, and we're talking about, we're trying to get affordable lots in there. So if we agreed with Rod and went with that, what would those lots have to sell for then for you to even break even?
You divide the difference between the 1.2 million that he's assessing the property to.
1,016,000. So
1,016,000. Let's say 1 million, because I'm not going to deal with fractions. It's a lot easier for me to calculate. $1 million in property value. If I added that to the construction cost, which is 2.6 million, 2.6 million plus 3 million plus 1 million, that's 3.6. 3.6 divided by 70 lots, that's almost $50-some thousand a lot. I have to add.
65.7.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost, so that gives you an idea. I have to raise the loss to 51,000 just to break even without, engineering, without MDU, without any of the utilities added in. But I want to answer Rod's question too. The land that we sold to Lloyd to the north, it had frontage along they replatted, where it says 17, that section line, section. They replatted those two lots into two lots. I am obligated to provide them access from the south and the southeast corner, which is basically this point right in here. This is the southeast corner of the lot that Lloyd bought. They have a frontage. Their property that they bought from us is zoned MDR and general commercial. These are zoned single family. The property that they bought is already platted and has got all the infrastructure that is needed for it, except for this approach, which I'm obligated to construct to their property there. These lots, I still have to put in the infrastructure to make them that $3 a square foot. So it's never going to be $3 a square foot. It is what they're already under contract for. So it's that's the difference between the property to the north. It is platted. This portion is unplatted balance. To sell it, I actually cannot sell it unless I plat it. To plat it, I guarantee you the city will not allow me until I do the second access for Lloyd. So it's all of these things are facts, so.
Rod?
The other lots aren't they MDU and commercial?
MDR and commercial is Lloyd's, and this is single family, and this is unplatted, theirs is already platted.
Too much for affordable lots. Too much for
if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
just to clarify, there are 72 lots in that perfect square just under the number 17.
Okay.
There's additional acreage, so just working that math, there still is the additional 2+ acres on the other side.
Right.
That is much
Multiple
more,
family.
better value real estate, so it's not just to do the math correctly.
Right.
That's where the 2 acres are valued at about $1 a square foot, which is 86,000, and then the single family at $15,000, an acre, which gives you the balance, which is 186, 160 or $170,000 for the whole thing.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Rod, the one that sold for $258 a square foot, who bought that and what do they plan on doing with it? And what's it zoned?
That's what you sold to Lloyd, right?
Lloyd building
Okay.
apartments on it.
Yep.
Okay, just
Was
wanted to
their
make
land.
sure that we're comparing apples to apples.
Pulled a building permit also, I'm told.
So it proves he can sell the land.
And I would say that difference, that's $2.58 a square foot. I'm at $1 a square foot, so there's $1.58 a square foot difference for the zoning, if that's what you're thinking.
So Chairman, I'm gonna go with the 1,016,700. I think we gave a pretty good break on the first set. Based on Rod's calculations, that dollar per square foot on this area, I think is gonna sell. a lot faster.
1,016,700.
Is that what it was, Rod?
1,016,700, that's correct.
Candy.
And just
I
for
have
the
a motion, is there a second to that one?
and just for clarification, that's for that 27.69 acres. ID number, where is it at? 71800.
That's correct.
Selling the lots for how much, Rod? Would come out to,
The 70 lots that they're selling are $44,900 each.
and when we did Apple Valley, it's 45. So I think we're doing comparable to what we did affordable and what we called affordable and,
But they bought them at 15.
Is there a second?
sorry.
I've got a motion, is there a second to it?
But they're selling it at 45.
Is there a second to the motion? Hearing none, the motion dies.
I guess I'd look at a compromise here.
Okay. What's the numbers?
I don't have a number. I'm looking for a compromise.
Just to keep the ball rolling, because I see there is I know you guys had a long day, and there's a lady. Is it possible just to double the number that I just gave and say, okay, 350,000 for the whole thing? I know honestly, it is way more than what it is worth, but I just want to keep it rolling.
In our conversation before, the last offer that you had was 571 for the whole thing.
I don't think so.
Yep.
It was a typo.
I was just gonna offer half.
And the way he got to that was simply the 70 parcels that are selling for 44,900 minus the submitted bid sheet.
Okay, how much would that be? 70 times 44.9 minus the,
That's five, well, there's actually 72 lots, and then there's another 2 acres. So I'm just saying, that's what you offered me last night.
No, that's what
You guys
you, I
okay
didn't
with
do that to you
508,
last night. If
350?
I did, I'm sorry.
508,350?
I'd make a motion for 508,350. Or 400, sorry.
Okay, give me the number again.
508,400.
508,400.
Yep.
Fine.
I would second that.
Got a motion and a second for 508,400. Further discussion? I'm going to vote for it, but quite frankly, I still think it's too high for the development. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Who were the no's, just Deb?
me and Ron.
Yeah, it's 3-2.
So now you got Casey Lofts.
Casey Lofts,
I can go first. I have a handout for the board.
Which one were you on? 189?
Thank you, Rod.
64189, is that what you said?
What'd you say the number
The
was?
ID number? Okay.
9616.
Seven-
6 or something.
I think it's 716.
Which one are we on now?
You're right.
Never am I
Getting a
right.
little tired.
96?
No problem.
Okay.
96.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need these pictures? Do we need these pictures this time around?
Like my mother said, takes longer with help. Yeah.
Mr. Hanny.
Thank you, Henny.
So again, tax ID 71696, known as the Casey Lofts. So we had an apartment appeal that we kind of discussed yesterday, so it'll be a similar conversation. The way that we develop a value for all of our multi-residential properties is through an income model. So the value that you're seeing here is based on surveys that we've sent out to get market rents, market vacancies, market expense ratios. Through that, we've developed a local market cap rate, and we've applied that to the subject parcel. We then double check our income analysis, our income model, with sales of similar properties. So the result of the valuation for this property is, make sure I have the rates, 99,919. Let me make sure I got the right part. Sorry, that was my per unit value. The value is 4,496,400. And again, we're using market rents. I did talk with Mr. Huffman. He showed that some of their rents are slightly below what I would say are market rents. I do not know what they have for expenses. I do know that the cap rate that I'm using for this property is market-based. But our valuation comes right from the model. What I've provided for you are some similar properties that have sold recently. So with the properties that have sold, the first one I have for sale number one. I'm sorry, the print is small. I literally printed these a couple of hours ago because I did not know this was going to be an appeal till about an hour ago. But the per unit value for the first comp, sale number one, is 122,447 per unit. Sale number two, 154,218. Now those I did consider to be a little bit better quality. They do command a little bit better rents. Looking at sale number three, which is La Crosse Estates, that sold for $87,056 per unit. I do consider that to be of lesser quality. The fourth comp that I have, sale number four, is $85,226. That's what that sold per unit. And the fifth sale, which is a little better quality, sold for $137,462 per unit. Again, the per unit value of the subject based on our income analysis is $99,900 per unit. So that falls right in between what I would consider slightly lower quality and the ones that are slightly higher quality.
Rod, did you, put in the commercial at the bottom?
Did I put in, I'm sorry, what?
Taxed separately.
The commercial's taxed separately.
There's
Yeah.
5 units to the Kansas City condominiums.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and 4 are on the bottom floor.
Okay.
5 is floors 2, 3, 4?
2, 3, 4, yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I'm not,
The whole first floor is all retail and office.
and I'm not trying to be strange, but I've never heard that before. So how do you do, because you just put commercial Kansas City and then a different street for the lofts? So they're taxed separately?
Well, it's a condo. It's a commercial condo, so there's,
That's how you do it, is you have to separate them?
yep.
Okay,
So
I didn't know
the
that. I
unit, the
just-
unit that we're talking about, there are 45 units there, a mixture of 1 and 2 bedrooms. And that's just for floors 2, 3, and 4. The first floor has 5 separate condoed units. 4. But yeah, we're not talking about those.
If I may, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Chairman, I handed out a piece of paper, and on that piece of paper, the first line is basically what Rod has gone through, which is basically the total assessment for the units, and those came out to be $99,920 per unit. And if you look at the most critical thing when you evaluate property is the rent and the size. 1,000 square foot home is not worth as much as 5,000 square foot home. As a house with a swimming pool is assessed different than a house without a swimming pool. A house that has an outhouse with a clubhouse for guest house is assessed different than a house just standing alone, 1,000 square foot. These apartments are intended for affordable apartments. The rent, as you see in the under the 1 bedroom, is $795 a month. The size of that 1 bedroom is 602 square feet. For the 2 bedrooms is $995 a month. The size is 750. I'm just going through the red line just from the left to the right. There are 45 units, and the average assessment per square foot of leasable is $174 and $147.81. That's the farthest to the right. I compared this property to properties that are built within the same period of time. I did not go to old periods. Does not matter what other properties sell or not sell for. What matters is what other comparable properties are being assessed, because that sale price should be applied to all of us uniformly, including all the new apartments. I'll go with Copper Ridge. That's in top of Highway 16 by the fire department. If you look at their rent, it's $1,238 for the 1 bedroom. Its size is $879. That's where I say, like the 1,000 square foot home is not assessed the same as a 5,000 square foot home. Same thing with the 2 bedroom. And I went through and I looked at 3 different comps that were built within the same period. Copper Ridge, the View on Catherine Boulevard, and Tall Grass Apartments above Menard. The average assessed value per rented square foot, okay, for Copper Ridge is $95.42. For the View is $118.12, and then for the other one is $119.58. So I average those in the blue, which is $111.04 for all of those 3 on average, okay? And those have garages. You know that this one does not have garages. This one hardly have adequate parking to meet the apartments. If I apply the $111 to the size of the structure of leasable space, I'm not debating or arguing about the land assessment. I'm just looking at the structural value. If I multiply the number of units and the leasable square footage by the $111.04, which is the average of those 3 other luxurious apartments compared to this low-income apartments, I come up with a structural value of $3,152,000, which is in green at the bottom row, $3,152,342.54. I think that is really fair. We preach about affordable apartments. We preach about affordable housing. This is really true affordable housing. I did not come before you. This is actually meets the requirements for less than 60% of the median income within our community. We, as a government, the county, the city, the state, are always investing on those kind of things. You offer a tax abatement for these type of things. I did not come before you for tax abatement because I really don't believe in subsidies. I believe in doing it the right way and doing it right. All I'm asking for is applying the same unit price that the others that have a lot of extra amenities are assessed at to this affordable complex. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to respond.
You sure?
Could I see which ones you're referring to?
Yeah.
I have not seen this data yet.
And this is their average rents.
So from what I'm understanding, he's comparing assessed values. The view at Catron is not complete. We do not have, that's not even in my income model. It's still, our last valuation on that was partial complete. It was still under construction. And I believe the same with Tallgrass. So if that's the argument, to find some other properties and take their assessment and break that down to a per square foot, we don't even have these assessed at their full value. So if that's your argument, then I would disagree with that wholeheartedly.
It's actually like there are two lots for each one of tall grass or two phases, and I took the ones that are already completed, and I got this actually off either the city or the county website as far as the information, as far as the assessed value or the values that are being allocated to it. As far as Copper Ridge, that is completed about 2 years ago, so those numbers are accurate and fully assessed. I know that the rest of them, actually my staff pulled them off the county or the city website.
Yeah, those values are not, those are partial values.
But still, like even if I took Copper Ridge, which is completely built out, that's at $95 a square foot. If I apply the $95, I will be even still lower than what I'm proposing. So it's.
Questions?
Yeah, you bet. Okay, good.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
Rod, I don't know if it should be that low or that high as you have it. Why I'm saying that is I'm down the neighborhood from there, mine ain't even close to this pretty. He's doing rents comparable to ours. In fact, some of ours might be depending on the kitchenettes because we have Wi-Fi and some other stuff. There's other amenities in there, of course. But when you do these low income or you do affordable, whether people like it or not, I was talking to Joe about this, and I can't remember if Trevor was listening. But the turnover is huge. And I don't know if we take those expenses. You are remodeling over and over again in these kind of places with those low rents. And I'm also and so is Commissioner Rosknecht, in Pennington County Housing. So your turnover is high, your remodeling is high. I don't know if you drove by a couple times. There's a few of them that are looking like they're starting to have some issues because you don't want to sound mean, but it costs you a lot more money than if you lived in an apartment on top of the hill or in the different areas that they're building now, Rod. So I'm just saying, being the area, being the rent status that it is, I'm not usually going to say that you should drop anything, but I'll keep saying when you're trying to do, and he's right, because I keep seeing all this called affordable, and it's not affordable. It's $200,000 to $300,000 houses, And these are affordable. The 800 and that, you don't see that anymore. In fact, you hardly see it anywhere. 800 to $995 for a square footage. Ours is about that. But I'll keep saying that neighborhood and where we're at, I don't know if I would put it at 4,271,000 based on your numbers. I'm inkling to think that the 3,377,742 is more equitable. I don't think you really know without signing that you don't know your job, Rod, because you do. Until you have to deal with these properties, with the crime rate, the affordability, the turnover, and the things that you have to deal with, those expenses and those things, even with $20,000 cameras in our building, it's a lot. It's a lot of management. It's a lot of everything. So, not trying to say anything, but if we can keep it affordable, keep it so he can keep these, because here's what's happening. He's going to sell them if he can't keep those rents down. And he's got to make it affordable enough where he can do all those different things to make this equitable. So most of the time I won't disagree with you, Rod. You do a really good job, but I'm just saying, you're in a whole different neighborhood, you're in a whole different rent status, and when you start having to deal with these properties, I truly believe that, where's your comparables? If Copper Ridge is, where is it? Tell me again where Copper Ridge is.
I don't have that as a comparable.
Okay, what do you have as comparable, Rod? Sorry.
My comparables are sales.
Okay.
His comparables were properties that he found that had an assessment per square foot lower than his, and he wanted to be lined up with those assessment per square foot.
But you said you do an income approach too, so I think once he's open for a while, based on his expenses and his income approach, just from knowing the neighborhood and what he's going to spend on that, and maybe he can get it cheaper than me, I think it's going to be a lot different than a lot of the different ones that you try to compare it. It is new, so it's going to probably look better longer. But I think the deterioration and the things that they're going to have to do to keep this up is going to cost you a lot more money. I'll just tell you from listening to other motels that are weeklies and stuff, unless they do nothing, how much it costs for us to want to keep up with affordability and helping the people we help. He's doing the same thing that we're doing, but his are even, I'd say, nicer than mine. But and I'll keep saying it, you're not going to be able to keep it affordable if you don't. He's going to end up selling that property, and my point is keep it affordable. Keep it down enough so he can keep it affordable. Still, if he wants to sell it later, but then he won't sell it if he can keep those apartments full and still keep his costs down.
If I may respond. So the rents that he mentioned, the $995 for the 2 bedrooms, and I think, were we for one's $800 for one?
$795 is what he's got
$795,
listed.
$800. So those are the rents that they are getting to attract the type of renters that they want.
Right.
When I see this type of property, I'm looking at what are similar properties selling for? What would a new investor be able to get for rents? And I believe I heard you say that you thought even these rents were low. I would agree. These rents are low. The rents I'm using are $858. This is from the market. This is looking at 364 other parcels, coming up with what does the market say an average apartment building would get for rent for a 1-bedroom. That's $858. They're getting $800. Yes, they are getting a little bit less. Someone that's going to buy this is going to say, I can get more rent for that. That's my job, is to say, what would this sell for? If this were to sell on the open market today, And low-income housing and providing for a need, that's not this conversation. Right now, I want to talk about what would this sell for? A buyer would come in and say, I can get more rents. I agree, you can get more rents. The market supports $858 for a single bedroom, $1,000 and $1,017 for a two-bedroom. That's what the market is. So I have a lot of discussions with a lot of other property owners that say, I'm keeping my rents low on purpose because I don't want to deal with vacancy. I like my tenants. That's not the market. That's a business decision. The market is, what would this sell for? Someone is going to pay more for this because you can get more rents than the 800 and the 995 that they're currently getting. So I'm not valuing this on their rents. I'm valuing this on market rents.
But
I've established that through looking at 364 other properties to say you can rent for more than what you're getting.
But Rod, I'm saying you can, but if he wants to and he needs to stay at that market level in order to keep it that, so somebody else also that would want to buy it and keep it low enough, kind of like we did, there's got to be a selling price that keeps it there. So they want to keep it at those prices. The minute you start raising it, they have to raise the rents. So I'm saying in order to make it equitable for the people he's trying to, and you said, don't put that in there. But if I didn't do that with my business either,
I'm gonna make it. But
like you said, you could sell it more if you're going to income approach, even the Rose. And you're saying that I could get $858 a unit and that I could hire the rent, which if I need to, I can hire the rent.
The Rose, you couldn't. Can't get 858 there.
So you see what I'm saying? But you're saying that. I'm saying you can't at the Rose. I'm saying in general. He's only 2 blocks down the street. How long is it going to take at 858? And you said, well, he could sell it later. The point is, he opened it up for that reason and that rent so he could keep it low enough where he doesn't have to sell it for the 4 million whatever and pay those rents and have somebody come in and go, hey, I got to raise these rents because this is what I bought this property for. He's saying if he keeps it at that property at that 3 million, I think the 3,277,000, he's staying there. So that's, I guess, my point of view, Rod, and you do a good job.
And I agree with Commissioner Adcock on this. This is, I mean, the goal here is to try to provide the needed housing that we have right now, the need that we have. And so this will all balance out. I mean, if the rents change and go up, we'll catch that as we move forward. But I think this is, you know, I think the numbers that he's showing us are very valid numbers for this type of a unit.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. LaCroix.
I'm gonna make the motion for 225,400 for the land and 3,152,342 for structure.
Second.
350.
You're gonna have to do those.
3,152,000, I was gonna round up to 343 is a roundup. So the total assessment would probably be 3,377,743.
700.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Okay, give me that last number again, total.
Deb.
You said 3,377,700.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what I got.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay, I've got it. So I've got a motion. Did I have a second with that?
Correct.
And a second. Further discussion.
Thank you,
All
Rod.
those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You're done, aren't you, Rich?
Oh, we got Dakota Market Square. Or
Missed one?
Which number?
70428, right?
937 East North Street.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That's the last one, right?
Yeah. We're done.
Square it up.
70428.
Right. And we have the same philosophy issue that we had on the last one, is that we may be the nicest house in the worst neighborhood, but we got, of the whole complex, over 50% is vacant. And by God, we've been trying to rent it at advertised in today's paper, I think it's $6.50 a square foot, and there are no takers. Okay? That's just- Well, and this one has some takers, but all of our rents are less than your staff thinks we ought to be charging, even though at least 2, maybe 3 of the leases we had when we bought the building from Kmart. I mean, I don't know how you.
The dollar store is your famous leased property there, the most used.
Yes, I know.
It's
And
true.
they aren't paying squat, 605 a
I'm
square
down the
foot.
block.
Huh?
I'm down
Yeah,
the
I don't know
block.
if I can read this. So I got bifocals, just so you know.
Okay, Rod.
Could we go to the map, Joe?
Mr. Chair, I just have a question. Do you have one of those sheets on that we've been using before to kind of walk through, or?
I do not. I didn't know that some of these were being appealed till just a few hours ago, so I'm a little unprepared. As far as, I'm prepared to defend the value, but as far as giving you a sheet that's easy to read, you basically got my spreadsheet.
Okay.
Okay.
So hang on just a second.
Well, no, he usually has one that talks about what they were and what he's planning, so that's okay. We'll work through it.
Okay, so the one we're dealing with here on the county assessment, the old Kmart that Rich handed out, is that bottom one there, the 70428?
70428, yeah. Could you highlight the 70428 parcel, Joe?
I don't know that it will come up.
Well, it's basically, so there was a conversation about purchasing Kmart, so I want to be specific on this. There's 7 different parcels, I believe, if you want to put in air quotes Kmart. We're only talking about the west end of that parcel you're looking at, which is the strip mall starting from the pawn shop, the dollar store, and going over.
Oh, you're talking about down below.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's not the whole thing. There's a dialysis center there that we're not talking about that. There's an old shell there. We're not talking about that. There's a bunch of stuff up there. When he mentioned purchase Kmart and, some trouble getting tenants, there we go. Yep. So that's the parcel we're talking about. So I'll start out with sales. My best indicator of the value of this is what are similar parcels selling for. So I handed out 2 sheets that are like this. I'm sorry for the small print. If you look at the one that has that has 5 sales on the very top row, my average for all of those, and I'm just talking in per square foot, the average sale per square foot of all of those is $102.77 per square foot. The current value that I'm recommending, the total value, is $5,157,400. That comes out to for gross square foot, $64.98 per square foot.
Give me that number again, 60.
$64.98 per square foot. That's my recommended value. And again, the total value is $5,157,400. So the 65, or we'll just call it $65 a square foot. The average sale that I'm seeing for strip malls, again, over $100 a square foot. The lowest comp, and we can pull up a picture of this. Joe, if you could pull up, oh, I'm sorry, Deb, could you pull up tax ID? Yep. 39616. So this is the old Midland Mall. This sold in 2020. I would say this is, in comparison to the subject, it's lower quality. It's an inferior location. It's a very similar age, and it has not been renovated to the degree that the subject has. This property sold for $62 per square foot. That's the lowest sale of any strip mall in the last 3 years in Rapid City. And that's figured into my average of over $100 a square foot.
What's it called, Rod?
What's it called?
What's that one called?
Midland Mall.
Midland Mall.
Right on St. Pat by the Moose.
Okay.
So that's the low end of all of the sales. The high end is $130 a square foot.
Where is that?
The sub, you're asking me where the 130 is?
Yeah.
2626 West Main. And those are similar strip malls. Some of them same age, some of them newer. I have made adjustments for that. So my end median for all the sales of 100, that's after making adjustments for time of sale, location, whether it's an inferior or superior quality sale. So the current value of the $65 per square foot is after the improvements have been made. You saw the pictures of the exterior. This is currently leased out with only a 15% vacancy. That is normal. That's normal market vacancy. I have an income approach. If you look at the other handout that I have, where the bottom number is highlighted at $5,157,400. This income approach is where I ended up with my final valuation of the $65 a square foot. I'm using rents that I believe to be market rents, anywhere from $7.50 up to $12. And if you look at the columns I have there, they actually gave me their rents, which I do appreciate. They have their contract rents, and next to that, under triple net market rents, or what I believe the rents would be. So they're very, very similar. If we just went line by line, the Black Hills Pond, they're getting $8.11. I say market is $8.50. Family Dollar, they're getting $6.05. I'm saying market is $6.50. On down the line, you can see those. Some of these, I'm right at the same number. Salon Academy, they're saying $11.95. I'm saying $12. Archaeological Center, $7.95. I'm at $8. So our rents really aren't that far off. I'm giving them 15% vacancy, which is their actual vacancy. I've loaded a cap rate. I'm using a cap rate of 9.75 loaded. The final valuation I have, I believe, is supported not only with sales of similar strip malls, but also with market rents that are very similar to their contract rents.
Questions of Rod?
Nope. Sorry, no.
Okay.
I got a motion, but
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I handed out a sheet, and my numbers are a little off from Rod's. I'm sure Rod's is more accurate. So it's like the $74 a square foot that I have. The first line that is shown in red is 70. Tax ID number 70424. We're no longer protesting that. I think Rod and Rich reached an agreement on that one. So we're looking at the 70428 that is shown in red. Rod's number is basically for the square footage for the structure, a little bit different. So he's got 6498 for price per square foot. If you look at the comps below, which is similar assessed projects, it's not really how, and the reason I say that, we should apply the sales to everybody, not just to certain people. The sales that Rod mentioned, the 62 and the 130, they should be applied to all these comps. That's number one. Number two, our leases, most of the leases that exist are existing leases. Most of the places that are having comps, some of the places at the mall lease for about $20 a square foot. And the mall still assessed for a total per square foot for the structure is $10.76 a square foot. I'm being assessed 6 times as much as the mall. The same thing with Hobby Lobby. That is being remodeled right now. And it is fully leased, 0 vacancy, $16.80 a square foot for the structure. The same thing for Walmart, $38.27. I guarantee you, Mr. Kronk is leasing to Walmart, at least to the Walmart Corporation, which is his wife's parent company. I'm sure he's leasing it for over $100 a square foot. Same thing with Sam's Club. So it's like if I took the average of all of those per square foot for the structure, I'm not disputing the land values. I'm going to ignore those, even though we're a lot higher than them. I'm just going to, because it's peanuts. The $19.07 a square foot is the average of all of those. We cannot just take the strip mall and say, okay, we're taking that. We own all the properties up there, and we are at 51% vacancy. That's no different than assessing the mall as a whole. It has some vacancies, and it has a lot more occupancy than the 51% vacancy that I have. So if I apply the 19.07 to that same property, you'll see that the total assessment for that property is $2 million, which is down below at the bottom in the green, is $2,451,000 as a total assessment instead of the 5.157 million. I really believe that is fair because, if we have sales and we're using the sales to really count what the assessed value on this, how come we did not use it for the Hobby Lobby? How come we did not use it for the mall or Sam's Club or Walmart or even for the building across the street? The building across the street is fully occupied and leased for about $11 a square foot. It's assessed at $27 a square foot for the structure. 27 versus 64, that's a lot of money, especially for a building of that size. So I really urge you to apply the $19.07 for the structure. Whatever area that Rod has, I'll agree with, as far as the structure. I'm not here to debate that part. Thank you. And by the way, it's like we put in a new facade. We're hoping to improve that area of the community. It does not really mean that we have raised the rent. We bought those leases in place. As a matter of fact, the Chinaman, I cannot even talk to him. It's the same thing with the pawn shop. The same thing with we cannot just kick the people out and say, hey, you don't have a house anymore. We have to honor those leases. And some of them are there for a long, long time. Even if I sell the property, they cannot be kicked out.
Sure.
So I thank you.
He said his average is 19.07. Where's he getting that between a 64.98? I guess I'm not. Tell me how
Sure.
he's getting his numbers and where you're getting yours, Rod, and how that's comparable.
So what he gave you, none of those were sales. So he found properties that have a low per square foot value. The ones he mentioned are big box stores. They are not multi-tenant strip malls. They are not the same property. It's not even comparable. So they're not sales. They're not comparable. So I would discount that argument completely just based on that. I'm looking at sales of actual properties that are very similar to this to establish the $65.
So he has some frontage with some strip mall in there. Is that comparable to the back part of it as well? The new ones that he put up, or is that not assessed yet?
I'm not following
The
you.
car wash? That's on the
That's
frontage of East
completely
North?
different parcel, yeah.
Yes, but is that the same price per value as this, the 64.98 per square foot?
No.
Okay.
So I think you're asking me if the car wash is valued at the same per square foot as the strip mall.
Right.
No.
No, of course not. How about the ones across the street that are strip malls, the Mexican place and the other ones? How much are they per square foot? Do you have any idea?
I don't know. I'm not sure which property you're referring to.
Right across on the north side of
Next
the
to
car
Burger
wash
King.
and stuff, there's that strip mall. That's been there for a while. I guess for comparables, I'd like to know kind of in that area what those comparables are. Because if you're looking at strip malls, I'll keep saying, it does make a difference in area. So if they were getting 64.98 in that strip mall across the street, and can you pull that up at any, Ms. Deb, to see what's those assessed and,
I might just add, you will probably, if you wanted to look at the 40,000 properties that we have
right?
in the county, you could probably find a handful that are going to have a less per square foot value.
But I'm not looking for less on that property, Rod. I'm looking for a comparable in that area where a strip mall's been there for a while, meaning that those properties, the Mexican place and the
They're trying to pull it
things
up.
are in there, they actually have been there for a while. And so if I was doing a comparable on strip malls, it'd be on that street, which would be a little bit different. And you said facade and everything, but that strip mall is pretty nice, in that area. It's not run down. The inside is not run down. It's comparable to something maybe not as remodeled as you said, but, location. Maybe we don't do that, but somewhat you should, I think,
Okay.
so.
I think we're looking at it now, so I have no
Okay.
idea what the
Thank
square
you.
footage or the value is. Can you go to the final value tab?
Which one's this one?
526.6.
Thank you, Rod.
And what's the square footage on it?
Yes, sir. What is it?
65, 80. It's quite a bit smaller.
Yeah.
Look at the
6,000, that's 6580 square foot.
Yes.
Look at
So that's
social-
$80 per square foot.
Can you look at social services? That's across the street. That's 60,000 square feet or 42,000 square feet.
That's not a strip mall though, Hanny. So that's why I did that, is to see the comparables, and it's 80. So,
That's 80. I thought this is 60.
It's similar tenants, I lease to the state and
Right.
they lease to the state. Yeah,
but
that's-
it's not that hot, Hanny. It's the strip mall thing and not social services is a lot different ball game. Take
the
my
ones
word
that-
for it than the other. Just because it's a building, it's not housing the same thing, and it's also not a strip mall, Hanny.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the Rushmore Mall sold for $12 million.
That's not a valid sale.
No.
Bullshit. I worked on that mall, 5 different owners, and they went to everybody they could try and find to peddle it, and they finally just got rid of it.
Out of date.
Huh?
Rich, it's out of date.
They didn't have any other offers.
I know
I
it's
have
out
an
of date, though.
MAI appraisal from the owner that has it at 24 million.
Okay, double my 12. Okay, I mean, double Hanny's 12, you're still not gonna get to, you double all of his figures on the Rushmore Mall. and it goes to $21.54 a square foot.
But Rich, you got a comparable right
excluding-
across the street that is 80 whatever per square foot. Okay, it is. It is smaller, Hanny, but it's comparable for on street and everything else. You got a bigger one. Is the bigger the property, Rod, the square footage and the 6498 goes down per property? I've never heard that.
It would go down, yes.
Yeah.
And how much would so that made it from 80 to 64, right? Because it does go down. And you said the lowest rent that we have in Rapid City for a strip mall is 62 square foot, right?
Yes.
And that's been around for a while, Hanny, at that 80 square foot. I know it's smaller, but
This is about 80,000 square feet, comparing that to a 6,000 square foot building, that's, you don't buy 100 acres at $1 square foot.
but if we compared in Rapid City and we compared on location, like I said, you're still, your lowest strip malls are 62. He's got you at 64.98. If he had it higher than that compared to the other areas, that'd be different, but he's actually lowering you because probably some of those reasons plus your rents and your income level.
And another note, I do know when the Midland Mall sold, I handled the sale for Dickling and Meyer, and they were getting about $26,000 a month rents. They got $2 million for it.
Yeah.
So-
But that building was
Dilapidated.
dilapidated quite a bit.
One thing also, like in the method that Rod has made, he took the rent, took the triple net, added the triple net to the income from the rent, then deducted what he thinks is going to be the cost of doing the operation, which is 0.42 cents per square foot, and then come up with the net result. That's not the way you do it. The triple net is a pass-through. We cannot bill the tenant more than what the taxes are. We cannot bill the tenant more than what I pay for the snow removal. So that's a pass-through. I got the rent. I still have to pay liability insurance. I got to repair the roof. I got to repair the windows or the doors when people break in. I got to still paint the building on the outside and fix it. I spent about $1 million in the roof, and I have not finished the entire roof replacement. I got leaks actually even last week.
Annie,
So-
I'm not saying it wasn't a blessing what you did. I'm just saying.
And this mall is 1961. The mall across the street is built in the 1990s. We cannot have 30 years older, and that's a smaller building than this one. So it's like when you go buy a piece of ground, when you buy a ranch, you buy it per the acre. When you buy a commercial piece of ground, you buy it by the square foot.
So
And the
Rod,
reason you do that is
Hanny's
because-
got it at 2,451,000. What does that come out to for square footage? Can you tell me that, Rod? You're better at the numbers than I am.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
2,451,000, sir. 1907.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Lasser.
So item number 70424, y'all came to an agreement on that. It's in the same building, is that correct? What was the agreement on that one, if you don't mind?
1,929,600, or what, the details of it? That's a single tenant with a large shell.
What's the square footage on that one if you sold it like that, Rod? What did you figure on square footage?
Total, 56 something, isn't it, Rod?
The value per square foot
Yes, sir.
on 70424.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Rod. Put me on the spot.
Not sure why it matters.
Now he's trying to read his own little teeny print.
Because, be nice, Rich. He,
I can't read it.
because, Travis is trying to figure out per square foot if you sold one side of the building for different. I know sometimes the comparables are different, but
So Rod, I think I heard you say that you figured in a 15% vacancy.
Yes, sir.
And Rich, did I hear you say that the vacancy is actually at about 51%?
They're two empty shells, right? Two empty shells? Sure. One on the whole building. See, Hanny
Okay.
always looks and says the whole building.
Okay.
And he's looking at it as assessment parcels, so I have a communication problem, but there's a 40,000 square foot shell that's empty, and there's a 34 something that's
Okay.
empty, and then there's the 11, and then or the 9, and the, if I could find all my papers, I could.
For the subject that we're talking about, there's only two empty
Right.
Okay.
tenants, which is normal. To get back to your question, the value that we have on the 70424 was 1,929,600.
Ron, you got a number yet?
Hang on.
Thank you, Rod.
How you coming, Ron?
Well, this is. I think the square foot of that was total square footage, 50,900.
This instead of that.
34, 9.
$37.65 per square foot is the value of the tax ID 70424.
Is that like,
There's a huge empty shell there.
So the difference between the 6498 is because the other ones aren't empty shells, Rod, between the 37, what you were saying. That's why you changed it from 64, because those are leasable. They're a little bit different than the empty shell that would be 37.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
If I may address that one, please. Mr. Chairman, is that okay?
We have voted on that one, and
Yeah,
I think, okay.
yeah, I am actually just addressing this one irrelevant to that one. If you look at the picture in front of you, you see the white roof in the empty shell. I replaced that roof just last year. The area to the left, which is the subject property, half of the roof I replaced, the other half I have not replaced. As a matter of fact, there are leaks in that roof in the vacant spot that we're trying to lease. The leases that exist on the existing strip mall, they average about 650, 675, and tenants are really not the type of tenants that I would rather have. I would rather, I'm advertising the vacant spot as a big spot for $695 a square foot. As a matter of fact, I've been advertising for the last year and a half. You've probably seen it in the paper, half page ad. If you apply the 37 that you have in the other side to this parcel, I am not happy about it. I would not be happy about it, but I would accept it. And the reason I say that, you know, the properties across the street are a lot newer and they're being assessed of this similar size, a lot lower than this. The mall, the Sam's Club. I mean, if I want to tell the public that Sam's Club, I'm being assessed twice as much as Sam's Club for the Kmart shopping center.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roski.
Andy, I'm trying to find a compromise.
You know,
Okay, so here's my compromise. You got that sheet?
Yep.
Let's get rid of the Rushmore Mall and that home, and then take the average of Hobby Lobby, Walmart, and Sam's Club, which is 31.51 a square foot.
Perfect.
Apply that instead of the 1907. Call it a day.
That's fine. You bet. I'm all about compromises. You know, it's.
I second that.
So what would those figures be?
Well, he's getting 1907, so he's going down to a third, less than a third what.
You go to 3150 there. Instead of the 1907.
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead,
Is that all right? If we took their actual rents, what their actual contract rents are, which are slightly below mine, and did an income analysis, you would be right at 5 million. The difference between the rents is really all we're talking about. So to find 3 parcels that are completely irrelevant to a strip mall, like a big box Hobby Lobby or anything, you can grab the Shopko that hasn't sold for years and is a large vacant shell, basically. Those are not comparable in any shape or measure. If we simply take their actual rents and apply just conservative income approach, you'll be at 5 million. So to even consider something $19 a square foot, $30 a square foot, his argument of equality is completely flipped upside down. This is asking for something that is completely unequal with everything else that's assessed in the entire county. So the argument of I want to be equally assessed and taxed would be the opposite of what we're doing if we're not even considering the actual rents they're getting.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroix.
I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. What I would support is, if we want to get this resolved, is Mr. Haney had made his comment just a little bit earlier that he'd accept the amount that the other property, 70424, came out to be. And so if this motion fails, or I'd make a substitute motion to go with that dollar amount instead of the 1907. I think, what was that? Do you remember what 70424 was? That was
37.
That was a 6,000 square foot strip mall compared to a 77,000 square foot strip mall. So I'll give you the number that I'm supporting, $65 a square foot.
That's what the one at 704, you're saying don't use those numbers, is what you're saying? I think those numbers came out to 34.
What was wrong?
The square foot.
That was, Ms. Hadcock had asked me about the adjacent, which is simply a shell. There's nothing, there's no tenant there.
Oh, there's no
It's an
tenant
empty
on it.
shell.
Right.
That it's not comparable at all. So that's a different property altogether.
It is a different property, but if it's empty, if it's an empty shell, and we're assessing that one at 34, 39, and this, we're dropping it, ones with tenants in it down to 1907 per square foot.
I'm not following you.
Apparently, I'm not following myself.
It was
What is the motion? Maybe that's the better question.
The motion was basically to change the 1907 to 3150.
Did you guys ever come up with like totals for us?
3150. I thought it was 1907. You were going with 1907.
No, went from the 1907 to 3150.
Okay. I'm okay with the motion.
That would be based on an equity and assessed value, not
Okay.
market value.
I'll be up straight. I know you guys are trying to find a compromise, but your lowest ones are 62, no matter where it's at. And you drop it down that much. That's a bad president. Bad. And I know it's on East North, but he's dropping it to the lowest. Even if you guys dropped it to 62, I'd be in favor. But 37, or even where we're going, is. Sorry, Hannah.
There's nothing in the county that's sold for less than 61. Nothing.
Nothing.
But, you have to apply the assessment uniformly on all other properties. I agree with Ron, actually taking those assessments. There's nothing to prevent Hobby Lobby from subdividing and leasing smaller places. There is nothing preventing even the property across the street. They are zoned general commercial, just like mine. They are free to do whatever they wish to do with their properties, just like I am
So
doing.
I'll ask you the
know,
question,
and
Hanny, would you sell it for 37? Are you gonna sell this property for the same amount in the future as that, with that assessment? So you're gonna keep the assessment at, what's it come out to, 3 million or something, instead of the 5? So my point is, are you gonna be selling that for the lowest? Are you gonna be selling it at 37 square foot? Or are you gonna be selling it at 6162 comparable when you're ready?
I don't
Annie,
really,
you've done some amazing work on this, and I appreciate it. This is an amazing building now, and it is in an area that has some issues, but Rod's telling you that the lowest in Rapid City is 61, even with
Rod
your
is wrong.
others.
Rod is wrong. And I tell you what, I bought the entire complex for $4.2 million. Those leases existed. In this strip mall, the only addition was the Historic Society. So it's like the Historic Society, I leased to them at, I think, $6.95 a square foot or $7.95 a square foot. $7.95 a square foot. The rest of the leases in this strip mall, which is 59,000 square feet, I bought with the rest of the complex.
But he took,
I
Hanny,
bought
but
it
he
at
took,
$4.2 million. So how can the sale, why didn't we consider that as a sale?
but
How
Henny,
come,
he
why
took your
didn't we consider
rents.
that as a sale?
Henny, he took your rents into consideration for the total
He
that he
does
came
not
up.
have a clue how to calculate rents for commercial. You cannot add the triple net to that.
That's,
You cannot.
he's been doing this a long time. I'm gonna
Trust me,
disagree.
I know how to evaluate things without even.
I know.
This is the fair, actually, what Ron did is actually what I would agree to. It's like if you folks want to do it the front, that's fine. I think that is the right, fair way of doing it. You drop off the high and low, or drop off the two highest if you wish, you know. But, trying to compare it to sales and not compare everybody else to sales and not include my own sale and how I bought. The mall was assessed at $12 because it got bought at that much. My property got bought at $4.2 million with those leases in place. The leases did not change. I bought 4.2, the entire complex. This is only 40% of the rest of the complex.
But he's taking your leases that you have now, am I correct, Rod? And applying those to what you're saying. So he's not doing by sales of others. He's taking the leases you have now, Henny. No, seriously, Rod, am I correct?
Correct.
Tell me how you came up with that, again, the 6498. So he understands that it's the leases now, Henny. It's not the leases that you could get or other people are getting. Am I correct, Rod?
Yes, my market rents are slightly higher than his, but I'm okay with even using his actual contract rents. It's going to provide a $5 million valuation. We're so close on what I think market rents are and what his contract rents are that it's negligible.
And you bought it at 4.2, Henny. You had to fix it up. But if you sell that, you're gonna get, I believe, more than that market value of, that he's assessed. Because you're gonna be selling a shell that's gonna have something in it and some other things, so.
And just to address why I didn't use his sale, is there was almost $6 million in additional work after the sale in permits. That's a lot of adjustment to make. And it was a different property, it was dilapidated. That's not what this looks like. The comparable sales that I have are as similar as I can find to this type of property. But what he purchased was not just this strip mall as it looks. There was considerable investment made into it.
I know, Rod.
I would suggest using his MIA appraisal on the Rushmore Mall, which is $24 a foot. That's twice what Hanny had it here, and that doesn't include corridors. That's fine.
That's so out of date, Rich, that's unfair.
Why?
I'll settle for the 32nd that I proposed, which actually that's the most I would pay. I think that's more than fair because I really wanted to cut the discussion. And I think Ron's idea is fairer than mine, but I would accept mine, which is even higher than Ron's.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
years ago, I did an assessment appeal for Cabela's, and I just found inequities in the assessed value, not market value. To me, there's two ways to do this. If you feel that you're being overassessed based on what other properties, and I'm not saying these are identical, but And Hanny presented 5. I took the 3 highest. I don't know that we'll ever agree on market value, but I don't know that that's what the issue is today. I think it's inequity with Department of Equalization, and we're seeing some inequities in the assessed value, so that would be the premise. I'm not saying it's worth that. I'm just saying that I think we have to deal with an inequity.
But Chairman, the inequities that you're going through are Hanny's, not Rod's. So if you're going through Hanny's inequities, are you going through Rod's or are you going through Hanny's? So be fair. So
And I
you're
would like,
taking the customer instead of the equalization. Is there some kind of difference in that? Because Rod's telling you that Hanny's is not comparable, or Hanny's are not comparable because they're Sam Clubs and other stuff. Rods are different. So, and Hanny, I'll keep saying you did an amazing job on that place, okay? But
I wish I never done it. I wish I had never done it.
well, I'm glad you did,
I
so.
don't think people appreciate it, you know.
No, I think we do. I think he's trying to be as fair as he can, Henny, so.
I have 2 new tenants in the whole place. They're smaller tenants.
I know.
And I did not put in $6 million just in that. You know, I put in $6 million in the parking lot for the strip mall up above, and I put in the brand new roof. You know, so that's, paint does not add value. It just makes it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Huskinen.
Rod, I'm looking at your 5 sales, and I see your sale price per square foot and all your, in the year and the size. Do you have the assessed value of those properties per square foot?
I'm sure we can get
Then
them.
we'd be comparing apples to apples.
If that's what you want to do, we can do that.
I think that's what the discussion is.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate you doing that.
Can you look some of these up? It's harder
So-
with my little laptop.
Are we sticking with the motion that's on the floor, or?
We still got it on.
We've got a motion on the floor, but,
Bill, yeah. I don't know for what amount, though. I mean,
well, we don't have a total on that.
okay, okay.
We're probably gonna have a substitute motion.
Okay.
Got it, guys.
They're working on it.
Thank you. I gotta go potty. We have to charge you for donuts and all kinds of stuff and phones go off. I'll tell him.
I don't know what'd be in them, but
He's gonna give me a special donut. Okay, right.
Okay, so we're looking at the comps that I used and their assessed value per square foot. Comp number one, 405 East Omaha, $101 per square foot assessed. 1565 Haynes, 143 per square foot.
On Haynes?
Yep,
What building is that?
1565 Haynes.
is that the Laundry World one, or is that the one across the street with the vape shop?
That's Laundry World, yeah.
Okay.
The Midland Mall, the 909 East St. Pat, $61 per square foot assessed. 2626 Main, 115 per square foot. 1624 East St. Pat, 113 per square foot.
So with that being said, this is where the problem lies, is that these facilities are about one-seventh or smaller than the subject, and based on, the economy of scale, that technique will not work on the subject property.
Why?
So
What technique?
trying to use comparable assessed values on your 5 sales and use that to transfer over to the subject because of the difference in size and utility, but I just thought it'd be worth taking a look at.
So tell me why, Ron, I guess. We keep saying because one's smaller than the other, I understand, because you gotta have more rents, you have more issues. But Rod, why doesn't that? They keep saying between the smaller and the larger. Why is that different, or is it not different?
Economy of scale.
The difference is so if we were to average those out, you're probably going to be around $100 a square foot. A lot of these are smaller. The subject is larger. So that is the difference between the valuation of the $65 a square foot and the roughly $100 for these averages.
So you went on Haynes Avenue for a smaller, 143 with the same kind of issues, to Midland Mall that never can rent to 61, which is bigger. And then this is bigger, so you averaged between that, which is ended up at 64.98.
Rob, can I ask what, Rod, why is the Bacon Park sale not in here?
Because it's considerably larger. And it includes separate buildings. So the Bacon Park sale was the mall itself, and then all of the outbuildings, restaurants, the clinic, it would require too many adjustments. I would have to make some type of adjustment for the difference in the type of occupancies.
I'm just, and I've appraised a couple of these that you're looking at, your 5 sales, and I know it's tough to find sales, but I just, when you sit there and look at the size of these, the utility, it just doesn't seem to match up to the Kmart property due to the sheer size of that. When you get
But you're wanting to use something that's triple the size in Bacon Park.
But that square footage is a lot higher.
But we're not talking about the Kmart shopping center. We're talking about this little part of it, this strip
Down
mall.
into a different section,
which is 79,370
and all of them don't work.
square feet.
Right.
So he's talking about a piece of this. He already assessed the empty shell. So he's assessing a smaller parcel or a smaller strip mall, basically, because he already assessed the bigger piece. So the rest left is a strip mall comparable in size, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you're getting on the north side on Haynes, 143 dollars per square foot, and you can't, and you're assessing at 64.98 in Kmart. Kmart's a lot better area.
First, I think we're down to the motion on the floor. If it makes it, it goes. If it doesn't, we'll make another one.
So is this a substitute?
No, I'd probably call the question.
So if we took the 3150 times the, what's the total
79,370, that's 2,500,900
2,500,000.
for the building. And the land's 937,400. And the total of those would be 3,438,300. I did my math right.
3,348,000.
3,438,300.
And that was your first motion, Ron, that was on the
Yes.
floor?
Yes.
Okay.
Give that to me again. 3,400,000.
38,300 total.
That's
That
for
equates to-
building. The land is, you figured 900.
That equates to $43.31 a square foot. If you,
So how much? I'm sorry,
43.31 if you add the land and the building.
Okay, so that's the motion that's on the floor. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do a roll call because
Okay. Hadcock?
No.
Rosknecht?
Yes.
Drews?
yes.
LaCroix?
No.
And Lassiter?
Yes.
Pass 3-2.
Thank you, Rod.
I wasn't a no at all yet. I was trying to figure it out in my brain. I was
We're way behind.
Thank you.
Andrew.
And I was just like,
Okay.
oh, I made it just, I'm sorry. Is that yours? I don't care. It's not mine.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you.
When do you have your next meeting? So I can send donuts with my phone going off.
I'll call you every day. You're gonna say.
Someone else will be next meeting.
I didn't vote for it.
Next property we have is Rapid City / BH Lodging. We have tax rep on Zoom. Gabe is his name.
Yes, I'm here.
We need to make sure we're on the right property. What property are we talking about?
Would you like to start with Cambria?
How many properties do you want to talk about?
I've got two. Can you hear me? I've got two.
What's the other one?
Mainstay Suites and Cambria Hotels.
What is this?
So what's the
Gabe,
numbers on
Gabe, this is Trevor here. I thought we had agreed that Mainstay Suites was going to be a no change to the assessment.
I see. Well, I was hoping to still talk to it and let the board decide, talk through it, I mean. I didn't mean to surprise you by any means.
That is a surprise. You told
Okay.
Trevor that you were okay with the value. He'll have to go get some documentation and prepare for that if you want to talk about that.
Well, I do not want to put that much pressure on Trevor. Let's just focus on Cambria then.
Okay, the other one was Mainstay. Have we already, has the board already acted on that?
That was 64792. I don't believe.
I don't think so. I don't have it.
Okay, so the board will still have to take action on it. Trevor was planning to just make a recommendation to no change on it.
That'd be my motion.
Okay, what's the number on that?
64792 is the tax ID on that one.
64792. We won't have it? Okay.
No?
And so the amount on that, Trevor, again?
The assessed value on that one is $5,583,600.
And that's your motion, Commissioner Adcock?
Yes, sir.
Is there a breakdown, Trevor, or just?
Yes, 546.9 on the land, 5,036,700 on the structure.
And is this the one we've already approved before? We're just bringing it back up?
No,
Oh,
this is a new one.
I'll second that motion. Further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried 4-0.
Who was the no?
Pardon?
Oh, never mind. Not there. Got it.
It's okay, we're tired, sister.
What was the values? Oh, okay.
What, the total?
5,583,600. What's the next parcel number?
Next parcel is 64189, and I just gave you a handout there. And Gabe, just so you're aware, that handout includes just a cover sheet explaining what the property is and the comparable sales that I've discussed with you and the income approach that I've sent to you as well. So you have the information I gave them.
Thank you.
So I'll just start out kind of explain the property here and give my piece, and then we'll let Gabe go after this. The property being appealed is tax ID 64189. It's owned by Rapid City BH Lodging LLC. The address is 3333 Outfitter Road in Rapid City. This is the Cambria Suites that's located next to near Cabela's and off of East Mall Drive near I-90 exit 61 and North Elkville Road. The assessment on this is $8,265,300, and I'm recommending no change to this amount. The property is a full-service hotel. It was built in 2012 and consists of 67,294 square feet with 111 rooms, a full-service restaurant, a fitness room, and a pool. There is an increase of 18.08% this year. This was due to incorrect data on this hotel. We had previously assessed this hotel as a limited service with no restaurant. We corrected this to be a full-service hotel with the restaurant included. This was added and something new for the 2022 assessment year. Not that it's new to the structure, but it was new to our information. All three approaches to value were developed and considered. The information indicates that the assessed value is not above market value. The income approach to value is shown on page 2, along with the overall indicated value from each approach that I have. What I did here, I reviewed the income and expense statements for the last 3 years, and they seem to indicate that there is a food and beverage section of the income for Cambria Suites, which is approximately $150,000. This was kind of an unknown portion of the income approach, but market rents, vacancies, and expenses were used. The same cap rate that we had discussed previously today of 9% was used, which was loaded for taxes after that.
What's the cap rate?
9%.
Okay.
With this, the sales comparison approach can be seen on pages 3 through 9. They indicate a value per unit of $91,239, which comes to a value of $10,127,500. My income approach is indicating $8,912,300, and I would just recommend no change to that assessment of $8,265,300.
Questions? Trevor? Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you all for your time tonight. I know it's late, and I appreciate it very much. As the assessor has indicated, we've had several discussions leading up to today, and my evidence I've sent with my appeal, I just want to declare a few changes that Trevor and I have agreed on since I sent this in. So I believe what you have is for capitalization rates says 8 on my evidence. So I've changed those to 9 on the market INE, I believe it's called. Let's see. And then a few differences we have, let's see. So I'm looking at the sales that Trevor has supplied, and there was previously one other sale he included that we agreed should be excluded just because of the age of the sales from 2017. So we agreed that that should be excluded. And then I hinted at the sale comp number 5 should also be excluded, just because as of November 2021, the snapshot in time that we're looking at what is this hotel worth, we didn't have any knowledge that this 2022 sale was going to occur. So I thought, you know, we should probably exclude that sale as well. However, I see it's still in here. I can kind of agreed to that, but anyway, and then I've since further looked at the adjustments here. I see that the limited to full service adjustment kind of in the middle there of 32%. I didn't previously notice this. However, you know, general appraisal rule of thumb is that we should stick away, steer clear of adjustments greater than 30%. You know, those adjustments kind of indicate that these parcels or these properties aren't really all that comparable. I'm also noticing that because of these adjustments, that all of these sales, with the exception of number 5, are of limited service hotels, while the Cambria is a full service hotel, or, you know, you might call it a select service as well. So I guess, you know, seeing a 32% adjustment on all of the sales is kind of a tough sell for me, just because I guess that number kind of tells me they're not all that comparable. And then sale number 3, I looked up on South Dakota's CRV search, and it was rejected. I don't know why, but it did have a rejection listed as well. And then number 4 and 5, I could not find the CRVs for. That doesn't really mean all that much. So I guess that's my piece on the sales. I guess, you know, and it's hard because maybe there aren't full service hotels that are selling in Rapid City. That very well may be. Can I move on to the market income approach?
Sure.
Okay. So like I said, we've agreed to a 9% capitalization rate. I think that's appropriate. I included on one of my appeals that I mailed a Rapid City market report that we ran through CoStar. You know, that was coming in at 9.5 cap for the city, for Rapid City specifically. But as I said, we agreed that 9% was appropriate for a capitalization rate. Another assumption that Trevor and I agreed on that is different than what you have is that our expense ratio, I believe, was 78%, 7.8. And I think that was too high. So I've zeroed those out on my sheet that I'm looking at right now. And I'm assuming a 70% expense ratio, excluding real estate taxes. So I too am loading the effective tax rate in here. This is evidenced, let's see. So if I compare what Trevor has sent in for the income approach versus mine, I'm seeing, so we agreed that the potential gross income is 4,725, and this is based on market assumptions from that CoStar report that I believe we agreed to. 116.63 ADR, 62.7% occupancy, and $73.13 RevPAR. So that's how we're getting that potential gross revenue. And then the vacancy and collection loss of 37.3%. That's just utilizing the occupancy of 62.7. So 100% less 62.7% gets us that 37. Trevor, I'm sorry, but I couldn't figure out I'm coming in at 1.762 million for the vacancy and collection loss. I'm just multiplying the potential gross income by the vacancy. Just getting slightly higher than what you have listed, 1.696.
That would be correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I would have the 1.76 as well. I must have had, there were some I was originally looking at the overall market, not specific to this property not specific to the class of property. So that was a little bit different. I believe it was at like 36.5 or something. So I can concede to that. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. And then on top of that, I'm including 5% other operated revenue, and this would cover miscellaneous food and beverage, things like that. And so I see the Trevor has food and bev as 150,000 plus a miscellaneous of 156,000. In my opinion, that's probably a little too high. In fact, I think it's about double what it should be. If I take 5% other revenue, I'm getting 148,000 to add to room revenue. And when I look at what this property is actually doing, as far as what are the actuals, is what money are they pulling in that's not room revenue? I'm getting 139,700 for food and beverage, plus 42,000 for miscellaneous. So I think in all actuality, the number is between Trevor and I, but I think it's closer to a total of 5% instead of that roughly 10%.
So, sir, Dave, can you tell me how much you think that this should be assessed at?
Oh, sure. So right now, again, I've made changes to what you're looking at since I mailed that. But right now, my approach is coming in at 6.332.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So I'm trying to understand where you get a vacancy loss, because when you give me an ADR and you give me the occupancy rate, that already tells me what the vacancy rate is. So the possible room nights that you could have in that hotel is 40,515 annually. And if you say you're getting 60% occupancy, that's 27,145 rooms. And if you're getting an average daily rate of 116, if I heard that right, I see a gross room sales. I'm not going to get into the food and beverage. I'm just talking room sales. Gross room sales, 3,148,825. And you said 30% net, or I'm using a 75% expense ratio, giving me a net income of 787,206, and if I cap that by 9%, what we all seem to agree on, that's more like 8,746 is what I'm getting, which I think that totally supports what our assessors are claiming to be the market value.
Okay, so this also came up in our discussions, and thank you for bringing that up. We're using an intangible value, business value deduction of 15%. So our argument is that if you were going to pay someone $50,000 to run your business, you would expect them in return to add value to your property greater than $50,000. You wouldn't break even, otherwise you wouldn't have that management company manage your property. And so, if, for example, if you're paying a company $50,000 to manage your hotel, and let's say they're rude, let's say they overbook the hotel, and all these things lead to non-repeat customers, right? If you show up for a vacation and they don't have your room, you're probably not going to come back. And so that's why we're trying to argue that there is value from the management company doing their job well, greater than what you're paying them. So that's one thing that's going to make a difference between what I think it's worth and that 8.7 that you just mentioned.
Well, the difference is that it's just management practices, you know. We're talking about what's the value of the real estate, not that could vary. Bad management, it's gonna go down. If you take that, my projected gross sales, just something that I put together real quick based on some of my knowledge with hotels, that 75% is gonna cover management. It's gonna cover salaries, it's gonna cover utilities, it's gonna is there a franchise fee associated with this?
No, there's not.
Okay, well, it would cover that if it was. I think, and you stated earlier that you thought 70%. Well, I'm going a little bit, I'm going another 5%. So I think, you know, I'm throwing some safety mechanisms in there just for your sake.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And so you're right. The expense ratio would cover what you're paying in electricity, what you're paying the management company. But what I'm saying is there needs to be a return, just like you just said, when a management company does well of operating a business, in this case, a hotel, they're driving that revenue as a result of how well they do. And so that's why I'm saying, let's capitalize the management fee and take that out so we can get just what is the brick and mortar worth, not what is the worth of the team of people running that property. So I put in what you have in front of you says 15% intangible value. And I talked to Trevor about this, and that's just what we standardly say, put in there as our deduction. Now, if you capitalize the management fee, it at 9%, it actually comes out to 1.335 million. So extremely close to our assumption of 15%.
Chairman,
Commissioner Edgart.
I'm gonna make the motion to uphold the assessor's value at 8,265,300. Is that what it was, Trevor?
Is there a second?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Have a motion and a second to hold it at $8,265,300. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You did not let me finish what I was going to say.
Sorry about that. Had a motion on the floor. Next item.
That is extremely frustrating.
The next property on the agenda, Carroll. Dawn has a recommendation. Carroll was not planning on being here. We'll act on this, and then we go into some exempt properties.
This is tax ID, Dawn, Equalization Office. This is tax ID 18658. I have a recommended assessed value of $394,400. That breaks down to $25,000 land and $369,400 on the structure.
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Shannon, before we do exempt or chair, can we take a 5-minute break?
5-minute break?
Yes, or 10?
We will take a 10-minute break.
So this was from the same tax representative, the Ryan LLC that we just dealt with Cambria Suites. We did confirm with them before we started those. These are the only ones you want to do, correct? And we have emails regarding these ones where we're just going to recommend no change and they were not going to argue them. So do you want me to list them off?
Please. Yep.
All right. I have tax ID 62611, 62612, 37548, 37550.
Oh, slow down. What was the last one?
37550.
Okay.
68902. 68899. 50145. 68572. And 68573
Okay.
Recommending no change on all of those.
Okay, go back to the very first one and give me that number again.
62611.
Okay,
I'd move to approve.
Second.
got a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, now what we've got left on the schedule is some exempt properties. We've got 3 on the schedule. 2 of those property owners are here, so we'll deal with those 2 that are here, and then you can act on the other one after we hear from them. The point of this is the law states that when you act on an exemption, the property owner has at least 7 days to come back and make an argument, and that's where we're at today. So this is the final decision on these, and it's whether the properties are exempt from property tax or not. The first one we'll talk about is Black Hills Cave and Nature Conservancy, and we've got a couple of guys here representing that organization. I have handed out a couple of statutes. They've got it as well. You guys can come up here if you'd like. What I'd like to do is I'd like to say my piece, and then you guys can say whatever you want. So,
Within limits.
So the law assumes that all property is taxable unless it's specifically exempted from property tax by a state statute. And the property owner has to make an application. The application comes here, and the board makes a determination. In between there, I make a recommendation to the board. I look at the property and the use of the property and the state statutes. And the 2 we're going to talk about here are the statutes that grant exemptions for a benevolent organization and a public charity. And these guys say they qualify under both. So we're talking both statutes, right?
I think we're gonna concentrate on the public charity one.
Okay, well,
Just to simplify things.
okay,
Concentrate
appreciate that.
On which one?
Public charity.
Public charity.
Okay.
Okay, so they've made an application, and they did check the box for public charity, and this is what the statute says for a public charity. Property owned by a public charity and used for charitable purposes is exempt from taxation. A public charity is any organization or society which devotes its resources to the relief of the poor, distressed, or underprivileged. A public charity shall receive a majority of its revenue from donations, public funds, membership fees, or program fees generated solely to cover operating expenses. It shall lessen the government burden by providing its services to people who would otherwise use government services. It shall offer its services to people regardless of ability to pay. It shall be a nonprofit recognized as an exempt organization 501c3. So to start this, I'm going to say they're a nonprofit, no argument there. They receive their monies from donations, no argument there, okay? My recommendation to deny the exemption is based on the rest of that statute that describes it as an organization that devotes its resources to the relief of the poor, distressed, or underprivileged, and relieves or provides its services to people who would otherwise use government services. I don't see that they meet that. Normally a charity is Goodwill, homeless shelter, something like that. The CAVE organization, in their corporate documents, they state that the purpose for which the corporation is organized is for, 1, conservation, restoration, and preservation of cave and, is it carrot?
Karst.
Karst, there's an S in there. I'm old. Cave and karst resources. 2, scientific study and public education of biology, geology, and cartography in relation to cave resources, and protection of cave and karst resources to support surface and groundwater resources. So although I think what they're doing is a noble endeavor, and they intend this to be used by the public, and there's nothing wrong in all of that. That's all great. I just don't see that they're a public charity that serves the poor. And there was nothing that the government was doing before they created this organization. And if they were to dissolve, the government wouldn't have to take over what they're doing now. So I don't think that meets the definition of a charity in the statute.
Questions of Shannon before we move on? Hearing none? Go ahead. Just identify yourself.
My name is David Springhetti.
I'm Adam Weaver. Yeah, so I understand, Shannon's take on this. And first, I want to say thanks, guys, for talking to us. We listened to all these giant multi-million-dollar corporations, and I was talking to Dave. I'm like, wow, we're kind of small potatoes here. And so thanks for listening to us, even though we're not, a big deal yet. And so I understand Shannon's take. I mean, the whole cave thing and that understanding of what that is and how that works, it's not a normal thing. It's atypical, right? But I think we still fall in this because when you look at a public charity, which is what we're registered as in our 501c3 status, we are trying to help distressed people, and we're trying to lessen the government burden, both those things. And one of the things that's hard to understand with karst, which is what we own, is we own karst. And what karst is, it's a macro pores in the limestone. And our macro pore system, which we own 9 caves, is located within the public water supply area of Rapid City. And one of the things that we're doing there is we own one of 3 cave lakes that are in the Madison Aquifer and South Dakota. The other 2 are national park sites. And so if anything is contaminated into that, it will go directly without any buffer into Rapid City's water system. So that was one of the foundations of what we started as trying to protect the land, which he's right, is not a public charity thing, but we said, okay, we have this great place where we can teach people about these resources and why they're important to our community. And so we want to build on that. And so Shannon read you something from the front page of our founding document. If you go 3 pages in, our specific purpose is there, and our secondary purpose, which I have a copy for anybody who wants to see this, is for outreach to the youth and disadvantaged to increase their physical and mental health through interactions with the outdoors. And so we see this as a place where we can take people who are disadvantaged and don't have a great way to like learn about science or a great way to experience outdoors locally in a place that's truly special with a message that means something to people of Rapid City, people of our community, where they can do that here, and we're gonna provide that. And we're a new organization. This is our first year where we're going to be paying the taxes on this. We actually paid off the land through many donations to this cause on Good Friday. So we're just getting past that point where we can start doing these programs that we hope will enrich the community, enrich people who don't have the opportunity to have them any other way. And while we're not removing a burden, we're giving a better benefit to people that the government could do. Maybe would do if they knew it was there. Because everywhere else, the government owns these things. Dave,
Yeah, so,
if I speak too quickly, let me know.
I tell them to slow down all the time. So specifically in Article 2, Section 2.2, under specific purposes, the 5th section there is a secondary purpose of the outreach to the youth and disadvantaged to increase their physical and or mental through interactions with the outdoors. And so that's very specifically what we're attempting to do.
So you're providing these services at no cost?
Correct.
At no cost.
Okay. And so you generate your funds from just donations?
Just volunteer
100%
donations.
donations.
100% donations.
Okay. So when I think of benevolent, I think of scholarships, et cetera. And that's essentially what you're doing. I mean, you're offering these services free of charge. How do you get your the clientele?
Right. So to this point, the clientele, as I said, we just finished paying off the property, so we're kind of switching into that secondary. Now we're in the stage 2. We've protected the land, and now we're in a secondary purpose, like kind of as of Good Friday, right? So as this money comes in, it allows us to, we already have 10 sets of gear that people can use to go in them, that no charge. They can do that. That's been donated. And so as people hear about this, numerous people essentially reach out. We had we've had a couple of school groups, and that's going to build as we have more services that we offer, but we're brand new, right? So we're just starting out. So far, I think we've had like 30 people, but we're a new group that's been around for about a year. So
like you said, we're just getting started.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
One of my passions is to do outreach to disabled combat veterans, just because I happen to know several that are in that category that are still ambulatory, is the right word? So they can get around, get around with assistance.
Okay, so there's no age range per se.
No.
Okay.
And so that happens to be one of the areas that I'm particularly interested in making sure that we do these things. But it's not limited to that.
Okay, so did I hear you right? You said you have 9 caves?
Yes. Of varying sizes and shapes, right? So some of them have a very small crawl, some of them are big open. So it's kind of depending on the person's, how physical they can be to get to them, right?
Okay, and these are located not all in Pennington County, I presume then?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're all on this property.
On this property.
Oh, they are, okay.
Yeah, if you look at the
bigger of squares. Right?
Okay.
The big square, which is actually 2 parcels, and that's what we're really talking about. The third parcel up there is also known as Lot 3, is used for parking at the moment. And if that is taxable, that's not an issue for us. It's what we really are concerned about is the 45, approximately 45 acres of land there.
Okay.
So, Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I appreciate what you're doing, but I think you're just starting out. And for me, I don't think, I'm with Shannon on the, I like that you do donations, that you're moving forward of helping more people. I think for me, it's going to have to be, more proof of what you're doing, kind of. You're starting to establish. We've had other nonprofits start that before, and then they come in and they can prove to Shannon on different things that they have done on the property, and if that's what you plan on doing for the next year or two, and then come back and say, Shannon, what do you think now? Because right now you're starting out and you're doing a really positive thing for the community, but I don't think you're quite there on the next step for exempt yet.
I can
That's
appreciate
my personal opinion.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
I just had a question for Shannon. Out by Computa, we have that bird natural conservatory type thing that we just approved last year, year before. I was out in Computa last weekend and I noticed that the building, I didn't know if they are tax exempt. I can't remember the name of it.
The Raptors.
Yeah, the
Yes,
Raptor
sir.
Center.
Yeah,
I don't recognize that. So I want to say no, but I'd have to look it up. But I don't recognize that name as one of the exempt properties.
Okay, I was just curious because, I'm really, I think Travis has probably seen a lot of this since he's now.
I was about to say something.
But I'll yield to Mr. Lassiter.
So I'm the executive director of a nonprofit here in town. They all know it. They've heard about my nonprofit. I have some land in town that's not tax exempt, and I run a nonprofit. I have to agree with Commissioner Hadcock, though. You're going to have to show what you're doing for us to be able to get our license through. The feds and all that kind of stuff. We had to approve some stuff. We had to show some things. We applied, and then they see what you're doing. We have our relief agency does a lot of work to offset for pregnant women, parenting classes, things of that nature. So whenever you read the state statute, you need to understand how it fits. And so if you're lessening a government service, typically, I'm not going to say always, but typically you're looking at something like anything dealing in the medical field, maybe housing, food, things that they don't rely on the government services that we're providing, because the state says that we're obligated to take care of the poor and the indigent. So something that's in that realm. I'm not saying you can't come together and figure out something, because if you're doing something out in the woods and it's good for their mental health, maybe there you go. So I'm not opposed to it, but I want to see a program that's going to show that what you're doing is increasing their, the word I'm looking for, their life, not expectancy, but their in general overall living, you know what I'm saying? And there's a term that I'm missing it right now. Quality of life, there we go. Well, there's another term, but that don't fit. Their quality of life is getting better, especially for those that are poor or need just the extra help to kind of get out of their slump that they're in. So I mean, I can support something that does that. So along with Commissioner Hadcock, and bring back some documentation in the next couple of years, show us what you've developed, and you might get us on board as long as it meets those hard definitions. Shannon might even agree with you, and you may not have to come to us. I said might in the future.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross Connect.
So Shannon, going forward, you're saying there's a lot of stuff that they qualify for, but you're still kind of hesitant on some items. So going forward, if they want to keep this active and come again next year, could you help them? Say you might want to.
They can apply for exemption every year from now forever. I can continue to say no. The board can make decision. There's nothing that stops them from coming back next year or the year after, because everybody has that right to come and
Yeah, but
ask for
instead
an
of saying
exemption.
no all the time, you could say, if you did this, I might be able to swallow this a little bit easier. Let them know what they need to do or what's missing so that we can hopefully get this through next year.
We talked about that out in the hallway, and it was some of the same comments you're hearing now.
So bottom line is, guys, move forward by what kind of things do qualify and how they qualify, just a hint. And then you already know, once other people that are exempt and they do the same thing you do, I'd be surprised if that wouldn't work for you guys. And Shannon could verify it, but it kind of works that way for nonprofits. If they're doing certain things that you're doing and they're exempt, same thing. You want to mimic some of it and then ask Shannon too on some of it to see if it qualifies. Ron is right.
And you're welcome to give me a call, and I could, if you have questions, I can help you out from the nonprofit side of things.
Appreciate that very much. Mr. Chair, I think I've seen some lights go off from some of the comments that the commissioners had said to you, but you also could take Shannon on a cave tour and leave him there.
Lights went off.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, may I add something about procedure? The board has already denied the exemption on these properties we're talking about today. So if you're going to change it, it'd be reconsider. If not, then you don't need to take action.
What I'm hearing is I don't think we need to take action at this point in time.
Thank you very much for your consideration and your input and suggestions, and we'll take them to heart and hopefully see you next year, or if we don't have a stack
After
of paper.
watching this for a couple hours, you guys are well trained for next year.
I would say drop off some information, because I know Ron's interested in caves, and I would probably too, to see what you guys got going on.
Yeah.
Dave, do you want these back? Because,
No,
you sure?
you can ditch them.
You can ditch
Might want to take a couple.
We got a pile.
Thank you. You want some more paper?
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
Thank you
Adam.
for what
Our
you're doing.
best to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it again, make sure it's done by the end of October.
Yeah,
That application by the end of October.
yeah, we'll get better at it, Shannon. We'll just keep, we'll keep improving.
Thanks for helping them, Shannon.
With your education.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
This packet.
I'll go in the cave with Shannon.
You're going to what?
I'll go in the cave with Shannon.
I don't know, what are you doing? Being
Let's
nice.
skip over the next one, and Open Hands Outreach is here. He's been here a couple hours, so I'm sure he'll want to say something. So, again, the board has taken action, and the board on this one requested more information, and both him and I have supplied lots more papers. So I'll make my comments again, and I'm sure Mr. Carter has more that he'd like to add. All right, we got a picture of the property up there. The subject of this property is a single-family residence. It's located on Clover Street here in Rapid. It is owned by Open Hands Outreach. Mr. Carter came into my office on November 1st. He brought some documentation, and I've supplied it to you. He has an argument that Open Hands Outreach is a 508C corporation, and being exempt from income tax is exempt from property tax. His paperwork states that he was just providing notice to the county that this commission has no jurisdiction over this matter. I would argue that that's for income tax, and we're talking about property tax here in South Dakota, and we have laws that regulate how you get an exemption here. Mr. Carter states that the use of the property is a parsonage or rectory for Open Hands Outreach. He states that he's an ordained pastor. I mentioned this the last time we were here. I had asked him what religious organization ordained him, and he stated that he is the church. The statute that grants an exemption from property taxes for religious societies states the property of a religious society is exempt from taxation if such property is a building or structure used exclusively for religious purposes, or is a building or structure used to house any cleric of the religious society. And that's where we get the parsonage thing. Now, Open Hands Outreach is a corporation that is both owned and controlled by Mr. Carter. In my exhibit, I provided you the most recent corporate filing, which is the annual report of 2021. Mr. Carter is the principal officer. He is listed twice as the directors, and he is the only beneficial owner. The corporate documents clearly indicate that the corporation is owned by a single person. I will argue that the statute that grants an exemption for a religious society by any definition of society is going to include more than just one person. And I think we can all recognize that if there's a parsonage, there has to be a church that owns the church and the parsonage. Now, Mr. Carter has a business, AltMed Services, that's located in another property somewhere else. He offers alternative medical practices, and although there might be a Christian supplement to that, it's not a church that has a congregation that meets. There's no religious society that owns neither this house nor AltMed Services. The big issue in this argument is going to be the definition of what a religious society is. I spent some time with Jay. We went looking for a definition, and I think Jay will have something to offer towards this, maybe when Mr. Carter is done speaking. But we actually found a Supreme Court case out of Iowa, a similar situation where it was a couple and their two kids formed a corporation and asked for the same exemption in Iowa. And the Iowa Supreme Court says that a religious organization consisting of members of one family did not constitute a religious institution or society as contemplated by statute, providing an exemption from taxation. So the Iowa Supreme Court even says there has to be more than just a family, and in this case, we have a single person. I don't think it meets the definition of a religious society here. I don't think it should be exempt from property taxes.
Mr. Carter, would you like to?
So I got a letter here with Pennington County Equalization Board, or our office, and I have many exceptions. I believe this man is still deceiving everybody. First off, he listed as a personal home of Corey Carter. It is not a personal home. It is owned by the corporation for the purpose of being a rectory or a parsonage. The ownership of Open Hands Outreach is not a single person. I have a board. We have 3 people on it right now, and I have 2 more that are waiting to be sworn in. And so as for being a personal property, a personal church, as he said, no, it is not. It is owned by the board of directors. We meet, in fact, we actually met this morning to discuss concepts as to what we wanted to do to help and reach people in our community. I have people that have come to me from all 50 states and also people who've come to me from 36 different countries. As a medical office and I would cite the many hospitals that are used by various church organizations as a medical church outreach. The 508 is not a tax scheme. It is part of the federal government. Part of the First Amendment, the 501, which I also have a 501, which is the Open Hands Outreach, which is Alt-Med Services. It is a trust, and it is not owned by a single person either. But the 508 was brought about because there was not a true division between church and state. Because the 508, if you say something that the government doesn't like, they can pull your exemption from you, which is the reason why we went to the 508, and also probably some of the reason why this man is having such a fight with this. Because when I talked to him about the vaccine, and also the COVID issues, he stiffened up and created a lot of resistance on the tour that I gave him. The advantage to me of the 508 and to my organization as a religious organization, faith-based organization is what it's called sometimes, or a self-sustaining ministry, is that we have the privilege of saying what we feel we can say without the government coming and penalizing us. So that was the reason we went to the 508. The 508 is mandatory tax exempt, according to the statutes, Title 26, which is also where the 501 is found. And I do agree that this doesn't necessarily give a exempt to state. What I would say is that Meade County we proved in front of Meade County, the reason why I came with a declaration rather than a petition was because these things have already been established, that we are a church. The church is recognized in Washington State, is recognized in South Dakota, and is also recognized federally. So there is no argument with regards to that. I went to Black's Legal Dictionary. Under society is an association of company or persons, generally unincorporated, united together by mutual consent in order to deliberate, determine, and act jointly for a common purpose. And so as a minister and a doctor, I have 5,000 people that I work on. So I have a society. I don't have one person, and we do not have all decisions are not made by myself. And again, I own nothing here, and I do not even own the house that's in question. It was purchased for the purpose of being a place that I could bring people to, people who have a very low income and have no place to stay. We have an extra bed, and we offer it to them. Things that he did not mention is I have another property that I am not asking for exemption for because I am an honest person. I am offering or asking for exemption on this property because it is being used as stated. It is a rectory.
The other property, I leave in the tax code because it deserves to be in the tax code. And I pay taxes on it every year and have.
So, Mr. Carter, when you say that the church is recognized by the state, explain that to me. Who with the state of South Dakota recognizes that?
The states, when we brought it to South Dakota from Washington State, we had to provide it as a foreign, I'm not sure exactly, I've got it here somewhere.
So is that a filing with the South Dakota Secretary of State? Is that what?
Correct.
So it's a simple filing that you made.
Yeah, they did not deny it.
Okay, but did they actually, give you a letter of acceptance that they acknowledge that? Okay.
I provided it
Okay.
to whoever it was that we dropped it off.
Yeah, it's in the packet.
And so the notice to inform was recommended by my advisor. He said all of these issues have already been settled in Meade County, and so just notify them that you're moving from Meade County to Pennington County, and that was the reason for the notice of information. The state's attorney in Meade County, when he was arguing with our first discussion with them, his comment was, I can find no denial that you are a minister and also that you are the head of the church. Going down in the next paragraph, he states that it's owned by me. It is not owned by me. I am the director, I'm the minister, and the doctor, but I do not own anything with regards to Open Hands Outreach or AltMed Limited. I am not a beneficial owner in the corporation in the sense that I own something. I have fiduciary responsibilities in taking care of the assets of the church, assets of the AltMed services, which is an extension of the church. One of the things that we have found is that almost all Western medicine is based on evolutionary thought. One of the things that we bring in with our church recommendations is that the scriptures have dietary recommendations. So Genesis chapter 2 says that all food-bearing seed is for human consumption. And I kind of take exception to that now. Look at grapes. When I was a kid, they had seeds and you had to spit them out. Watermelon used to have seeds and now it doesn't. And so those are some of the things that we talk about in dietary issues as related to the scriptures.
Mr. Carter, can I interrupt you just for a sec? Sir, so you want the house exempt, so when did you get the house? Because you incorporated this October?
Right.
But you've been incorporated, since 2015, am I correct, sir? And then this was a different, so because you bought it this year, that's why you wanted it to be an outreach, and you had the same kind of house and the same kind of outreach in Meade County before this?
Correct. And
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
they accepted it as that, and so I'm working my way down to that one.
I apologize,
No
I was
problem.
just, when I'm looking at something, when you were talking about it, so I don't lose,
So with the paper that you just showed me there, and Shannon's comment is who the incorporation allows the director to appoint ministers. If you read through that, and so that was I was ordained before that, but I was also appointed by Open Hands Outreach. And we have that privilege of designating ministers once they've reached the qualifications. And I have several people that are in that program right now. So as for religious society, I went in Black's Legal Dictionary. There is no definition of religious society. And according to the documentation that I've got, the federal government has not volunteered to define what a religion is. And so therefore, the error falls on my side, not your side. Because I am a church, I am a minister from several different directions. But with regards to religion, under Black's Dictionary, it says, as used in the Constitution provided by the First Amendment. And so in the First Amendment, they do not define church, but they give special considerations to church. The 501 did not give good benefit to the church. So I am not terribly fond of the Christian Scientist people, but they were the ones that actually presented that argument that there was not a pure definition or division between church and state. And so in religion, it says that it's man's relationship to a divinity, and I do believe in God, so therefore I have a religion that I advocate. So the principal office was defined or was told it was in Washington. He is the registrar. He has nothing else to do with Open Hands Outreach other than he is the registrar. And so where his background is probably has no reference at all here in this issue. And so with regards to the 508, I do not believe that we have a valid argument that it is not a church or a religious society because there is no true definition of that. As for being exempt, I would ask if there are many other religions in Pennington County or South Dakota, for that matter, that have a place for their minister. And I believe that we qualify in all of those areas to have a parsonage available, and that is what it was purchased as and for. And it is being used for that. So notice to the Pennington County Board, we, according to the statute, we are not exempt, we are excluded. And, but then again, the argument is valid that the property is not exempt, would be taxes. The point that I'm trying to make is that as a religious society, religious organization, a medical religious facility, we have the right to have a parsonage. And that right is not inherent in 508, but it would be implied with the other churches who have that same provision, and I would like to be treated the same, kind of like the other guy's argument this earlier, being treated the same. A side point I'd like to make is that I now appreciate you guys do an incredible job, and I would not want to have to make the decisions that I heard you make today. I only make life and death decisions. So the IRS has agreed that we are a church and has put us under the 508, and I have those documents included in there. With regards to Meade County, we were accepted 3 years. And then I took exception to the statement on the state tax form. Application must be filed with the Director of Equalization by November 1st for consideration during the County Board of Equalization the following year. But my attorney says that it's ambiguous comments, ambiguous statement, because it doesn't specifically say that it needs to be issued every year. And so that's where we are going to the court on that one. And so we went to a hearing, and my lawyer says that the state's attorney from Meade County misapplied a law, which made it so that I could not present myself, because the law says that if I go to a court setting, I have to have a lawyer. But that was not a court setting. And so he convinced the arbitrator, I guess he was, that it was a court setting and then got it kicked out.
Well, Mr. Carter, you had it 3 years in a row, and then the last time you went in, then you were denied. So you did have it for 3 years in a row and
We
meet.
were accepted.
And then the last time when you went in, you didn't because you didn't fill out the paperwork
That is correct.
correctly, because you got to apply every year.
That's what they said, but I don't find that on the page.
Okay.
And
But-
that was my exception.
And Shannon, did you see that he had it 3 years in a row and then the year after he wasn't?
I don't know that. I provided a copy of the minutes from last year.
Yeah.
And the board denied the application. They stated in the minutes that I provided you, the board did not feel it met the criteria as what a definition of cleric. And then it ends there. And then a motion to deny the exemption.
It was a cleric, meaning that he didn't fill out the paperwork, but he was exempt 3 years before because, like you said,
Denied the definition, denied that he met the definition of cleric. He's asking for exemption as a parsonage where a cleric would live.
right.
The minutes say that he didn't think he met the definition of what a cleric is.
Follow up for that, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, sir.
This is what I haven't found, and maybe it was provided, maybe I don't see it. But I do remember last time when you're here, I asked if we could see the documentation from Meade County that you received the tax exemption for those 3 years. I'm not seeing that in the documentation. I know you may or may not be able to get it, but I had asked him if he could prove that he was tax exempt for those 3 years.
All I was able to do was recover one from my computer.
And all I have is last year's minutes where it was denied.
Where it's denied.
And it was not denied last year's minutes. Those were inaccurate. We had tapes of those. We did it on our phone. And the issue was that they denied it because I didn't turn it in before November 1st.
So Shannon,
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, you can bring that to me, but do you have documentation? Do you have your tax statement for the 3 years prior that said that you were exempt? I mean, you would have gotten a tax statement that says you're exempt, that you had to come in and pay. That's what I'm asking for, some solid documentation from Meade County that would have said that.
That's approved at the bottom. And those records have been taken from my office. I have a trustee that is not in my records with her.
Shannon, you have any follow-up?
Have you seen this document?
No, I haven't, but I don't care. The issue here is does it meet the criteria for an exemption this year? In Pennington County for this property, that was a different property in a different year. We're looking at this property this year.
so my question, Shannon, is this, is that currently we've denied the request. And so if we basically don't make a change in that, if it continues to be in denial, what is Mr. Carter's option then? Can he go to the state?
Anybody that's unhappy with the decision of this board, everything we've done, has the option to appeal to the Office of Hearing Examiners and Peer, which Mr. Carter did last year from Meade County's decision. So he can do that again from here, or you can appeal to Circuit Court, which he also did when the Office of Hearing Examiners dismissed the appeal. He appealed that to Circuit Court. So he has those options again here, and everybody that's been, that had an appeal has those same options.
So does Jay have, Chair, does Jay have an opinion on what he just saw based on what Mr. Carter has said? And maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't.
That was an exemption granted for 2020.
Well, it looks like she signed it in 20.
Signed it in 20. The application was for 20, so that would have been the tax year of 20, taxes payable in 21.
I think so.
I don't know that document all that well.
He was exempt at one time there.
What's that?
It's saying, Jay, that he was exempt at one time,
That's
like
what
you
that
said?
document would look like. It's an application, and at the bottom, there's the word exempt circled, and it looks like the Director of Equalization signed it after the word exempt was circled
So he,
for 2020, which I take to be the 2020 tax year for 2020 taxes paid in 2021.
That would have been, prior to the board acting on it.
that's what I'm
Prior
saying,
to the,
Shannon.
which board?
So that would have been the
So he
application?
was exempt.
Okay.
Right.
But would that have been the application or is,
That's
okay,
the
so that's the
application.
application.
Yes.
That's not the final ruling.
It's not the decision.
It's not the, and
Okay, that's just what he's asking for, to be exempt 100%. That's the point, okay.
And it was accepted.
Well,
And so the issue that we had was that,
right, I get that.
But Mr. Carter, what they're asking for is you get a tax paper, not that, that's an application, sir. So they're saying that your tax paper, we get tax papers every year, and they will say, you know, you're owner occupied, you're exempt, that kind of thing. So what we're saying is that's kind of the proof in the pudding. This is just an application, sir.
so
Or-
those documents have been stolen from my office.
But sir, I think without sounding rude, because you've done some wonderful things, you have to go to Meade County and get those documents. They could have gave you those documents because they would have had those on file or had them emailed to you, Mr. Carter, for this proof today. Because I think it would have, what they're saying, it would have simplified them, sir, to show those documents. And with this doesn't show the proof of those exempt, status. It just shows that you did your application.
So Jay,
Make sense?
thank you, Jay
spend your
Alderman.
knowledge on this.
Yeah, Jay Alderman with the State Attorney's Office. I mean, very quickly, I agree with Shannon and his recommendation for denial of the exempt status. There's a few things that I heard stated. One of the last ones from Mr. Carter was that the attorney in Meade County had kind of misled the tribunal or the board or something on them needing an attorney. I believe what he's talking about is at OHE, the Office of Hearing Examiners, and they do in fact require you to have legal representation if you're a corporation, LLC, an entity. You have to have an attorney to represent that entity. And
Those things were not told to me before, and we sent in all kinds of papers, and they said that if we did not have representation, our papers would stand.
And I've seen documentation from them that expressly provides that information to would-be appellants. But anyway, I just want to make that clear. Yes, you have to have an attorney at OHE. The other thing that was mentioned is that the Secretary of State here in South Dakota accepted them as a church. Well, that would be a misstatement in the sense that this is an annual report. I'm looking at the 2021 annual report of Open Hands Outreach for a foreign nonprofit corporation, a corporation that was incorporated and formed under the laws of the state of Washington. When the Secretary of State takes your $10 fee, which it says here, and you're recorded in South Dakota, they're not commenting on if you're a church, if you're a religious society, if you meet the definition of SDCL 1049, which is for a religious exemption. They're not commenting on that. And that leads me into, so in other words, yes, this annual report is just that. It's nothing more. It has no relevance directly to this issue. And the registered agent is Corey Carter. Principal officer is Corey Carter. The directors is Corey Carter named twice. And the beneficial owner is Corey Carter.
Mr. Chairman, Jay, can I ask you a question, just because you're hitting that point? It was one of the points that I wanted to ask. And as a nonprofit, I have to file my documentation, and it has something on there. Number 7, we never fill it out because we have a board and we have multiple board members, and no one is an owner of it because the board is in charge. And the reason why we don't fill out number 7, I was going to ask you, is there, whenever you put a name there, because then it says that person is the beneficial owner of the organization. I wanted that to be clarified.
Yeah, and I was just pointing that out for the fact that this is the current annual report that did list. There's nothing else or no one else or any board or anyone else listed as this.
Where is it required on that document to list the board?
It's not.
So
This is all you list.
Well,
So that's what I'm
so
saying.
is there a
Anyway,
board-
let me talk. I didn't interrupt you, sir. So here's the rest of what I wanted to say. When courts review exempt status, there's a couple tenets of Supreme Court law in South Dakota, and I think most states, frankly, is that if there is a statute that imposes a tax, the courts will construe those statutes liberally in favor of the taxpayer. When there's a statute that exempts property from a tax, it's just the opposite. The court will construe those in favor of the taxing entity, meaning, which is our case here before you right now, the taxpayer has the burden of showing that they qualify. It's not the burden of the county. It's not the burden of your director of equalization or me standing here. It's the taxpayer's burden, and that's how a Supreme Court or any court would review it. And so that's how you would review it here as well, because you're a tribunal. In Mr. Carter's documents, including his application, he goes to great pains and great stake to cross out the word exemption. When you're asked, where do you feel you're exempt? And it has religious, charitable, benevolent, other. He crosses out exemptions and writes in the word exception. And where he's getting that is under the IRS code 501c3. There's an exception or exemption to that, whichever word you choose to use, is this 508c1a is what Mr. Carter is talking about. And he has to do almost nothing to just simply say, I'm a church under IRS code under 508c1a in order to get his exemption for income tax purposes. He states basically that I'm just giving you notice, folks. You have no jurisdiction over me. The IRS controls this. Federal law trumps state and local law. I'm a 501 or I'm a 508c1a. Therefore, I am automatically a church. Therefore, you must automatically accept that from the federal government that I'm a church for purposes of your decision here in the state of South Dakota's law on religious exemption. Not true. Not even close to being true. The federal government does not interfere with nor dictate who qualifies for tax exemptions, particularly in this case, a religious exemption. That's South Dakota law. Shannon had mentioned, so I guess I want to make those points that claim has absolutely no bearing here. It's not relevant or applicable here. He has to stand alone on his own to convince you that he is a religious society essentially of one. He's everything in this corporation. I can't, frankly, as I stand here, I can't buy it. He has open hands outreach in his own document here, owns the property doing business as Alt Med Services. To me, frankly, I think he's inching closer towards maybe charitable type work if he's doing some free medical stuff occasionally. If he, I think maybe I heard that occasionally homeless folks might be allowed to stay in his house. Maybe he provides them a meal here and there. But his principal and primary and predominant use of his business, which is Alt Med business, is medicine and not prescription meds. But that's his business. To the extent that he might help or serve others, maybe when they're in there, maybe they say a prayer together. That does not a religious society make, as I understand it. And so I guess kind of like with one of the prior folks that were up here, you encouraged them to go back and take a look at their organization or their association. In this case, it's an association of essentially one. Maybe it's more of a charitable organization. And there's some additional things, of course, you have to do, as you heard, to become a charitable organization. To me, he's closer to that than a religious society in that sense of the term. And Shannon was right. He talked about that Iowa case, and there's many cases that, and this one it says, it consists of a family which has assumed the guise of a religious order to avoid the burden of taxation. I kind of feel like that's what's happening here, just to be absolutely honest with you. So maybe a different approach, a different type of exemption next year might be a better shot here.
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
Mr. Carter, I think what would have been the bottom line for most of us, like I said, you do some wonderful things, but with Meade County having those tax certificates from the previous years showing exempt, and then also we would have probably done our due diligence once we got those certificates to call them and ask why, or some of the commissioners that been on there for a while, why they thought you were exempt. So I think what they were asking for, this board was asking also was those tax exempt certificates from the year before. Shannon and Jay are absolutely right. In order to move this forward, just like we said to the cave people, you're going to have to show to a certain extent that you are doing those charitable things on this property that show that. I mean, you telling us is different, just like we'd have to believe you, which we don't want to say you're lying, but any kind of business you kind of want to show, like most nonprofits do, what they do or what they're doing with the people that they are serving in that nonprofit, to be able to show people exactly what you do. Does that make sense? And they're not finding that as well. You have said it, and I know with your medicine you have done like some amazing things, but it's not the open hands, even though you're using, you know, God-based techniques, as you say. You gotta show proof besides, I just am a 501(c)(3). You have to show proof because Commissioner Lassiter's right. He asked you to bring those exempts. You said they burn, but you can still get them off the internet or call the equalization,
Auditor.
auditor, thank you. So, bottom line is, I think you probably have, as Jay said, in a kind way, you have some things that you're doing, but you're gonna have to prove it just a little bit differently than you are today, just from certificates like these or how you incorporate it. It's gonna be by showing pictures, putting names down and saying, these are the people that have stayed, these are the people that we do these non-charitable things for, we help the mission, we bring the mission people, that kind of stuff. That's how you prove it, kind of like the cave people we just said. People that are doing some wonderful things, and they have to keep working on it a little bit, and then with Shannon, call him and talk to him a little bit. So like I said, sir, you're doing wonderful things, but I think it's gonna be a little bit different for the future with you kind of showing more of what you do, sir.
So we have a 3-2 denial. Is there anybody that was voting for the denial that wishes to move for reconsideration on this? That would be Commissioner LaCroix, Commissioner Roskinick, and myself. Hearing none, the denial stands.
Can I get my paper back?
Here you go. Is this the one you're looking for?
Thank you, Mr. Carter, for
I
your
was making
time
sure you had it.
and all your stuff you waited for us today.
Patience.
Have one other property. I'd like you to take up that, Wings as Eagles. I've tried to get a hold of the property owners there, a letter, an email, done what I could to get somebody here, and I've had no contact. But I spent a lot more time looking at this and what they provided, talked to Jay and Tracy on this. Wings as Eagles Ministry is a home in Black Gap. They claim that this is the parsonage and office for their ministry, which is on Pine Ridge. And they do have a substantial amount of activity going on in Pine Ridge. They do both charitable work and religious services. They actually have a church going on down there. that they do some other stuff. They do have a board. It's a larger organization. The home is separate. It's a long ways apart from Pine Ridge. That doesn't look so good. But I'd like you to take this one up again and grant the exemption on that because it's so much more than what we were just talking about here.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
Wait a minute, this was denied also on a 3-2 vote. And, again, it's gotta be somebody that voted for the denial that would have to bring it back for reconsideration.
I'd make the motion for reconsideration.
Okay, I have a motion for reconsideration from Commissioner LaCroix.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Roskinicht.
I'd make the motion, well, I'll let Deb.
So,
Gotta vote on this one.
all in favor of the reconsideration indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Motion to call Wings on Eagles exempt.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to provide the exemption by Hadcock and Lassiter. Any further discussion? So I take it, Shannon, that you're pretty well convinced that this does fit the qualification for.
The witness stood up here and said that, yeah. I think it does qualify.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Chairman,
Okay, so now we have another tax rep on the phone with a motel.
hold on just a sec, Shan. I just want to thank you for doing your due diligence on that property, for all the outreach they do for the Native American people on Pine Ridge. And I heard they do some amazing things as well, so I appreciate you doing your due diligence on that and granting what you did today.
Sure.
So I would take a motion for adjournment of the Board of Equalization.
You see, you got one more?
I thought you said you had one more.
That was a huge joke.
Oh.
No.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're adjourned.